you see needs growing faster than wants. And so, to your point, the inflation that we've seen in food and housing in particular really continues to weigh on consumer discretionary spend on goods. And I think that is a real key reason for some of the continued weakness in some of those bigger ticket categories that I just highlighted.
Mary, what are the retailers that you cover? What are they saying about the holiday Christmas season coming up? It's such a big part of their annual sales.
Yes, I think, as always, they're cautiously optimistic. They're optimistic by nature, but given the macro backdrop, I think everyone is planning their business very conservatively. They remain disciplined on inventory. I expect promotions to be very well controlled for that reason. But overall, I do think it will be a strong holiday. What we've seen this year is that during key events, the consumer does come out and shop. So I think, we will see real strength over Black Friday and the week before Christmas, and probably a lull in between those two shopping periods, as we've seen in the past. So overall, I would expect a strong season, but still a little lumpy when you're looking week by week.
So Mary, talk to me about the sentiment as we're thinking about things heading into this election. Of course, we're less than a month away. How are consumers thinking about this, and businesses as well?
Right. Well, I think whether it's the election or the direction of gas prices, what most of the companies that I talk to say is it's really the uncertainty, which is more paralyzing for the consumer. So I would definitely expect some noise, right heading into the election. But either way, I think that the results of the election will provide that certainty to the consumer and probably boost consumer sentiment going forward. I think what it means for the companies could be more mixed. Like if Trump does continue talking about his tariff policy, then that could be an overhang on some of the retailers that import from overseas. But I think overall, just the results of the election and gaining that uncertainty will be a positive thing for consumer sentiment going forward.
All right, this Christmas shopping season, how promotional will the retailers be? I know that goes right to their profit margin, but how do you think that's going to shake out?
Yeah, we talk a lot about promotions versus markdowns. The retailers know they have to be promotional to drive traffic. And so I think you should expect to see controlled promotions. So what I mean by that is, promotions more in, say, the 30% range. And given that inventory is well controlled, I think the retailers will try to stick to that plan for as long as possible. I would not expect to see promotions in like the 70% range and markdowns. And that's typically what you see when the sales are a lot weaker than planned or the inventory is a lot heavier than planned. And I don't really expect either of those things this holiday. So you'll still see those headline promotions, but you have to remember that the retailers have planned for those, they bought into them. And so there's really no negative margin implication from some of those headlines.
When we think historically and then moving into this year, how do consumers really think about the holidays? When we're thinking in this season, is it everyone's just going to throw everything on their credit card because we have the holiday cheer? Or do you think they're really going to be targeting those companies those stores that are offering promotions specifically?
It's a great question. I mean, I think we do see the consumer come out and spend around key events. And, especially in a year that could be tough, you're feeling the pinch of inflation. Every consumer wants to bring a little cheer around the holidays. So I do expect that they will be out in the market. Having said that, I think they're still going to be very discerning, very focused on value. And I would expect a lot of the value players, as I mentioned, in that general merchandise category to be the key beneficiaries.
All right, Mary, thank you so much for joining us. Mary Shore, Senior Equity Analyst at Columbia Threadneedle Investments up in Boston, always helping us out, talking about retail sales. Coming up, Barry Ritholtz, host of Masters in Business. We're going to check in with him in just a moment. Somehow, I think this conversation is going to cars, high-end cars. It's Barry Ritholtz coming up.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:20 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Equities hitting all-time highs as this morning's data underscores strong consumer demand that continues to power the U.S. economy. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, the NASDAQ 100 index, all in the green right now. An 11-point jump on the S&P to 58.53, up by about 0.2%. We got the Dow up 112, up 0.2%, and NASDAQ higher by 60, a gain of 0.3%. 10-year 4.09% with a 2-year that's yielding 3.98%. Gold up $14 the ounce, 26.88 on the precious metal, up by about 0.5%. Little change lower for crude, down by about 0.1%, 70.27 a barrel. Retail sales strengthened in September in a broad advance. Evidence consumers continue to drive the U.S. economy. Mari Shore is senior equity analyst at Columbia Management. She's been digging deeper into the report, and she was a guest moments ago right here on Bloomberg Intelligence.
Areas of strength that I would highlight would be food, health and wellness, clothing, and value, which I think is really incorporated in that general merchandise category. And then some areas of weakness to call out would be autos and some of the bigger ticket categories that were strong during the pandemic.
Mari Shore of Columbia Threadneedle Investments. Again, recapping stocks higher. S&P up 11 right now, up by about 0.2%. The big story among the big earnings stories coming up after the close of trading today. Netflix down now by 1.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I mean, Mari Shore was just on like 5 minutes ago. How does
Maybe
Charlie
less.
cut tape and get it on there?
He's on
What is
it. It's
wrong with this
insane.
guy? He is the best. Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Norma Linda sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio Program. We're in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube. I'm going to talk a little luxury here. We had LVMH come out with some news that disappointed some investors. A lot of folks were calling out China. Is it just China? Is it something else? I also want to talk about Mercedes-Benz. Our next guest can do it all here. Barry Ritholtz, host of Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio. He's got a day job, folks, founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management. They manage a bunch of money for folks. He joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Barry, you got some thoughts on this LVMH? I'm ready to jump into the camp that says, hey, if China ain't buying, luxury's going to be in trouble. What do you think?
By the way, a bunch of money. That's what our Forum ADV says with the SEC.
Yes, exactly.
Manages a bunch of money. Yeah, you know, everybody is so quick to say, oh, it's the weak Chinese consumer. We kind of forget sometimes a cycle just runs its course. For 2 years during the pandemic, we were locked down. You're not out in stores. You're not touching goods. You're shopping remotely. And then when everything kind of reopened, let's call it mid-2022, late 2021, we went on the summer of revenge spending, the summer of revenge travel. People bought a ton of stuff. There were record sales for, especially in luxury, everything from Rolex to Coach to Burberry to go down the list to the higher end Dolce & Gabbana and down. LVMH is one of the biggest beneficiaries of that. But gee, you have 2 years of just spending with reckless abandon. At what point do you say, okay, that all that pent-up consumer demand has been sated and now people are kind of throttling back a little bit? Not a surprise to see things starting. By the way, this was no way near a terrible report. Hey, there's a little slowing in China and a little slowing elsewhere. I think it just looked kind of weak compared to 6 straight quarters of fantastic numbers.
Right. How many Rolex watches can people go out and buy? I guess that's the tale of it.
Well, lots. As it turns out, lots. More than you have wrists. But that said, at a certain point, that pent-up demand gets satisfied.
All right. Luxury. It's okay. We're still in good shape here. All right. Your Masters in Business. What do you got coming up? Are you a F1 guy?
I am. So this weekend is Brian Higgins, who is a rock star investor at King Street. Him and his partner won the Lifetime Achievement Award from Institutional Investor last year. I'm a big F1 fan, and I have been pursuing Toto Wolff for a couple of years, ever since Netflix,
Ah.
whose earnings are out
All right, so who's
this
Toto
afternoon.
Wolff?
So Toto Wolff is...
It's a person.
He's a former investor slash venture capitalist
Okay.
who, when there was a change in AMG and the Mercedes team, and when they decided to spin that out as a freestanding IPO, he was one of the biggest investors in that. Eventually ends up at the Williams team, which was back of the grid, with equity ownership of it, wins some races because he understands how to get a team to work together. And based on that, Mercedes had a conversation with him, and they kind of realized this guy's a rock star. Let's bring him over. And so he becomes principal and 30% owner of the Mercedes AMG Petronas Formula One team. By the way, these teams are like the Yankees or the Cowboys. They're worth billions of dollars. There's only 16 of them.
Only 16, really?
16 teams. There's the Andretti family's trying to get a new team in. That's not the other team's decisions. It's the guiding principle. Not quite like the NFL where everybody has a vote.
Right.
But he's not only a third owner of the Mercedes team, unprecedented streak, took them to 8 consecutive #1 constructor championships. His rookie year was Lewis Hamilton's rookie year, probably the winningest Formula One driver of all time. And because of the Netflix show, you know, Formula One is like World Cup soccer. It's huge all over the world. Hadn't been very big in the U.S. The Netflix show just opened up an incredible issue. So not only were there races in Texas, now we added Miami, and they added Las Vegas. And there is a fast-growing fan base for Formula One here in the United States. The broadcast rights and the endorsement rights are ramping up to be we're not quite up to football or baseball levels or basketball levels, but you could see, hey, that's a stock you would love to own if it was a publicly traded stock.
And guess what? It is a publicly traded
That's
stock.
right.
Formula One, it's owned by Liberty Media Corp.
Right.
Liberty Media, John Malone. F1, FWONK. There's a million different classes you can buy, but they own Formula One. And one of the reasons they said they bought Formula One because they felt it was so undervalued in terms of media rights and promotional revenue that they, relative to the other big sports leagues around the world, that was where they saw the upside.
So right, you look at one of the biggest media markets in the world, the United States. Soccer, or football as it's called in the rest of the world, kind of underappreciated. We're starting to see that change here. This Netflix show has been such a surprise hit. And in fact, such a surprise that the first season, Mercedes and Ferrari sat it out. They said, listen, we're trying to win races. But boy, did you call this right, that Matt Miller would come, would hear Formula
Perfect
One
timing.
and come strolling in.
Right.
I think he heard his name.
But they sat out the first 2 seasons saying, we're focused, this is all-consuming, focused on racing, but we don't have time for a TV show. And they realized, hey, this really shows the complexities of the sport, all the behind-the-scenes things, and they agreed to do it in the second season. Wildly successful for the sport. Toto Wolff is literally walking up through the 6th floor. He's a rock star. I mean, people stop him like I'm walking with Sting or Taylor Swift across the floor. It's amazing how that show has expanded, both the market for that. I have no idea if the stock is a good investment, but the how much attention, business, it's just been a home run.
Yep, it's been, and there's tremendous upside there. So feel the Liberty Media folks, and again, FWONK. Stock's up 25% year to date. It's got a market cap of $19.5 billion. So there you go. Barry Ritholtz, thank you so much. Barry Ritholtz, host of Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio. He's also the founder of Ritholtz Wealth and Management. Talking a little F1 and a little luxury. Let's talk transportation here. When we want to talk transportation, rails, trucks, ships,
all of it.
All that stuff that we all now call logistics. You talked to Lee Klaskow. He covers all that stuff for Bloomberg News, joins us here in studio. Lee, talk to us about some of the companies in your space reported recently. JBHT, one of the biggest trucking companies, CSX. What are you seeing from some of your transports? Because they're such a leading part of the economy.
Yeah, there were really two different stories. One, I would say, is more of a positive secular story, and one was a negative company-specific story. On the positive secular story, JB Hunt, they kind of really outperformed expectations, and I would say expectations were pretty low going into the quarter. We've been relatively optimistic about the trucking market, and we remain optimistic about the trucking market. And it really showed up in their intermodal business and their trucking business and their dedicated business. Pretty much most of their segments that they report on beat expectations. And again, those expectations were low. And then on the other hand, CSX, I think people are really now digesting the impact to the various hurricanes on their network. They're based, a lot of they have track up and down Florida, and obviously that was impacted by Helene. Their CEO on their earnings call yesterday said it was the worst storm after Katrina. So wow. A lot of devastation there, and they expect that to rebuild the track that was lost. It could cost somewhere around $200 million. Wow.
So you said it's a bit of a tale of two stories as we're looking at both sides and we're seeing these different companies. But when we kind of boil it down, how does this fit into the broader landscape of the economy? What are we seeing about this sector right now?
Yeah, so this is from our perspective. We think the consumer is in a decent shape. We're expecting a peak season this year. That peak season is not going to be robust by any stretch of the imagination. It's going to be very modest, but it's going to be a peak nonetheless. We haven't had a real peak season in a while, and that's really important because a positive peak season really benefits all modes of transportation, whether it's ocean, air, ground, rail. And so we expect that to be a lift into the fourth quarter and setting up a much better 2025, because when you have more demand, obviously rates should go up, assuming that more and more capacity is coming out of that truckload market. The truckload spot market, the capacity has been really stubborn there to leave the market.
How about on the air freight? We got UPS coming up. What should we be looking for there?
Yeah, UPS is next week. We are looking for pretty much mid-single-digit earnings and revenue growth out of them. They were dealing with some higher labor costs. They have some easier comparisons from a sequential standpoint, or I should say from a year-over-year standpoint. And what we expect there is all the initiatives that they've been doing around pricing to start benefiting margins. So they're implementing various fuel surcharges or surcharges based on the size of the package, surcharges for a minimum billable weight. So if something's really wide, but it doesn't weigh a lot, they want to make sure they're getting the money that they need to, because it takes up space in their equipment, and they want to make sure they're getting paid for that space.
All right, sounds reasonable to me. We'll keep an eye out for UPS. Lee Klaskow, Senior Transport, Logistics, and Shipping Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He follows all that stuff, the container ships that come across, he covers that.
That's him?
And then they go on rails, he covers that.
That's also
and then
him.
they go to a truck, that's him.
Does it all.
It does it all. So there used to be some good rail and trucking analysts back in the day, I'm just saying. Way back in the day. Did the initial research report on Consolidated Railroad back in 1987, Conrail. How about that? So we got markets moving a little bit higher here. S&P is up about 17 points. That's 0.3%. NASDAQ, about the same, up about 89 points. That's about 0.5%. A little more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks rose, bonds fell after that solid retail sales report bolstered optimism that the Fed will be able to achieve a soft landing. S&P up 20 now, a gain of 0.3%. The Dow up 163, up by 0.4%. The Dow at a record, S&P also at a record. We've got NASDAQ up 0.5%, up 98. The NASDAQ 100 index up 0.6%. And after yesterday's surge, a retreat for the Russell 2000 index, down now by 0.5%. 10-year at 4.08%, with a 2-year that's yielding 3.97%. Gold up $21 the ounce, $26.95 on the precious metal, up 0.8%. And a gain for crude, $70.52 a barrel right now, up by about 0.2%. Retail sales strengthened in September. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
It's a broad advance. 10 of 13 retail sectors posted gains. Evidence consumer spending continues to drive America's economy as the new year approaches. The robust data make the case for gradual Federal Reserve easing of interest rates following last month's jumbo cut. Bloomberg Economics says consumer spending should advance at a moderate pace, barring a labor market slump. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Among individual retailers, Macy's down 0.4%, Walmart down 0.1%, Target tumbling 1.9%, Amazon up 0.6%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Norma Linda sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, and we're streaming the video thing live on YouTube, youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast. One of the topics that Alex and I and the folks here at Bloomberg Intelligence like to really keep a close eye on is commercial real estate and its recovery from the pandemic. And our good friend Abigail Doolittle, she's been very good at helping us hook up with some really smart people in the industry. Abigail Doolittle joins us here today, Chief Market Correspondent for Bloomberg News. And today she brings us Josh Zegan, Managing Principal, Co-Founder at Madison Realty Capital. They're all in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Josh, we appreciate you coming in here. Abigail, thanks once again. Josh, commercial real estate, I think what I've learned is I don't ask the dumb question, which I usually do, which is, hey, how's commercial real estate doing? Because there are so many different pieces of it. Right. Where do you guys at Madison Realty focus? And then how's your business?
So we're focused on the real estate credit space.
Okay.
We started the company about 20 years ago. We've about 21 billion of AUM in all ends of real estate credit. A lot of our business is focused on where the banks have not focused, and we're dislocated post-global financial crisis, and even more so today post-banking crisis that happened in 2023. So we've been providing capital, whether it's construction lending, transitional lending, we buy performing, non-performing loans. And today the market is a lot better than when I was on in the spring. There's definitely a sense of the want to do deals. The investment sales market has picked up given the rate drop that happened in September. A lot we're waiting on the sidelines just to see that happen. So mentally, there's this sense that things are starting to improve and capital markets are in a better place, albeit the banking sector has not come back in a big way.
So you joined us in May, and at that time, I would say, were one of the more bearish commercial real estate guests that we've been, fortunate enough to interview. And I view you relative to some of the other folks as really close to the banks, or really close to the money. You were talking a lot about the banks, and you said that we were in the early innings of this thing working out. How much has it changed since then with the Fed cutting by 50 basis points?
Well, I think what we've seen is in the spring, there was very, very little activity in the investment sale market. And one of the problems was money was not going back to investors through that because no transactions were happening. So with rates dropping, I think what happened was that created some solutions for borrowers who needed to delever, and that is in the form of preferred equities, some structured equity coming into deals. Today, there's not only that solution available, but there's also common equity, and you're starting to see more sales. Albeit the office sector is really struggling still. There's no liquidity in the office sector, and when you are seeing transactions happen, capital is just tied up in the system because a lot of the sellers are holding financing, banks are rolling over their debt. It's not just money back to investors. So that's tying up a lot of capital in the system.
I cover U.S. real estate from the equity side. I cover home builders and then also commercial real estate. I'm curious, you mentioned office. I was recently working on a story that spoke about how we're seeing a bit of an uptick on Park Avenue. It's not as bad as it once was as we think about vacancies. What areas are you seeing flourishing or doing better than they were before in the office space?
Well, I think you're seeing sort of the haves and have-nots in office. It's the best in A-class office, and then there's everyone else. And unfortunately, that best of A-class office is very limited. In New York City, there's more buildings than a place like Austin, Texas, or some other places, but it's limited. What I have seen in the office sector is much more leasing demand. So while the leasing demand and absorption is happening in a much greater way, it still is challenging from a cap rate perspective. So you may have a 100% office, 100% leased office building or 90% leased office building, but that cap rate as compared to 2021 is very, very different. And so that's a change in valuation that, investors are not able to stomach, and in many cases can't get out of these deals today.
Hey, Josh, just kind of before the pandemic in my town in Jersey, they constructed a very nice high-end multi-unit residential thing, and a big sign out front, financed by the local bank. If I go to build that same property today, is that local bank going to be there for me?
So it's a good question. So that bank generally is not there. And why? Because banks have a liquidity mismatch. They're committing long for a construction loan like that and borrowing short with deposits. So banks have been scrutinized even more so today from a regulatory standpoint. And so it was really bad post-global financial crisis and became even greater from a regulatory standpoint post March 2023. So we're filling that void. We are doing a lot of construction lending, which is today a lot lower from a loan to cost standpoint than we had to provide in 2021 before this banking crisis. So we're providing whole loans to that same Jersey developer to build a multifamily. And the good news for multifamily as specific in New Jersey and across the country is we have seen cap rates tighten since the spring when I was on the show by 50 to 100 basis points. And a lot of that's a function of debt. I mean, when you look at debt with rates down today, long-term rates are down and short-term rates are down to some extent. One of the problems with construction lending and higher value-add lending is you're borrowing short. And so that's an issue. There still is not necessarily the appetite to build because of the cost of short-term debt.
So picking up on Paul's question and picking up on what you just talked about with regulation, some of my sources have said that because it's an election year, the regulators have actually been relatively lax in contrast to what you just said. But the idea, I guess my question is, do you think that the regulation could even become tighter next year? And then at that point, are we going to see more SVBs? In other words, are we going to see some of these regional banks? Is there more pain there in terms of blowing up or consolidation?
I think it's a more politically oriented question in terms of the election, really, who wins here. Mm-hmm. But no matter what,
so there's a difference who wins?
I think directionally, you will see more consolidation. Mm-hmm. And a lot of that has to do with banks are upside down in terms of having long-term loans that are at very low rates. Mm-hmm. And those aren't rolling off so quick. And they're matched with liquidity that the bank has to pay a depositor a lot more than they did in 2021 when the loans were made. So I think you will see more consolidation in the banking sector. And
no.
So I think you will see more consolidation. Mm-hmm. You start to see more of that already in this year, but you'll see more in years to come.
Well, I just really want to pick up on that election thing, though, because I haven't heard anybody say that it matters who wins. So were you making the point that if the former president Donald Trump wins, or if the current VP Harris, if she wins, there's going to be a difference in regulation? And if there is, what does it look like?
I mean, I can't speak to specifics, but there's a view that there'll be more regulatory pressure from regulators in a Democratic election.
Significantly more?
Can't comment, really. I don't know. But more.
Okay.
There's a view that there'll be more.
All right, Josh, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Josh Zegan, Managing Principal, Co-Founder at Madison Realty Capital, and Abigail Doolittle, Chief Markets Correspondent for Bloomberg News in our Bloomberg and Interactive Broker Studio, just kind of get the laydown on the real estate business. I look to, for mortgage rates, this is what I look at. I type in MB30 index for the Mortgage Bankers Association 30-year fixed contract rate. It was as high back in October, November, north of close to 8%, actually. Got down, we're down about 6.5%. But that's higher than it was just a few weeks ago. So mortgage rates have come down. Probably not enough for a lot of people. Certainly not enough for Alex Steele. 2.75%.
Right. Are we going to get there? It hurts me to look at this week to week.
I know. It's tough. So we appreciate it. But we stay on top of this commercial real estate market because I think it's important. And there's probably still more pain to go for the system. Looking at the S&P 500 right here, it's up 0.3%. The Dow's up about 100 points. That's 0.25%. And the Nasdaq's up 0.5%. Speaking of interest rates, your 10-year Treasury, that's up 8 basis points today. 4.09%. Yields higher. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Norma Linda, sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. After the close today, Netflix reporting numbers, and that's going to be widely watched by not just Netflix investors, but also I think just folks looking at the media space in general, kind of get a sense of kind of where we are in this transition to streaming. And Netflix has had such a phenomenal performance, such a phenomenal run with the stock. Geetha Ranganathan, she covers all of the media business for Bloomberg Intelligence. She joins us from Princeton. Geetha, what's the expectation here for Netflix when they report their quarterly results after the close?
Yeah, thank you so much, Paul. So as always, I mean, this is a subscriber story. So user trends are going to be the most critical element that kind of drives sentiment here for the stock. And so consensus has Netflix at about 4.5 million new subscriber adds. Remember, they already have close to almost 280 million global subscribers. The problem, Paul, is that, subscriber growth is going to dry out at some point. In fact, just in a few quarters, from the first quarter of next year, they're going to stop reporting subscriber numbers altogether. So they're going to need a new growth narrative. And that's what investors are going to look for. They're going to look for any color on price hikes. They haven't raised prices on their standard plan in the US now for almost 3 years. They're going to look for any color on advertising, which will be the new growth driver. And they're going to look for color on, the financial metrics, so operating margin, which is expected to be up over 500 basis points this year.
So talk to me about competition. How is Netflix doing in regards to competition? It seems like they're doing quite well, but it's interesting thinking about it from a consumer perspective when we're trying to decide where we want to get our content from, depending on the shows you watch.
Netflix has undoubtedly won the streaming wars. They are the undisputed leader in, streaming television. There's absolutely no doubt about it at this point. We're seeing average Netflix consumption of at least, 2 hours of content per day per member. So that's been steady. And what we've seen is, not only do they have a really deep library of shows, they're kind of exploring or they're expanding on, their catalog of content, going now into live sports. They have reality content, they have films, they have, games. They're trying to do it all. And that's really kind of helped them build their subscriber base. The question now is, are they able to control churn? And we've seen actually just over the past few months that their churn metrics have actually been better than the rest of the industry. So it's one of the lowest in the industry, and it continues to actually go lower even as Amazon Prime, HBO Max, and Disney Plus are actually trending up.
Well, Geetha, that kind of goes to the question as we think about the broader streaming landscape. It seems like Netflix has withstood the onslaught by the traditional media companies as they entered streaming. How do we think about the streaming landscape ex Netflix? What are everybody else going to do?
Yeah, that's a really important question, Paul. I mean, everybody else now has kind of shifted away from just focusing on subscriber growth. They're getting more disciplined in terms of their content cost spending, and they're really trying to focus on profits. The question is, will they have enough scale by the time everything is said and done? We definitely think Disney is in a pretty good position. They've actually already turned the corner in terms of profits. HBO Max, again, from Warner Brothers Discovery, seems to be in a decent spot. They have about 100 million subscribers. Disney has about 150 million. The problem really comes down with the rest of the smaller subscale niche players, whether it's a Peacock, whether it's a Paramount Plus, an AMC Plus. These are all niche services that will end up being somewhat subscale. We're kind of looking at different strategies. Now, if you look at Peacock, which is from, Comcast, they have only about 35, 40 million subscribers, but they're really kind of pivoting now to sports to really help them boost that subscriber base. They're going to have the NBA content come on to Peacock next year. They're going to have NFL. They're, obviously going to now add some regional sports networks there. But again, the question is how far can they take it? It's not probably going to get beyond 50, 60 million. And will that be enough? Will that really be able to cut it? So still some questions lingering out there.
So talk to me about the ad part of their business. Are customers biting?
Customers are not biting so much just yet, but they will. And there's a couple of different things that's going on here. So one thing we have to remember with Netflix and advertising is that this is completely new to their DNA. They don't know advertising the way a Disney or a Comcast, NBC, or a Paramount does, right? It's not inherent in their business model. So it has been, there's obviously been a lot of learnings. It's kind of been this crawl, walk, run. This is what they usually kind of keep saying, and they're still pretty much in that crawl phase. But there are a couple of different things that they're doing. So one is the content. They need to have content that actually lends itself to advertising, and that content is typically live sports. And so they're doing a lot of things to kind of change that. Netflix has always kind of stayed away from sports, but they're actually now coming on board. They have, this big Mike Tyson, Jake Paul event, which is coming up in November. They have 2 NFL games on Christmas Day, which, should really help them kind of supercharge their advertising ambitions. And then they've also kind of redone their partnership. So they had this exclusive partnership with Microsoft, which was not really doing much for their advertising business. So now they've kind of opened it up to everybody. So it's now open to Google, DV360, it's open to Trade Desk. So they're basically forging all these ad technology partnerships so that Netflix inventory is available widely in the market, and that they're able to grab a bigger share of the total digital advertising pie.
Geetha, thanks as always, giving us the rundown there. Geetha Ranganathan, she is the media analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. She's the boss over there. Netflix reporting after the close. Stocks had a great run this year. What else is new? It's up over 40%. So we'll have to see if the numbers can stack up here after the close. Looking at the market here as we end up the morning session here, up about 0.4% for the S&P. The Nasdaq's up about 0.7%. That does it for Nora and me. Thank you so much, Nora, for sitting in for Alex.
It's Friday Junior. Wonderful.
Yeah, Friday Junior, exactly right. We're coming up. We made it through Thursday. Coming up, Balance of Power. Joe Matthew from Washington, D.C. Boy, does he have a lot to talk about coming out of D.C. as we approach this election. That's coming up right now.
Politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Israel ups the ante once again. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the IDF says it killed the leader of Hamas in an operation in Gaza. This is developing as we speak. And we'll get the latest from our national security team here in Washington with insights from Adam Hodge at Bully Pulpit International. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris lean into their weak spots in another round of media appearances. Harris on Fox, Trump on Univision. How does it add up? We'll review with Bloomberg political editor Laura Davison here and with our signature panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor Rick Davis is with us today alongside Laura Fink from Rebel Communications. It's all following a look at Wall Street. Let's set the baseline as always with Charlie Pellet on Wall Street in New York. Charlie, how's it look?
Thank you very much. And indeed, how it is looking right now, Joe Matthew, one word for you. That word is records. Records for the Dow, records for the S&P 500 index. NASDAQ advancing as well. Stocks pushing higher. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the green right now. Looking at a 0.4% on the S&P, up 23. That puts it at 58.65, a record there. Dow Industrials also at a new high today, up 146, up by about 0.3%. NASDAQ up 128, a gain right now of 0.7%. Yesterday, it was all about, for many people, the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares. It surged yesterday, retreating somewhat today. Right now, we got the Russell 2000 down by 0.4%. World's biggest bond market getting hit as a solid retail sales report has traders trimming their bets on rate cuts this year. 10-year now at 4.09% with the 2-year 3.97%. Gold up $18 the ounce. $26.92 on the precious metal, up 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 13 cents a barrel, 70.52, up by about 0.2%. Well, certainly the American presidential election is a major concern for investors. Kara Murphy is Chief Investment Officer at Kestra Investment Management.
We don't think that whoever ends up in the White House is going to have a big impact on the medium trajectory of the market. So you need to kind of sit through this near-term volatility. But then coming out of that, just a couple of weeks from now, hopefully, cross fingers, I think the focus will then return to earnings, which is really going to be the driver of the market. And there, too, I think we're seeing pretty good trends.
All right, she mentioned earnings. Netflix, of course, the big one after the close of trading today. Netflix shares right now down by just about 1%. Expedia rallying after the Financial Times reported that Uber explored a possible bid for the online travel booking company. Recapping, S&P 500 index up 24 right now, a gain of 0.4%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much, sir. Live from New York, we're in Washington on the fastest show in politics, and I welcome you to the Thursday edition of Balance of Power. Yeah, Little Friday, and there is a lot to talk about. As Paul Sweeney mentioned a couple of minutes ago in New York, we're spinning a few plates today, and there is a developing story out of Israel that we're going to pay some attention to as we learn more. A little bit later on in the broadcast, the IDF says an operation in Gaza, they believe, killed Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, part of a renewed assault against Hamas after more than a year of war in the Palestinian territory. This would be considered a major development here. Headlines crossing the terminal from Israeli police. The Hamas chief identified based on a photograph of his teeth. More tests underway to confirm Sinwar's death. We'll let you know as we learn more. Adam Hodge is going to join us, of course, former spokesperson for the National Security Council in this administration, with his take on that. A lot of folks recovering this morning from the big interviews. This has been quite the week for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Back on the trail today, by the way, Harris in Wisconsin, Milwaukee, La Crosse, Green Bay. Our political director indicating earlier in our editorial meeting, La Crosse may be the more pretty of those three towns. This evening, she goes to Grand Rapids, Michigan, J.D. Vance, Pittsburgh, Donald Trump speaking at the Al Smith dinner later on. And all of this follows the big interviews yesterday, right? Everybody's touching their own weak spots here, acknowledging areas they hope they can shore up between now and November. Kamala Harris on Fox, Donald Trump on Univision, talking immigration with Latino voters. Kind of a curious day on the trail here. And before we bring in Laura Davison, let's bring you into this conversation on Fox News. This was probably a bigger challenge for Kamala Harris, having been challenged to be on Fox repeatedly by Republicans looking to see a serious interview with the vice president. She got one with Bret Baier. Let's bring you back to Fox News from last night.
Let me be very clear. My presidency will not be a continuation of Joe Biden's presidency. And like every new president that comes into office, I will bring my life experiences, my professional experiences, and fresh and new ideas. I represent a new generation of leadership. I invite ideas, whether it be from the Republicans, the business sector, and others who can contribute to the decisions that I make.
My presidency will not be a continuation of Joe Biden's presidency. The takeaway, if there was a headline, I think in that interview last evening, Laura Davison is our political editor here at Bloomberg in Washington and joins us now at the table. Laura, it's great to see you. We'll pick through these one at a time. That was the message she wanted to deliver last night, right? She had to answer a lot of questions about immigration and other things, but that was the point, that there is some sunlight between me and Joe Biden. Was it effective?
She certainly did a lot better than she did last week when she got that same question in a much more friendly interview on The View. And she kind of sort of look, I was there for all the big policy decisions and I wouldn't change a thing. She then came later in the interview and said, one thing I would do differently is I would appoint a Republican to my cabinet. Just before that event, just before she sat down with Bret Baier for that interview, she did an event in Pennsylvania with a bunch of former Trump officials and Republicans who have endorsed her. Yeah. So this is clear. You see her, realizing that she needs to reach out to people who identify as Republicans, or at least used to, and bring them over to her side, if she's going to build a winning coalition.
She had a lot of moments in which she asked to be allowed to finish her answer, her sentence. Bret Baier was an aggressive interviewer. He tried to interrupt her a lot. Was that an effective opportunity for her to appear in control?
It was, certainly. And this gave her campaign a lot of clips that they can use to show that she's in control, that she's able to stand up to whether it be a sort of a tough interview or whether it be an adversarial foreign leader. But it also gave, Donald Trump a couple of clips too as well, when they were sort of sparring. So this, kind of remains to be seen, how this will reverberate. But that soundbite you just played of, my presidency will not be a continuation of the Joe Biden presidency is kind of the thing that is coming out of that interview this morning.
That's your headline for sure. And just the fact that everybody got out alive. I have to admit, having watched this, everybody sees what they want to see. I think it was called the Rorschach test in Politico this morning. Obviously, Republicans thought it was a big win for Brett Baer. Didn't think she could hold her own. Her people think she outperformed. Everybody kind of got a win last night, I feel like.
They really did. And she, she has been criticized, time and again for not doing some of these more tough interviews. She's now done 60 Minutes. She's done Fox News. Yeah. And her campaign kind of wants some of these, pieces that are breaking out beyond just sort of the liberal echo chamber. There's not going to be another debate. Basically at this point. So that was as close to a debate as we're going to get.
Doral, Florida, is where the Trump town hall took place on Univision. Late start. This is the same that we saw Kamala Harris, same forum Kamala Harris was in last week, which was a very emotional affair, right? People were talking about losing loved ones and dealing with the very challenging immigration laws that have impacted their family and so forth. There was crying. This is a really different feel last night. He told one person, if you don't want to vote for me, there's nothing I'm going to do about it. He did not once mention his plan to enact mass deportations. That might be the biggest headline coming out of this one, because he was holding events with a backdrop that said mass deportations at some rallies. Was that by accident last night?
And he was even directly asked about that. One of the first questions was, what is your, what does a mass deportation look like, and what would that mean for the economy? This was asked by someone who mentioned that he picks broccoli and strawberries and sort of helps.
That's right.
So this is, you can kind of see him calibrating, at least early on, was sort of calibrating his message for this Latino audience that was there. However, as the event went on, he really shifted. He took a question from that was basically from someone saying, do you really believe that the migrants in Springfield are eating cats and dogs?
Yes, right.
And he, sort of doubled down on his initial claims, being like, look, that's being reported. That's what I, see out there, and didn't really back away from that. He was also asked by someone who said, look, I want to give you an opportunity to change my vote. I was really disturbed by January 6th. Help me understand. And he, again, just said, look, I had nothing to do with it. Nothing went wrong. Instead of kind of extending an olive branch or trying to pull that person over to the side, that's when he said, look, I don't know if you'll vote for me, but that's okay.
He said again he's going to go to Springfield. There's apparently no plan for that yet. Do you think that really happens?
We'll see. He had also teased about Aurora, Colorado, which he did do last week. Obviously there is not a lot of, especially between the Springfield officials and Trump, there's been a lot of bad blood there. So it may be difficult to actually book something inside the city of Springfield.
Boy, oh boy. Let us know if you hear about that one. Laura, great to see you, as always. Laura Davison, getting it done for us here in Washington. Politics editor here in Washington at Bloomberg. Want to add the voice of Adam Hodge, who was watching along with all of us. And, of course, he brings his own experience at Bully Pulpit International. And I want to get into what is coming out of Israel today in a moment, Adam, as you, of course, spent time on the White House National Security Council. But as far as the media rounds go, I don't know how many more of these we're going to get. Donald Trump on Bloomberg this week, on Univision, Kamala Harris at last on Fox. Is this the last media gasp of this campaign?
We're getting there, Joe. No question. I think we are at the point, and you've heard from the Harris campaign, they're clearly trying to build a broader coalition, right? They're going around the country, event yesterday on Fox News, and also an event with former Trump administration officials. But that was preceded by events in Detroit focused on Black men and turning out Black voters. So my conversations with the campaign, they're clearly trying to build a broader coalition because they think that's their ticket to victory.
I know both campaigns are going after what they see as their pockets of weakness. You just mentioned young Black men for Kamala Harris, even though she was on Fox News last night. That's been a big thrust behind her media appearances. Most recently, we saw her sit down with Charlemagne on The Breakfast Club a day earlier. Donald Trump, of course, looking at this massive gender gap and held a town hall with all female voters yesterday on Fox. Where's your head on this, Adam? I mean, do we really believe that there's this big pocket of undecided voters out there? Or are we just nibbling around the edges with less than 3 weeks to go?
I think for the most part, we're nibbling around the edges. I think there is no question the campaigns feel they have to do whatever they can to drive up the margins wherever they can. And so whether it's crisscrossing the state of Wisconsin, trying to find any voters in pockets. Ironically, it's in areas that Barack Obama performed particularly well with in both of his campaigns in 2008 and 2012, that Hillary Clinton didn't do quite as well in 2016. And so you see the Harris campaign really trying to go to different areas of the country, different areas of these swing states beyond just the big cities, to try to both drive up her margins, but also to hold down Donald Trump's margins in some of these swing counties, some of these redder counties. And so appearing with former Trump administration officials makes a lot of sense. You could think about the Fox News interview as also trying to appeal to those Nikki Haley voters, right? The folks who, despite the fact that she was out of the race, still came out to vote for her in the primary. I think the campaign feels like there's a way to broaden the coalition to get more people on board, and that may be the ultimate thing that tips the balance on Election Day.
I get the effort. I just wonder if these interviews or media appearances actually move a voter. You sit down and watch a 45-minute interview or a 20-minute interview. Does that actually change the way you feel about someone, or does it simply acknowledge or even amplify existing feelings? Republicans thought Brett Baer won last night. Democrats thought Kamala Harris owned Fox News. Does it change anything?
I think the Fox News interview actually is interesting because I think there are, again, that segment of Nikki Haley type voters who aren't sure they don't think they want to vote for Donald Trump, but they're not quite convinced they want to vote for her. They're not watching MSNBC or, no offense, Bloomberg TV on a daily basis, right? Like they're tuned into Fox News. And so they should turn on Bloomberg and watch it, especially during, when you're on. But I think that where they really need to try to focus is grow that base, try to expand that coalition. And so that's where the focus is. Remember, we're not going to get another debate. So if they can find another audience, find bigger audiences where they can reach more voters, that is important as we get into this home stretch of the campaign.
I wonder if Joe Rogan is next. Apparently, Kamala Harris says she's going to do it. Donald Trump, you never know, could show up. Joe Rogan seems to be pretty friendly to Donald Trump. Is she ready for a conversation like that? That the stakes get higher along with some of these different interviews here. This is not Brett Baer sitting down on Fox News. Joe Rogan can kind of do whatever he wants, right?
But look, if you want to be commander in chief, you want to be president of the United States, like you got to be able to take the heat. So I think Kamala Harris has certainly tried and showed over the last few weeks that she's willing to take and talk to whoever she can and try to broaden the coalition. I think it's smart, and I think you'll see more of those conversations throughout the campaign. And I also look back, to the interview with Charlemagne the God. That was not necessarily a friendly kind of like layup interview. I mean, they probed and asked some tough questions. Callers called in and asked some tough questions. There's also no substitute for taking questions from the voters directly. And that was what jumped out to me from Trump's town hall, the Univision town hall. I mean, the one that's rocketing around sort of the afters, his question about January 6th, really telling somebody, if you don't want to vote for me, don't vote for me. That really rubs people the wrong way.
It's an interesting appeal. I do wonder what Kamala Harris will do when Joe Rogan lights the joint during that interview, but we can come back around when that happens. I've got to ask you, Adam, about what's coming out of Israel today and whether there's an impact on the campaign. It does seem that every action has an equal and opposite reaction, and right now the IDF says it has killed the leader of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar, in an operation in Gaza. Every headline like this, Adam, reminds people of the administration's stand on this, knowing that Joe Biden ran into some trouble with progressive Democrats and still feels that pushback on his Israel policy. You were a spokesperson for the White House National Security Council. In our remaining moment here, Adam, how important is this development?
Well, look, there's no question that Sinwar was a terrorist, and if he's got blood on his hands and was the mastermind behind October 7th. But so it's no surprise Israel was very clear from the very beginning that his days were numbered as far as they were concerned, and they were going to do what they could to take him out. I think there is a broader question going forward about how Israel continues to defend itself, and especially watching all the events on the northern border. The White House clearly is trying to keep a lid on the Middle East and prevent a wider regional war. I think it's holding on by threads at the moment, but if they can get that, we're all better served by avoiding broader escalation in the region. And so the right to focus on trying to help prevent that wider regional war. And I think that's something that voters don't necessarily put foreign policy top of the list, but Kamala Harris has to hope that it remains as quiet as possible.
There could be a lot more where this came from, Adam. I'm glad you could join us today. Appreciate it very much. From Bully Pulpit International, where he's managing director. That's Adam Hodge. On the fastest show in politics, we're going to have more on this with a developing story out of Israel. Nick Wadhams from our national security team will be in next, right here on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We're looking at a record on the S&P, a record on the Dow. Stocks push higher. NASDAQ now up by about 0.7%, advancing 120 points. To put that in context, S&P higher by 0.4%, up 21. S&P trading at 58.63. The Dow up 117, up by about 0.3%. 10-year at 4.09%, with the 2-year right now 3.98%. 0.9%. Gold up $15 the ounce, $26.89, up 0.6%. And West Texas Intermediate crude, $70.31 a barrel, down 0.1%. So the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. A retail sales report that came in better than expected this morning had traders trimming their bets on Fed rate cuts this year. Again, the 10-year, 4.09%. Netflix will be the big earnings event after the close of trading. We'll be all over those numbers as they break. Netflix will report third quarter results. Investors are expecting growth in advertising revenue and other initiatives like a crackdown on password sharing. Netflix shares ahead of earnings, down now by 0.9%. And briefly, an Alabama man has been charged and arrested. He's charged with hacking into the SEC's X account in January and issuing that fake post about the approval of a Bitcoin ETF. Again, recapping, S&P up 19 now, up 0.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcast. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Charlie, thanks, as always, keeping us honest on the markets here on the fastest show in politics. Welcome to the Thursday edition. This is Balance of Power. We're live in Washington, and we do have news coming out of Israel today. As I mentioned at the top of the hour, it's developing as we speak, and we are going to hear, it seems, from Benjamin Netanyahu roughly 1 hour from now, 1 hour and 5 minutes, according to Benjamin Netanyahu's office, delivering a speech that we expect will acknowledge what took place earlier in Gaza. Israel says an operation in Gaza may have killed Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas, in what would be an important development here in the more than year-long war between Israel and Hamas. Nick Wadhams is with us right now at the table in Washington. He runs our national security team here, of course, in a familiar voice on this program. How significant, Nick, would this be? I'm assuming that this is going to be the "we got him" speech from Netanyahu.
Things do look that way, though we are obviously still waiting for confirmation. I mean, this would be a massive game changer. There's absolutely no question. Yahya Sinwar was seen as the crucial stumbling block to a potential ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas, for one thing. He was seen as totally unwilling to compromise. He was seen as the architect of the October 7th attack that touched off the conflict we've now seen in the Middle East. So there are a couple big questions here. The one is, does his death remove a stumbling block and allow the two sides to proceed to a ceasefire? The flip side of that, of course, is maybe there's no one any longer at the top of Hamas who could actually orchestrate a ceasefire, and you would have a situation of pure chaos. But the bigger question I'm looking to answer out of that Netanyahu speech today is going to be, does he say, potentially in a very optimistic view of things, does he say, okay, we did it, mission accomplished, and now it's time to wind things down? That seems unlikely, but there are a lot of ways this thing could go.
But it could be as close as Benjamin Netanyahu ever gets to saying that we have defeated Hamas.
Right. I mean, if you're talking about total victory, when you essentially eliminate the entire leadership structure of the organization, of course, you can't kill the ideas behind Hamas, which has been a concern from U.S. officials for a long time. You know, the other question is, what does Joe Biden do here? He could go to Netanyahu and essentially say, okay, you know, look, you have achieved essentially every single one of your goals with this campaign, both against Hamas and also against Hezbollah, in terms of eliminating their senior leadership. And so the U.S. could then decide to put a lot more pressure on Israel to go toward a ceasefire. Again, the big question about this is who are they going to be talking to on the other side? If you don't have Sinwar, who has the authority to essentially replace him?
Do we know anything about this operation? Was this an airstrike? Were these troops on the ground, or both?
Well, I mean, it's an extraordinary thing. From what little we know so far, because Israel has not put forward a full accounting of this, there is a possibility that this was a chance operation, almost something that was done by accident. There are some reports out there that Israeli tanks were targeting what they believed to be a group of Hamas operatives who had gathered and then struck a building where they were gathering, but not any idea that they were going after Sinwar. And it was almost by happenstance that he may have been killed. I mean, there's so much there, but what we do seem to know now that it was not a targeted strike on him the way that you saw with some of the other killings of senior leaders.
Quite a discovery. Yeah, that's how this all went. Israeli police saying that dental records prove it's Sinwar. They're working on a DNA test that now the Washington Post is reporting confirms that, in fact, it was Sinwar. This then could be a victory lap type of speech for Netanyahu.
Big time. I mean, there is no question he is going to take this as a victory lap. The big question that people should listen for is what he says comes next. Does he say, okay, we have achieved our goals, or does he say the fight is not over, we will press on to victory? Because the question there is, the question U.S. officials have always been asking him is, what does victory look like? And if this is not victory, it raises a lot of questions about his long-term strategy.
Of course, Hamas is an arm of a proxy of, as we hear, Iran. The same for the Houthis in Yemen. And Nick, we gassed up a B-2 bomber yesterday and flew it halfway around the world to drop a massive bomb that can only be carried by the B-2 bomber against some underground weapons facilities in Yemen. This is probably what we would have been talking about at first had we not had this situation in Israel. It reminds us of the scope of this whole conflict, but how important is this seeming major escalation against the Houthis?
Well, I mean, the U.S. and its allies have, and including Israel, have launched a whole bunch of attacks against the Houthis, and they have not been able to really break its grip on commercial shipping in the Red Sea. There's just been so much disruption there. The Pentagon says that mission was designed to send a message to Iran, particularly. If you're hiding weapons deep underground, we can get to you. That's what they're saying. The B-2 essentially shows that no one is safe from the long arm of the U.S. military. I mean, these bombers did fly from a U.S. airbase, dropped the bombs, turned around and went home. That's about a 30-hour round trip, I believe. Incredible. The big issue there, of course, is, well, what other hardened sites are there in the region? Well, the Iranian nuclear program. It's one of these things where the U.S. says this is about establishing deterrence. But I think their message there is essentially, listen, nothing you do is safe. No shelter, no matter how heavily fortified, nothing is safe.
It also says, though, that Israel can't do this, right? If the B-2 is the only bomber that can carry these massive bunker busters, it would take U.S. involvement for that to be brought out in Tehran.
Right, which I think it would be extremely unlikely seeing a U.S. attack. But the context here is that we have been waiting for so long for Israel to retaliate against Iran, and there's all sorts of push and pull. Is this a message toward Iran from the U.S.? Is it also a message to Israel saying, hey, listen, we're doing these other things, taking these other steps, degrading your enemies. Let that be a sign to you. Don't take the most inflammatory action against Iran that could just escalate this war in the region even more. So there are a lot of conflicting signals being sent by the U.S. with this one.
For sure. If you're just joining us on Bloomberg Radio, we're spending some time with Nick Wadhams here. The Washington Post is reporting that the DNA test to confirm the death of Yahya Sinwar, in fact, is positive. We're going to be hearing about an hour from now from Benjamin Netanyahu. People listening to this conversation, Nick, you hear talking about the B-2, and there's a lot of alphabet soup. This is the stealth bomber that isn't seen in the wild very often. Why do we keep them here? Why do these pilots have to fly a 30-hour journey around the world as opposed to staging them in the Middle East or in Europe?
Well, I mean, because they're, for one thing, an extremely expensive asset. I don't know if this is actually true anymore. At one point, I heard that I was told that the B-2 is actually worth more than its weight in gold. So it is an extremely valuable piece of equipment. It's also got the most advanced in U.S. stealth technology technology. This is not an asset or a secret that they want to have stationed overseas. And it's also something that the U.S. rolls out very rarely. I think the last time the B-2 was used in a combat situation was in a strike against Libya in 2017.
How about that?
So this is something that
Which
the
speaks
U.S.
to the significance of this move.
Right. I mean, it could be a significance in a lot of ways. You want the down angle is that the U.S. is being pulled even more deeply into this conflict. But again, it gets to this question of what is and what isn't deterrence. They say this is something that's meant to sort of send Iran and the Houthis packing a little bit to shake them up and scare them. Well, look what we can do. Of course, the Houthis certainly have shown no restraint or no willingness to back down. So this could end up having the opposite effect.
If this was Sinwar indeed in the Israeli strike, is there a Hamas response? Or to your earlier point, you just cut the head off the snake?
Right.
And there might not be a response.
Well, I mean, for one thing, we're waiting just simply to hear from Hamas. We haven't heard anything from the group yet in terms of whether they have a reaction to what now seems almost certain to be the killing of their leader. There have been a number of Hamas attacks. Obviously, the Israeli campaign in Gaza, we know, has seriously wounded Hamas, but it has not eliminated its ability to fire rockets and conduct operations against Israel. So, you know, that's really going to be the next step. Where does Hamas go from here? Where does Netanyahu go in this speech we're about to hear? And then what is the Hamas response? Capitulation seems extremely unlikely.
Yeah, sure.
But obviously, we're going to have to see how quickly they can reconstitute their leadership, knowing that as soon as they do so, that person then also becomes target for future Israeli strikes.
It can also be used as a major recruiting tool, I suspect. What happens on the streets of Tehran with a headline like this?
Right. I mean, well, that's the message is very mixed we're getting out of Gaza right now. There is a lot of hope within Gaza as well that this could end the war. You know, listen, we have had enough. But again, it's that question of can you kill an idea? Hamas still retains a great deal of support.
Absolutely. Of course, there's a whole other front to the north. And we've seen airstrikes continue in Beirut. That, I suspect, is not impacted by any of this in Gaza.
No, I mean, Israel has continued to press ahead with that campaign, in intensifying those strikes. But the question there, again, is, well, when you take Hamas and Hezbollah together, does this then allow Prime Minister Netanyahu to essentially say, to declare victory? They have made clear they have a lot more to do in Lebanon, and that's caused a lot of concern from the U.S. It's a sovereign country, after all. How far are you going to go in destroying infrastructure in the capital city, Beirut? But, we'll just have to wait and see.
You've got a busy day ahead, I'm sure. What a pleasure to get this much time with Nick Wadhams. Thank you for being so generous. As always, running our national security coverage. When you see the story cross the terminal and online, you'll know it was Nick. Keep your eyes on what's happening here. The story is developing as we speak out of Israel, with reporting from the Washington Post. Indeed, DNA confirming it was Sinwar. We'll have more ahead right here on Bloomberg.
1240 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Gains for the U.S. stock market, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, all advancing, looking at another record on the Dow, another record on the S&P. S&P right now up 19. That is a gain of 0.3%. The Dow up 165, up 0.4%. And the NASDAQ Composite Index now up 102, higher by 0.6%. 10-year 4.08% with a 2-year that is currently yielding 3.97%. Gold up about $15 the ounce. Spot gold 26.88, up 0.6%. While West Texas Intermediate crude, we'll call it unchanged on the day, 70.37 a barrel. There has been a big retreat in jobless claims, and with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Weekly jobless claims dropped by 19,000 to 241,000 following the prior week's storm surge, the impact of Hurricane Helene on the U.S. South. The data will probably continue to bounce around in the aftermath of Helene's sibling, Hurricane Milton. Bloomberg Economics says jobless claims should have little impact on the government's monthly payroll figures, which have been pretty darn good of late. 250,000 new jobs in September. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
And the other economic data point out this morning, retail sales, they strengthened in September by more than forecast in a broad advance among retailers today, many of them down. Macy's, case in point, down 0.2%. We've got Walmart down 0.5%. Target down 1.8%. Amazon, though, up by 0.7%. Netflix reports after the close of trading today, Netflix right now down 0.9%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues, the Thursday edition. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much, and thank you for being with us here on the Thursday edition of Balance of Power. We have breaking news. The headline just crossed the terminal, as we have been talking about for the balance of this hour. An important developing story, a breaking story out of Israel. As Bloomberg now reports from Israel's foreign minister, the Hamas chief, Yahya Sinwar, was killed in an operation earlier today in Gaza. As we just heard from our own Nick Wadhams, who runs our national security team here in Washington, this may have not been a deliberate operation to find Sinwar. In fact, an operation they thought was targeting some other Hamas leaders, only to find out that they did, in fact, get the man they have been looking for, the architect of October 7th. We're going to hear in less than an hour, we're told, from Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister will be holding forth, as now this is a red headline on the terminal. Hamas chief Sinwar was killed. This is coming from Israel's foreign minister in a breaking story that we can now bring to air for you on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. There are, of course, many different angles to this story here, and there are many political angles domestically here in the U.S., knowing that Joe Biden's fingerprints and therefore Kamala Harris's fingerprints are all over the U.S. policy toward Israel, and this is something that some progressive Democrats are still not very happy about. We're going to have a live report, by the way, in about 15 minutes' time from Bloomberg's Dan Williams, who is in Jerusalem. And we'll be talking as well with former Congresswoman Jane Harman next hour as well. When Benjamin Netanyahu speaks, we will bring you his remarks here on Bloomberg, as you would expect. Our political panel is with us for instant reaction to this and some of the other stories that we're following from the campaign trail and beyond. Rick Davis is with us, of course, Republican strategist, Bloomberg politics contributor, partner at Stone Court Capital, and he's joined today by Laura Fink, founder, CEO, Rebel Communications, Democratic strategist. It's great to see you both here. Rick, we can talk about a lot of different political angles here, but since we have been discussing this war between Israel and Hamas for more than a year now, the significance politically of this headline is what?
You know, I think that it creates a little bit more of a victory for Israel, and as a result, I think helps convince some of the voters that what President Biden has been doing in his full-throated support of Israel has been worth it. You know, this guy Sinwar, I mean, count the world net short of one more tyrant. He was horrible to his own people, tortured and killed those who didn't do exactly what he wanted, and was the architect of the attack on October 7th to Israel. So this is a part of what the Biden administration was hoping would happen much earlier, which would release potentially the opportunity to get some of these hostages back. So this is a good day for the Biden administration, and therefore inures to the benefit of Kamala Harris. And I would say even the most liberal, progressive Democrat is going to celebrate the day this guy goes away.
Laura, what will progressive Democrats say about this development, particularly if it hastens an end to this war?
You know, progressive Democrats have always uniformly really been defending the rights of the Palestinian people and the health and the safety of the Palestinian people who have seen so much death and tragedy throughout this conflict. I don't think there's anyone that's going to defend the architect of a terror attack that took so many lives and hostages and who was responsible for just so much tragedy on the Israeli side. So I think this, you know, it doesn't heal the wounds of how many tens of thousands of people on the Palestinian side, innocents who were lost. But I don't think anyone saw this person as anything but a terrorist.
Mm-hmm. Well, as we learn more, and we are going to be filling in a lot of blanks here over the course of the day. As I mentioned, Benjamin Netanyahu will be speaking next hour. We have yet to hear from the administration on this. Rick, it coincides with a pretty remarkable attack yesterday in Yemen. An American B-2 bomber took off from the United States, flew halfway around the world, refueled in the air, and dropped a massive, if not several massive, bunker-busting bombs on underground weapons facilities that the Houthis have stockpiled in Yemen. When you start connecting the dots here, this is a much larger operation between the U.S. and Israel against Iranian proxies.
That's right. I think this is a clear message to the Houthis that we're not going to tolerate their constant attacks on commercial shipping in the Red Sea. But it's a bigger message to the Iranian government that shows that we're not afraid of taking this incredible piece of machinery halfway across the world to strike our enemies when they do things that we've told them not to do. The B-2 program is just an amazing technology and just incredible pilots, top of their class that are behind the stick there. And I think that this is, if anything, coming at a particularly good time because we know that the Israelis are planning some kind of a retaliation to the attacks that the Iranians have facilitated on Israel. And maybe this helps dampen whatever reaction the Iranians might have in that regard, too.
Yeah. Is that the 3D chess we're playing here, Laura? I know you're not a military analyst, but you hear about B-2s dropping bunker-busting bombs in Yemen. Is that a message directly to Tehran?
Well, I think you've hit the nail on the head when you say 3D chess, because the politics of the region and how these various countries will react is somewhat of a black box. And so I think you have to be tactical and you have to be careful. I'm not a military expert, but I will tell you that I had the privilege and the pleasure of being in Tel Aviv for more than a month last year in the spring. So before all of this went down, and I will tell you, you could feel the tension. I went to the West Bank. I saw the sort of tension on the border and also the real brilliance of the Palestinian people there. I traveled to Jordan and also saw and talked to people there, and just the discontent with the situation was very high. They wanted to see advancement of their neighbors. They wanted to see the region move forward. I think you see that with the normalization of relations attempted with Saudi Arabia, with some of the other, so that there could be a greater connection and cooperation. How much does the military operation, advance that or interrupt that. The question is the short-term moves now, not just for security, but what are the long-term implications of the issues when you see the continued number of people who are innocent of the terror, but who are in these neighborhoods in Lebanon, in the West Bank, et cetera. I think those are the two open questions as everyone is hopefully working toward peace.
Thank you for bringing that view to us, Laura. Rick, I wonder what this means for the potential for a ceasefire with Hamas, if that is now officially out the window. There's no one to call in this case. Who's speaking for Hamas? What does it mean for the hostages?
Yeah, well, we know Sinwar was never going to change his mind on, his view to totally eradicate the Israeli state. So the fact that he is no longer sitting, euphemistically behind the desk of Hamas is a positive. It has to have some salient benefit. The downside is, who knows what's happened to the leadership at this stage of Hamas? Who are we dealing with and how? We always knew that it was difficult to find who was even in custody of these hostages. They were held by different factions throughout the Gaza Strip. And so I don't think it's going to immediately fix all those challenges, but I do think we've cut the head of the snake off, and now we see what happens with the rest of the leadership in Hamas that's left.
It's an opportunity for better or worse, Laura, for Kamala Harris. I don't know if we're going to hear from Joe Biden later today. I keep looking for a statement from the White House. I suspect something will be forthcoming, if not only from the Pentagon. What does the vice president do if this is, in fact, now confirmed in the next 24 hours?
I think you press forward and show progress. I mean, this is progress in moving into the direction of a positive solution of that two-state solution. You cannot have the Hamas leadership, sort of there and present, the architect of terror to the point where they would invade Israel. This is not a group that is going to be easily negotiated with. I think that, however, looking at the situation on the ground with the Palestinians, you see that politically you need to develop that leadership. So it's wildly complicated, and what Kamala Harris has to do is to make it understandable so the American people can see the interest and the through line in that foreign policy. That is her job, to show how will she continue the progress made in the Middle East as she navigates it, and it will be one of the toughest decisions for whoever is president next.
Looking at oil prices here, Rick, the market hasn't blinked an eye. WTI crude is literally flat, $70.38, and we have seen some increase recently. In fact, we've come off of our highs based on worries that Israel and Iran could get into a significant exchange here. Does this make that less likely?
It's hard to tell what Israel wants to accomplish with this retaliatory strike. Obviously, I would think the number one thing is to do whatever it takes to convince Iran that striking the Israeli homeland is a fool's errand. So whether that's on civilian or military targets, it's hard to tell. I think Israel has said in the past that they focus on military targets, and that would not, I assume, include the oil infrastructure. But this today occurrences with Sinwar and the Houthis is two big blows to the Iranians, and I think the third is about to come in the form of Israeli retaliation. And so we'll see what impact that has, but my guess is it's all related.
Israel is confirming now, if you're just joining us on Bloomberg, that it in fact has killed the leader of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar, the architect of the attack on October 7th, triggering, of course, what has been more than a year-long war in Gaza. This has been developing for just a couple of hours now, confirmed this hour by Israel, and a red headline crossing the terminal. We've got eyes on, of course, a statement from the White House that could be forthcoming, and we do expect to hear from Benjamin Netanyahu, as I mentioned, a little more than a half an hour from now. We're going to bring you the Prime Minister's remarks live and unfiltered from Israel, assuming he does get to this on time. Coming up in our next hour as well, we're going to have much more with our panel, and big thanks as always to Rick Davis for being with us, joined today by Laura Fink. Our panel will have more on the political reaction to this in our next hour. We're going to be joined as well by Larry Sabato from Sabato's Crystal Ball at the University of Virginia. His take on the impact that this could have on the campaign trail, and a conversation as well with Jane Harman as we consider the geopolitical implications here. This is a very important development and a story that we've been following for more than a year. Chair of the National Defense Strategy Commission, Jane Harman, the former Congresswoman, former chair of the Intel Committee, will be with us as well. And what has turned out to be a very important day in political and geopolitical developments here and around the world. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Do stay with us here as we welcome our global television audience to the conversation coming up in hour 2. This is Bloomberg.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Israel says it has killed the leader of Hamas. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as Israel's foreign minister confirms the death of Yahya Sinwar during an operation in Gaza. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. Thank you for being with us on the Thursday edition of Balance of Power. Kaylee, we expect to hear from Benjamin Netanyahu on this before the hour is out.
Yeah, we do expect to hear from the Israeli prime minister already. We have gotten a statement from the foreign ministry and from the Israeli Defense Forces confirming that, as Joe said, Yahya Sinwar, to use their language, has been eliminated. And in part of the statement originally released by the foreign ministry, they called him master murderer who was responsible for October 7th. And to quote this statement, the elimination of Sinwar creates a possibility for the immediate release of the abductees and to bring about a change that will lead to a new reality in Gaza. And that is the question from here, Joe. What is that new reality?
Well, that's right. When you cut the head off the snake, as they say, it's difficult to know who is speaking for Hamas at this time, what this means for a possible ceasefire, the release of those hostages, and what we might hear from Benjamin Netanyahu, whether he declares victory over Hamas. Kaylee, there are, of course, important political implications, which is typically our charge on this program, and we'll be exploring them later on with Larry Sabato and our political panel.
And we'll get the latest from on the ground in Israel with Bloomberg's Dan Williams in just a moment. But first, let's begin with a check on the markets. Charlie Pellet has a look from New York.
Thank you very much, Kaylee Lyons. We've got stocks at a record. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. The S&P right now at 5863, up 21 points, a gain of 0.4%. The Dow also advancing. Another record there, up 197 points, now up by about 0.5%, while NASDAQ is up 99 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a gain now of 0.5%. 10-year 4.09%, the 2-year 3.98%, gold up 0.7%, 26.92 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude seeing a retreat down 0.2%, 70.25 for a barrel of WTI. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing is raising its target for 2024 revenue growth after quarterly results beat estimates. We do have Taiwan Semi surging now by 11.5%. Other chip makers also advancing. NVIDIA today up now by roughly 2.3%. Again, recapping, stocks are rallying. S&P and the Dow at a record. S&P right now up by 0.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. And once again, your hosts, here they are, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much with the latest on trading from New York. We're continuing to follow breaking news here on Bloomberg TV and radio as Israel has confirmed that it has eliminated the head of Hamas, the architect, they say, of the October 7th attack on Israel from last year. Yahya Sinwar has been killed by the Israeli Defense Forces along with 2 others. We're awaiting a press conference, a news conference from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, where we could expect, Joe, to hear more details, not just on how exactly the Israeli military was able to do this, but what is going to happen next now that another leader of an Iranian proxy has been killed by Israel.
It is pretty remarkable, Kaylee, considering the number of operations, precision strikes that we've seen conducted by the IDF in Gaza over the last year plus. Nick Wadhams, who runs our national security coverage here in Washington, was implying a bit earlier that this may not have, in fact, been a direct attack intended to find Yahya Sinwar, that they were targeting other Hamas leaders, and only discovered after the fact that they had, in fact, reached the top of the chain here, with big questions on what we're going to hear ahead from Benjamin Netanyahu. We bring you live to Israel right now. Bloomberg reporter Dan Williams is in Jerusalem with the very latest. And Dan, it's great to have you back with us here on Balance of Power. What will we hear from the Prime Minister later this hour?
I imagine he will formally announce the death of Yahya Sinwar. He may make some sort of overture to what remains of Hamas leadership in Gaza, given that they still hold 101 hostages that Israel is hoping to recover. And obviously there will be some concern now that Hamas has been decapitated and the man who literally had the last say on the fate of those hostages is dead, that they may be lost, they may be at greater risk, or indeed this may be an opportunity for some kind of breakthrough in a negotiated hostage release. He may also give some operational details. You noted that the picture is a bit unclear. What we're hearing so far is that this killing, this decapitation of Hamas was really a function of happenstance. Apparently, a group of trainee tank commanders who were seconded from their training base to the Gaza offensive spotted a number of gunmen in a building in the south of Gaza yesterday, opened fire, and this morning when they returned on foot to scour the ruins and see who was there, they found what appeared to them to be Sinwar from a basic physical match. Apparently another of the bodies belonged to a battalion commander from Hamas who was known to have effectively been Sinwar's military secretary. So they added those findings together. There are photographs of his teeth that were matched to dental records, apparently fingerprints, DNA tests, and in recent minutes, the word has come through officially that indeed it is Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas in Gaza, the overall leader of Hamas, is dead.
Well, so what happens next within the ranks of Hamas, Dan? As the Israeli Foreign Ministry in its statement pointed out that his death creates a possibility for what they say is an immediate release of the abductees that were taken on October 7th. Who would it be negotiating that on behalf of Hamas now?
That's an excellent question. It's unclear. Netanyahu may shed some light on that question. I think what's clear is Israel, which set out at the beginning of this war, a war that's now more than a year old, its core aim of destroying, demolishing Hamas, eradicating it as a military threat, as a governing force, that still holds. So I don't think Israel is looking for a successful succession within Hamas Gaza or even Hamas abroad. I think what they're looking for is members of Hamas that are willing to step away from the organization, maybe cut a deal for their own survival, perhaps some kind of reward, and deliver those hostages, as many of them alive as possible. So there will be a big question about succession. Hamas has not formally confirmed yet Sinwar's death. That could just be a function of logistics, because Israel's had possession of his body since he was killed. Hamas may simply not have a way of corroborating his death themselves. They may also be conferring as much as possible about succession. I think it's worth noting that if they choose someone from within Gaza, and Sinwar was very much a Gaza figure, then that will allow them to keep portraying themselves as resisting the Hamas offensive, surviving despite this really crushing offensive in Gaza, at least for the time being. But that successor will be living on borrowed time and on the run without much of a public profile at all. If they choose a leader, a replacement from outside Gaza, say one based in Qatar or Turkey, for example, or Lebanon, then that man may have survivability, but it would really seem to be now an organization in exile rather than an organization that actually had its own mini-state in Gaza for something like 17, 18 years.
Wow, that's an important characterization, Dan. In that case, should we anticipate any response from Hamas? And what would be the reaction in Gaza and on the streets of Tehran to this headline?
I think there'll be shock, but I think that given you alluded to Tehran, Hamas, this began as a Gaza war, but it really is a region-wide war between Israel and an Iranian axis, including even Iran itself. Keep in mind that over 2 weeks ago, Iran fired some 200 ballistic missiles at Israel. We're still waiting for Israel's retaliation and for Iran's retaliation for the retaliation, which would really open up a new front, a long-distance front in this multi-front war. So the Iranian reaction will be of great interest, but I imagine they're still taking aboard the fact that Israel just a few weeks ago decapitated Hezbollah with a killing in Beirut of the Hezbollah leader, Hassan Nasrallah. So really, this has been a cascade of decapitations. I think it would be fair to say that militarily, in terms of leadership, organizationally, the Iranian access, these various proxies on Israel's border are really on the ropes, and they may be weighing their actions and even their words very, very carefully. Hamas and Gaza will want to react, but I don't think they have the ability militarily. Just a few days ago, the region, Israel, the world marked the first anniversary of the October 7th Hamas attack, which began this war. Back on October 7th, 2023, they fired between 3,000 and 4,000 rockets to really sandbag Israel as they sent over fighters to carry out a mass killing and abduction campaign. On the anniversary, they wanted to show that they were still there, but they fired something like 14 rockets. So 14 compared to 4,000 rockets a year prior gives you a pretty good idea of where Hamas stands militarily nowadays. And Hezbollah is keeping up its fire from Lebanon, but that has also been reduced by Israeli precision strikes. So I'm not sure militarily they're in a position to escalate. I think they'll be weighing strategy very carefully. And indeed, there may be elements of Hamas in Gaza that decide it's time to cut a deal. It's time to survive, maybe accept exile and life in exile rather than death in Gaza. And if the cost is releasing, returning some or all of those hostages, that may be an appealing prospect for some of them.
Well, Dan, as you suggest, Hamas is very much depleted militarily, now just having its most senior leader killed. How much closer does this bring Israel to its stated objective of the elimination of Hamas in Gaza?
It brings it much closer, although we have been observing, and indeed the Biden administration has been very troubled by what appears to be a renewed and effectively punishing Israeli offensive in North Gaza, 3 districts outside Gaza City, that have really exacerbated the humanitarian situation there. Israel says it was forced to move in again, and I think it is maybe the 3rd or the 4th time on the ground because it had to crush an attempt by Hamas to regroup. Indeed, they said earlier this morning that they managed with an airstrike to kill a large number of Islamic Jihad and Hamas militants who were meeting in a former school in that area. The Palestinian authorities say that the dead there were civilians. So according to Israel itself, and certainly according to Hamas, Hamas is not out for the count. It's still trying to regroup. But I think everyone would agree it's really an insurgency. And I don't doubt at all that this death, once it's taken aboard by Hamas and by the rest of the Iranian axis in the region, will have a demoralizing effect. I think they will be looking for successors, if not on a grand political level, at least people who can continue commanding what remains of Hamas forces on the ground. It'll be none of the same scale, and it may even, in spirit, embolden those Palestinians in Gaza who are opposed to Hamas and potentially are willing to take up the mantle in a post-Hamas, post-war Gaza.
All right, Bloomberg's Dan Williams reporting live for us from Israel on this news that the leader of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar, has been killed by the Israeli military. Thank you so much. And I would reiterate, we are awaiting a news conference from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that is set to begin this hour. We will bring you news from that, as well as from a U.S. State Department briefing that is set to begin in just a few minutes. But of course, we need to consider that this is happening against the backdrop of a presidential election just weeks away here in the U.S. So we do want to examine the political implications of events abroad here at home and turn now to Larry Sabato, director at the UVA Center for Politics. Larry, we do want to talk to you about the state of the presidential race overall, but we could look specifically at one state like Michigan, where there was a big protest vote against Biden during the primary cycle over protest of Israel's conduct in the war in Gaza and this administration's conduct as a result. How is a development like this one likely to impact some of those key demographics in a state like Michigan, Muslim and Arab American voters?
If this leads to peace or some kind of ceasefire, or it looks like we're even moving in that direction, it would probably help Harris. Of course, you also have to consider that Prime Minister Netanyahu does not really want to help Harris. Quite the opposite. While he's had his tussles with Donald Trump, he seems to favor Donald Trump. That certainly has been suggested by the reporting in the Middle East itself. So I'm not sure he wants to do anything to help Harris. Maybe events will take over and they will help her anyway. But it's not been an easy fall for the Democrats, that's for sure.
Well, that's for sure, indeed. And I wonder to what extent the Democratic nominee should seize this opportunity, if it is one, Larry, when it comes to messaging. We're going to hear from Benjamin Netanyahu first, it looks like, but when it comes to a statement out of the White House or the vice president's office, or even hearing from Kamala Harris on the campaign trail, how does she position herself with this development in Israel?
She needs to break with Joe Biden. It's just that simple. Yes, she was Joe Biden's vice president. I think, well, I'll tell you in a second, everybody knows vice presidents don't make the decisions. They may be in the room, they may toss in a thought or two, but it's the president who decides the direction. At this point, I think she would be very wise to say that while we continue to support Israel, and we would in a Harris administration, she believes that the policy needs to be more balanced, and that the attacks on civilians in the Middle East and Gaza and Lebanon and elsewhere have to at least not have the full support of the United States. I don't know that there's anything in particular that would pressure Prime Minister Netanyahu. She needs to break with him, just like Hubert Humphrey broke with Lyndon Johnson in October of 1968 about the Vietnam War. It brought him from way back to finishing just a smidgen below Richard Nixon on Election Day.
Well, as we consider a break with President Biden, Larry, we did see Kamala Harris in an interview on Fox last night saying her presidency would not be a continuation of Joe Biden's presidency. But I would reiterate there, that was an interview
on Fox, perhaps trying to woo some Republicans who are reluctant to vote for Donald Trump. At this stage in the race, with just weeks to go, how successful can either candidate be at changing minds at this point?
And not very, because the minds that are not mostly made up, to be blunt about it, are not people that are cross-pressured and evenly divided between the two candidates for the most part, not every case, but for the most part, they're people who don't follow politics very closely. How could anyone not have an opinion, at least about Donald Trump, after 9 years in which he was in our living rooms every single day doing controversial things? I mean, really. So a lot of them won't vote. And that's the amusing part of this. People keep focusing, and the press keeps focusing on the wrong element. It isn't the, quote, undecided, because there aren't many. It's about motivation and enthusiasm. How many of both sides turn up? That's what we need to look at.
Kamala Harris made it clear in her conversation on Fox News that, in fact, she would not be a continuation of the Biden White House. That has been the takeaway here, as we've been discussing on Balance of Power from this conversation that has happened at last. I just wonder, Larry, to what extent these attempts to speak to certain narrow demographics, whether it's black men for Kamala Harris or suburban women for Donald Trump, matter when we're this close to the election and the slice of undecided voters is so thin.
It probably doesn't matter very much. I mean, you have to have something to cover every day, right? You got a lot of hours to fill. Newspapers have a lot of space to fill, no longer on paper, but at least online. So you focus on the little controversies and the little issues and the little ideas that come forth from polling, suggesting this group is available or that group is available. But the truth is not much is going to change unless there's a big October surprise. Now, the Middle East counts. That would be a big October surprise. October surprises have affected the results of presidential elections in the last 50 years, several times. And we've had more October surprises that haven't affected the results. But you look for those things. And it's at the end when people really pay attention, even the people who haven't paid the slightest attention up to now.
Larry, we just have a minute left, but barring an October surprise, if you had to call this thing right now, who do you think wins?
Oh, I wouldn't call it. I'm not going to help you out there. I'm sorry. You're going to have to fill that minute with something else. I'm not
well, is it unique to this cycle, how difficult it is? Is it unique to this cycle? Would you have felt more comfortable in 2020 or 2016?
Well, the obvious answer is yes, particularly, we got it right in 2020 and wrong in 2016. So I would have felt very comfortable in 2020. But the truth is, having just told you, there could be an October surprise that could rearrange the 1 or 2%. That's all you have to switch, 1 or 2% to one side or the other. I'm going to wait for the surprises. And if they don't come, I'll just buy myself an extra birthday gift. I don't know.
She had to try. She had to, Larry. Absolutely. I love that. Larry Sabato, great to see you from, of course, the University of Virginia Center for Politics. I'm Joe Matthew. She is Kaylee Lyons. We have a lot more ahead, and we'll bring our signature panel into the conversation next. This is Bloomberg.
121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ pushing higher right now. S&P 500 index at a record 58.63, higher by 20 points, up by about 0.4%. Dow Industrials also at a record up 190, up 0.4%. NASDAQ up 102. That is a gain of 0.6%. Treasury yields climbed as this morning's retail sales numbers fanned doubts about how quickly the central bank will ease policy. 10-year at 4.09% with the 2-year 3.98%. Spot gold now up 0.7%, up $17 the ounce to $26.91, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil is down 0.3%, $70.21 for a barrel of WTI. After the close of trading, going to be all about Netflix when it reports third quarter results. Investors are expecting growth in advertising revenue and other initiatives like a crackdown on password sharing to contribute to double-digit gains in sales and profit. Ahead of its report, Netflix shares trading lower right now, down 0.7%. Recapping, we've got the S&P 500 index at a record up 19, up 0.3%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcast. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Back we go to Washington once again. Your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington. Welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, where we are following the breaking news abroad as Israel shares that the leader of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar, has been killed by the Israeli military. This, of course, Joe, is just the latest in what have been a series of high-profile takeouts by the Israeli military of not just senior leadership of Hamas, but Hezbollah in Lebanon as well. And it raises the question of, is Israel getting closer to its stated objectives, as we've continually seen allies like the U.S. pushing for a pause in the fight?
Well, it's important to note that this also comes just hours after some strikes by the U.S., by the way, in Yemen. They sent a B-2 bomber halfway around the world to drop bunker-busting bombs on underground weapons stashes that the Houthi rebels had placed in Yemen. Some are thinking that this was a projection of power, Kaylee, and a message to Tehran that we do have the technology and the ability to strike things that are far underground. That's the only airplane that we have that can carry a bomb of that size and weight. And when we consider the prospect of Tehran continuing to develop its nuclear facility in these underground bunkers, this is something that is also part of the picture today.
Well, yeah, it's important to consider the role of Iran here. These are its proxies that are being diminished. And it begs the question of what kind of response, if any, could arise from Iran itself to these, knowing that their attempted missile strike against Israel earlier this month was largely thwarted, as was the case back in April.
So we have Hamas, we have the Houthis, we have Hezbollah, all proxies working on behalf of Iran here. And as we assemble our political panel, we wonder what we might hear from Benjamin Netanyahu later this hour and what we will hear likely later today from the White House, and what appears to be a major point of progress here in the campaign against Hamas. Our panel is with us now. Rick Davis, Republican strategist, partner at Stone Court Capital, and Bloomberg Politics contributor, joined by Laura Fink, founder, CEO of Rebel Communications, Democratic strategist. Rick, is this an opportunity for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to in some way declare victory with roughly 2 weeks to the election?
You know, I think that certainly it can sort of embellish on their support of Israel, kind of create a little insulation around that support that they may not have had a month ago. Remember, it was only last spring that we were seeing protest movements all over the country in support of the Palestinians. We've come a long way since then. So I wouldn't call it a victory lap as much as a ratification that the policy that they've been pursuing is showing fruit. And look, I mean, arguably, the U.S. and Israel have done an amazing job of hemming in Iran to the point where they have very dysfunctional organizations now in Yemen and in Gaza and in Lebanon, wherein before they were terrorizing the entire region through these groups. So amazing progress for everybody in the region, but also a big win for the people of Israel. And they certainly deserve it. They've been through hell for the last year, and maybe this will start putting them on a road to recovery.
Does this also deliver a big win to Kamala Harris, Laura. It was just last night we saw her sitting down with Fox being questioned about the threat of Iran, suggestions that this administration had been too soft on Iran. And in response, Harris said, look, I've been in the Situation Room. I was sitting there for hours when Iran launched those missiles toward Israel weeks ago. To what extent is that a strength here to be the incumbent vice president when this kind of news hits the wire?
The timing obviously allows her to lean into something that she's been talking about on the campaign trail, which is her strength versus what she's calling Donald Trump's weakness. And so I think it's a validating point that she can capitalize on in terms of being able to showcase her knowledge and understanding of foreign policy, of military assets, of understanding how to engage both diplomatically and militarily in the wider region. It creates a moment for her to show that she was in the Situation Room, that she has been there for tough calls, and also to articulate the path forward as it would look as she was if she was president. I think for Donald Trump, it will depend on how he responds. You know, his sort of elliptical and strongman responses may or may not be effective here, but I think it introduces a new dynamic, a new subject matter into the conversation with just 3 weeks to go. So that is certainly something that each campaign is going to have to contend with.
Laura, I want to bring you back to the interview that Kamala Harris did last evening on Fox News. She was talking to Bret Baier and had an important point to make that seems to be driving the takeaway from this interview. Let's listen.
Let me be very clear. My presidency will not be a continuation of Joe Biden's presidency. And like every new president that comes in to office, I will bring my life experiences, my professional experiences, and fresh and new ideas. I represent a new generation of leadership. I invite ideas, whether it be from the Republicans, the business sector, and others who can contribute to the decisions that I make.
Laura, how important is that point as part of Kamala Harris's closing argument that she is not going to be another Joe Biden term?
I think it's critical. And I think in particular, she's appealing to Republican women and conservative-leaning women here on Fox News, doubles, and the words of warning from former General Mark Milley on the dangers of a next Trump presidency. This security piece is something that may bring voters who may not share her ideology over to her side because they don't want to witness the chaos. So I think it helps her make her closing argument. I thought she was very artful in going into the lion's den of Fox and being able to handle a hard-hitting interview. I know what it's like having been on Fox as a progressive when the host is coming at you with tough questions. She showed a real steely resolve in that capacity. That's going to be important because we know the margins are so narrow, and pulling people off of the sidelines or persuading them that you know, even though you may not share every ideological point, that there really is a sense of urgency for your vote. So she's out there earning those votes. I think tactically it's a good move on her part in her campaigns.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has now started speaking in the aftermath of Israel confirming the death of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar. In part, Netanyahu is saying, while the score has been settled with Sinwar, he says the mission is not yet over, that his death is an important landmark in this attempt of Israel to get rid of Hamas rule. But again, the mission is not yet over. He says we will continue with full force until all hostages are recovered. Maybe that isn't exactly what the Biden administration would hope to hear from Netanyahu at this point, Rick.
Yeah, I'm not sure I disagree with that in the sense that, look, for the Biden administration, they want a ceasefire. They want no more killing in the Gaza region so that they can sort of turn the page on this and leave it up to Israel as to how to sort of clean up afterwards. But that's not going to happen, right? I mean, the reality is that Netanyahu is on a mission to secure the borders of Israel, both in the south in Gaza and in the north in Lebanon. And that is the reason he's still in office, is because he's prosecuting that war and that the people of Israel support the fact that they need that level of security. So in this case, all politics is local. it's a lot more to do with Bibi Netanyahu and politics in Israel than it does in the United States. And frankly, as a good partner to Israel, we ought to have patience. It's not going to have any resounding effect at this stage that anybody can tell on the political campaigns in the United States. And so I think being a good partner, as we have been up until this point in time, will continue until at which point in time you can get the hostages back, which will then result in a ceasefire, not before.
We're just keeping tabs on where Kamala Harris is today. Rick and Laura, she's in Wisconsin and moving through Milwaukee and, in fact, facing some Israeli protesters. What should be her message? She's got several events today, Laura, to progressive Democrats in Wisconsin, a state that she needs to win to be the next president of the United States, knowing that Joe Biden faced enormous pushback in the Midwest. Kaylee was referring to this earlier. She actually is going to have an audience there today. What should she say?
She has to acknowledge the two dual priorities, the need for security in Israel, the need to return the hostages to their families and recover the hostages, and then also to ensure and to do, your level best to mitigate the damage and to protect the innocent Palestinian people in the process. I think she also has to talk in a broader way about regional security, about the isolation of Iran, about the elimination of the
Laura, we're having a little trouble with your connection.
We are right now.
Thank you, Laura. I'm sorry. Rick, just in our remaining moment here, if you were advising Kamala Harris, would you acknowledge this headline today or continue with the message you were planning to deliver this morning?
I love being in the moment. As a campaign, you want to be relevant to what people are reading today. And I think it's a way to brandish a national security credential that she's been working on and talked a lot about on the Fox News show. So the reality is she should recognize it. She should celebrate the death of this barbarian who has American blood on his hands. And then, consistently say that they're fighting for, their administration's fighting for a ceasefire and trying to get these hostages back. And I think that's a very appropriate message for the vice president, even beyond being candidate for president.
All right, Rick Davis and Laura Fink, our political panel today, thank you so much for being with us as we all digest the political and geopolitical implications of this news. The death of Yahya Sinwar, which Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, according to remarks he just made, says does not mean that the war is over. He says the mission is not yet over and that it should be obvious why Israel insisted on not ending the war now that Sinwar has been killed. So as we await more from the Israeli Prime Minister, we want to turn to someone on the ground in Israel. Bloomberg's Galit Alstein is joining us now. So, Galit, I guess this in some way does answer at least a few of our questions in regard to what comes next here. While this is a win for Israel in some sense, it doesn't seem the Netanyahu government is ready to declare total victory here.
Yes. So I will just say in terms of what is going on the ground here, that just earlier this evening, the IDF and Israeli Shin Bet have confirmed officially that after a year-long pursuit, yesterday, in fact, IDF soldiers from the Southern Command eliminated Yahya Sinwar in Gaza, the leader of Hamas, in an operation in the southern part of the Gaza Strip. This was not, by the way, a targeted killing. This was an operation that was taking place based on intelligence that indicated that some senior members of Hamas were on site, and then only after this operation was over, they started scanning the scene and trying to identify the bodies, and then they realized that Yahya Sinwar was one of the people who was actually killed there. So that's, in a nutshell, what we know about the operation. Now, as for the implications, I would say this. Benjamin Netanyahu and his cabinet posted several I would say, goals for this war with Hamas in Gaza. One of them was to take down Hamas as a military operation. That has been completed to a very large extent at this point, including the killing of Yahya Sinwar. The second goal is to eliminate Hamas as a governing entity in Gaza. That has not been done yet. And the third was to release all the hostages that are being held in Gaza. That is in reference to what you said at the beginning of our conversation. And that is what Netanyahu is talking about when he says that we will not drop our weapons until all the goals of this war are achieved, and that includes returning the Israeli hostages from Gaza. And he's sending a message to the people of Gaza, telling them, anyone who drops the weapons now and lets your hostages go, and lets your hostages come back home, we will let them get out of Gaza and stay alive.
Galit, I'm curious to know where you are, if you can let us know if you're in Tel Aviv or Jerusalem, and what the reaction has been on the streets in Israel.
Sure. So I'm in Tel Aviv, for starters, and I've actually been doing, it's a public holiday in Israel. It's a long weekend. It's a holiday that started yesterday. So this kind of caught everyone in Israel during the holiday. I personally have been doing a lot of reporting over the past few hours and haven't been out on the streets. From what I'm hearing on Israeli media, people are, I would say, seeing this elimination of Yahya Sinwar is a great victory for Israel. Some people are expressing happiness. They feel that justice has been done. I'm even seeing, some reports of people handing out candy on the streets in some places, which is a sign of triumph and happiness here in the Middle East. So that's the reaction that we've been getting. But I would say, bottom line, most people here, I would say, this evening feel that justice has been done.
It also raises the question of how the residents of Gaza may feel in light of this news. We understand part of what Netanyahu is saying in his remarks is addressing the residents of Gaza directly, saying, Sinwar ruined your lives, going on to say his elimination is an important landmark in the sunset of Hamas's government of inquiry, says Hamas will no longer rule in Gaza. This is the beginning of the day after Hamas, and it is an opportunity for you, residents of Gaza, to emancipate yourselves finally from its tyranny. Do we have a sense, Galit, of what this is likely to do to support for Hamas among the Palestinian people? Is this actually something that could create a rallying, a galvanizing of those individuals rather than what Netanyahu is trying to suggest here?
Yes, I think so. I mean, a lot, remains to be seen. But I would say that first of all, one interesting question regarding what you just asked is who Hamas will choose, because Hamas, Yahya Sinwar was recently appointed to be the leader of Hamas after Ismail Haniyeh was taken down in Iran, in Tehran. Israel has been blamed for that. It hasn't officially taken responsibility for that killing. But in any case, Yahya Sinwar was appointed to be the leader to replace Haniyeh after he was taken down. So now Hamas finds itself in a position where they have to appoint a new leader. And it's interesting to see whether they will choose someone, for example, from Gaza, someone local from Gaza, who will spend the first days and weeks and maybe months of his leadership underground trying to escape from Israel, who will obviously try to take him down, as it did all other Hamas leaders in Gaza recently. And then they can also pick someone else, who is outside of Gaza and can probably have a more elevated public profile and can probably be more, I would say, significant, in what he says and does. And we still don't know how all this will impact Hamas's ability to govern in Gaza. So that really remains to be seen. And I guess what Netanyahu means and what he's saying is quite literally, maybe he is expecting some of the Gazans who are holding the Israeli hostages in Gaza to just turn them in return, for their safety, for the ability to leave Gaza. And I guess, that's the big question now, whether it will speed up the end of war, whether it will speed up negotiations with Hamas outside of Gaza, with Hamas leadership outside of Gaza, and bring on quickly a ceasefire deal that will involve the return of the Israeli hostages home, or whether, quite contrarily, it can maybe slow things down right now until a new leadership is appointed and until they're able to talk to the negotiators, to Israel, the U.S., Qatar, and everyone who's been involved in these negotiations. So these are things that are, the big questions today, and they still remain to be seen to a large extent.
Bloomberg's Galit Altstein. Thank you so much, Galit, for taking time out this evening in Tel Aviv. This is live coverage on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington here on Balance of Power. We've been showing you images, for those of you with us on Bloomberg TV and on YouTube, of Benjamin Netanyahu delivering a message by video right now to the people of Israel. He's speaking in Hebrew and did say earlier he would like to salute all of the GSS, the IDF. There is no better than them, he said. It is now more clear than ever before that good will prevail over evil. The war has not ended yet, Benjamin Netanyahu says. It is hard, and we have paid heavy prices. This is a story that started developing, Kaylee, just a couple of hours ago here, confirmed within the last hour. If you're just joining us, Israel now confirming the death of Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas, in an operation that took place earlier in Gaza. It's a pleasure to bring in the voice of Jane Harman now, of course, former Congresswoman, former chair of the Intelligence Committee, now chair of the National Defense Strategy Commission. She was former ranking member of House Intelligence and has been exposed to this story for many years. Jane, welcome back. It's good to see you. The significance of this development today.
Me too. Huge, absolutely huge, and an opportunity to reset the table and move in a better direction. Let me say a couple things first. Number one, Sinwar will not be missed except by the radical Hamas fighters, and let us hope that the absence of him will create disarray among them. That's one. Number two, the IDF did a masterful job. It is important that this was a routine, so I understand, patrol of a tunnel, and they randomly ran into Sinwar, fortunately not surrounded by hostages. I had been afraid that the final act here would be Sinwar blowing himself up with the hostages around him. So there is the opportunity, if they are still alive, to get the hostages back. And what I'd like to suggest here is that the Sunni Arab countries weigh in and help suggest a path forward. There is one that has been put on the table by the Biden administration, which is a ceasefire, return of the hostages, and a plan, and not just that. A plan to move toward two states. And I think if the neighborhood embraces that, it's crucially important for two reasons. One, I think it's the best path to guarantee Israel's security. But number two, it will also hold Iran in check. And I'm still very worried about Iran funding proxies. And I worry that Hezbollah is still attacking Israel, as hard as that is to believe. And one more point. The U.S. Did some bombing against the Houthis, I think today. And that tells me that we cannot pivot out of the region. Our leadership is more needed than ever.
Yep, sent those B-2s the Houthis' way. Jane, just to reiterate for our audience here on Bloomberg TV and radio, while the Prime Minister did speak in Hebrew, we've gotten some translation of his remarks, including what he said about the hostages still being held. He said, "I call on all those holding our captives. We will allow any of you who lays down his gun and returns our hostages to come out and live." He says, by the same token, I say the blood of anyone who harms our hostages is forfeit. We will settle the score with him. Jane, as you just expressed there, still concern about these proxies, about Iran itself. Are you worried that Israel, through its moves, not just today, but in over the course of the last several weeks and months, may have made the situation for the hostages, the situation itself, just more dangerous rather than safer? Are we sure this is necessarily going to have a positive effect?
Well, first of all, it's the first time I'm hearing about what Netanyahu said about if you surrender and lay down your arms, we'll give you safe passage, or that's what I'm hearing. And that may be a path to get the hostages back. Let's understand there are still American hostages, too, in harm's way, and this has been a full year in dire conditions. So we desperately need that peace, and I applaud the Prime Minister for suggesting that. What about more radicalized populations? I think that's what you're asking me. Can this really be over? I don't know the answer to that, but I think it cannot be over if all that happens is constant attacks, both in Gaza and in Lebanon. There is an opportunity here for the entire neighborhood. Remember, this was started by the Trump administration with the Abraham Accords, for the neighborhood to come together, work with Israel on two things. One is a positive relationship, and the second is a path to two states. If this happens, that's a huge buffer to Iran, which continues to empower all these proxy groups around the neighborhood, some of which are harming the U.S. Take the Houthis and U.S. ships, and we have bases throughout the neighborhood. We must stay. We must offer leadership. I don't think this should be a bipartisan moment in America. I think we should all salute this victory by the IDF and also embrace the notion that this is really an opportunity for a security deal that will help everyone and prevent Iran from causing more damage in the region.
You mentioned the neighborhood, Jane. With all of that said, we've learned that President Biden has been briefed on these developments on Air Force One on his way to Germany. To what extent will Sinwar's death color his talks with our European allies?
Well, I think, I'm guessing, I don't know, he hasn't landed yet, that he will applaud the IDF. It was the Biden idea, building on the Trump idea for Saudi Arabia to take the lead in building an arrangement with Israel. Most people think that Hamas attacked when it did because Israel was in some internal disarray, but also because they wanted to blow up that deal. So I think he should be positive about this. I also think it's great that he's going to Europe and hopefully with NATO to help Zelensky at a time of dire need win this war against Russian aggression. Now is the time, before the snow comes, for Israel to provide the aid, for NATO to provide the aid it has promised, and kudos to NATO, and for the U.S. to continue stepping up. And if we can do that, I do see an opportunity for some sort, and everyone's calling for this, some sort of negotiated end to this war, negotiated by Zelensky, not by us, and for a path to NATO membership. It's crucial that once this war ends, that there be a clear path to NATO membership for Ukraine, which is the best buffer for Europe and us against Russian aggression spreading further.
Well, Jane, I guess it becomes a question of timing. As we consider President Biden here in his final months in office, is it likely we are going to see a resolution to either of these conflicts, or at least material steps toward that resolution while he's still president of the United States?
I hope so. And I don't only say that because I would like Biden's legacy to be solid, and I would like it to be solid, but also because United States leadership is so crucial in both contexts. And I would like him, when he leaves, and I would say this about any president, to set the table for the next president, whoever that is, to show that U.S. leadership in a very different world, not the liberal world order that I've grown up under, but a new revived world order where partners and allies play a crucial role and the global South is included. That world order, I think, needs a fair resolution of the Ukraine matter and a pushback against unprovoked Russian aggression, and a security deal for Israel where there are two states in the region with mutual agreements so that both sides live in peace, and Israel and the Sunni neighborhood together push against Iranian aggression. And just maybe, let's be a little hopeful here, Iran understands that it has to change its course and live peaceful in the region. The alternative is horrible, just simply horrible, and more death and destruction serves no good cause.
Jane, the press pool traveling today with Vice President Harris, who's holding campaign events in Wisconsin, is letting us know that she's going to be making a statement on this. She will speak from Milwaukee on the situation today in Israel. Does she need to say something different than Joe Biden?
Well, I hope that she will commend IDF and Israel for an important victory. The Biden policy, which I've just talked about, is one that I fully embrace, and I think she does, which is this Saudi deal, where the region buys into a security path for everyone. But I do think she has to applaud what has just happened, and I hope former President Trump does too. I don't think partisanship is necessary here. I think U.S. leadership is necessary here.
Well, as we're discussing the presidential election and these two conflicts happening in the background with two adversaries, there's the question of Iran's physical threat that it poses to Israel or to U.S. Interests in the Middle East, the question of Russia and the threat it poses to Ukraine. Obviously, there's also the question of the influence these two powers could have on the election. How concerned are you about that? Just weeks to go until Election Day, Jane, attempts to disrupt the American democratic process.
Well, I'm very concerned about it. First of all, there are attempts inside America to disrupt the process, which concern me. But there is malign influence, no question. Our intelligence community has publicly stated this by Russia, China, Iran in our current election. I'm not sure about North Korea, but that four-way alliance of grievance or whatever you want to call it is very disturbing. And this Commission on National Defense Strategy that I just chaired cites that as a reason why the world is as or more dangerous than it has been since World War II, and why U.S. leadership is so necessary. So I'm very concerned, and I think more will happen. What I would like to happen, and there are bipartisan groups out there, I belong to a couple of them, trying to make this case to voters. I'd like voters to understand whether the information they're hearing, the material they're reading, is accurate or not, because obviously we would like this to be a fair and free election, and we would like as many people as possible to participate, however they choose to vote.
You mentioned the airstrikes in the last 24 hours that the U.S. conducted in Yemen, Jane. Awfully important when you consider the potential for another back and forth between Israel and Iran. We dropped some heavy ordnance to destroy underground facilities there to send a message, presumably a projection of power to let Iran know what we're capable of here. Will that help to put guardrails around whatever Iran does next?
Well, I hope so. Let's understand that these proxy groups of Iran are hugely capable. No one thought Hamas, it was a failure of imagination that Hamas could do what it did on October 7th of last year. No one thought that Hezbollah was as capable as it has turned out to be, that these missiles and rockets hidden in basements at the border would be as destructive as they have been over a very long period. And no one thought the Houthis would be this capable. Iran is claiming it's not giving direction to these groups, but it helped to arm them, and it helped to feed their radical ideology, calling for the destruction of Israel. No one should miss that. The threats to Israel are real. Israel's right to defend itself is real. But what I'm saying is tactics are one thing. A longer-term strategy is what's needed now, and I think the U.S. cannot pivot out of the region. Our leadership is crucial, and working with the Sunni neighborhood, I think we can really get somewhere now.
We'll leave it on that note. Jane Harman, chair of the National Defense Strategy Commission and former Congresswoman, thank you for joining us. We'll have more coverage of Israel's killing of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar coming up at 5 p.m. on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week for this Thursday, October 17th. And we've got equities bouncing around a little bit. Looks like we're off our highs and lows of the session. But we did see, Tim, the S&P 500 hit fresh all-time highs.
Yeah, NVIDIA leading gains in chip makers after that bullish outlook from TSMC. We're going to have much more on the trade in just a minute. Also, speaking of the trade, Carol, traders and investors digesting the latest drop of U.S. economic data. We're seeing yields move higher. Is good news good? Is good news bad? I'm kind of having trouble keeping track here.
You and me both. We're going to get into that in just a moment. Plus, as we said, a big earnings report after the close. Peak Netflix, or does Netflix have its mojo back? We're going to talk about that because it can kind of go either way.
Also, homes, cars, kids, and college. They tell the tale of U.S. middle-class dread on the minds of many voters right now as we get closer and closer to the election in November.
All right, lots to come over the next 60 minutes. First up, though, let's get you started with a check on the trade. Here is Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much, Carol and Tim. Netflix Thursday. Netflix shares right now ahead of earnings, down 1.2%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all pushing higher right now, looking at records on the Dow, a record on the S&P. NASDAQ higher as well. The S&P, though, right now up 20 points, a gain of 0.3%. Equities off session highs. The Dow up 198, record there, up 0.5%. NASDAQ up 106, a gain of 0.6%. 10-year at 4.09%, the 2-year 3.98%. And on a day of rapidly moving developments out of the Middle East, spot gold up 0.7%, 26.91 the ounce, and little change right now, unchanged in fact on West Texas Intermediate crude, 70.40 a barrel on WTI. Retail sales strengthened in September by more than forecast in a broad advance, illustrating resilient consumer spending that continues to power the American economy. Retailers, though, for the most part, trading lower. Case in point, Macy's down now by 0.4%, Walmart down 0.5%, Target down 1.7%, but Amazon up now by 1%. So again, recapping, stocks higher, S&P up 20, a gain there of just about 0.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar along with Tim Stenivek live here in our Bloomberg studio. Now, I got to say, when that retail sales data came out this morning, I was in the surveillance studio watching it, and man, we saw the U.S. Treasury curve react pretty dramatically. The world's biggest bond market, prices down. This is that solid retail sales report had traders trimming their bets on Fed rate cuts this year. U.S. retail sales strengthening in the month of September by more than forecast. And what was unique about it, I guess, Tim, safe to say, it was a pretty broad advance.
Well, meantime, U.S. jobless claims unexpectedly fell after jumping the previous week in southeastern states affected by Hurricane Helene. Here to walk us through all of this economic data and the latest on the world's largest economy, we got Bloomberg News economics editor Molly Smith. She's here in the studio with us. Molly, taken together, what do the data tell us in terms of where we are in the economy just a few weeks away from the election? The economy, obviously, of utmost importance to so many voters out there, but also where it leaves the Federal Reserve before the end of the year.
Well, I'll start with the Fed because I thought it was funny what you were just saying, Carol, about trimming bets on rate cuts, because let's just say that maybe there was like 130% odds that the Fed was going to cut 25 basis points next month, and now it's 90% chance. So I think still a pretty high conviction that the Fed is cutting rates next month. So let's start there. And then, funny enough, was just having a conversation about this with some colleagues who cover politics for us and how the economy consistently ranks as such a top issue for voters. I would think you'd be hard-pressed, though, to find a voter that is a single-issue voter based on the economy. You know, based on abortion rights, sure. Based on Israel, sure. But based on the economy, is that anyone's single-issue vote? I don't know. I haven't met them. I think, like, for the most part, if people are employed, if they're able to pay their bills and have some discretionary spending, then the economy is probably in pretty good shape to you, and it's more a matter of your personal finances. That said, that's where we start to see retail sales, and what are those discretionary spending categories? See, pull it back around here.
No, that's so, well, all right. So go through the retail sales, and as you go through the granular data, what does it tell us?
So I mean, look, this was a pretty broadly strong report. When you're looking at, I mean, one thing to keep in mind with retail sales, this is just spending on goods, you know. So as far as like where most people's discretionary spending is, a lot of that would more be beyond services, you know, where it gets into travel and other kinds of entertainment. The only service sector, though, in this report, when you see like food and drinking places, that those restaurant and bar sales did rise pretty solidly. I think the most in almost a year. So that was positive. The thing, though, that's sometimes
unless
tough,
people are depressed about their financial situation and their economic situation, they're drinking it away. No, I'm just kidding.
They might be. But the thing that's tough to glean about the retail sales stuff as well is that it's not inflation adjusted. So when you see some of these categories where prices are also rising, it's like you have to parse through how much of this is because of things just being more expensive versus there actually is more demand for it.
Well, how do you as an economist parse through it then?
Well, I would never say I'm an economist, but thank you so much.
But she's really smart when it comes to the economy.
As an economics editor.
As economics editor, okay, I'll take that one. I mean, I think there is certainly a way to like adjust this in a very amateur way to like subtract out what inflation for that category did in that particular time period and then seeing the difference. And if it is positive, then you can still see that activity still rose. And we did still see that for a lot of categories, even where there were substantial price increases, like apparel. So that was probably a combination of clothes being more expensive, plus as well more demand during back to school.
What about areas of weakness?
I mean, I don't know if I would call this weakness, but gasoline sales were cheaper, or gas prices were cheaper rather in the month, so that dragged down the headline measure. I think maybe I was...
Net, that's a good thing for consumers.
Right, exactly, which I don't think anyone's going to say that's a weak
Then I can go spend more on clothes.
Exactly,
like that's how it works.
Yes, that's exactly how it works. I think maybe we were expecting to see a bigger rise in auto sales that didn't really translate, or perhaps even building materials and prepping for hurricane-related weakness, but maybe that'll turn up more in next month's report. But otherwise, it was pretty strong and positive.
Because it's interesting because we did see bond prices go down. We saw stocks go up. Like, I do feel like this was a good report and it played out fairly well, certainly on the equity markets, right?
Sure.
And it's just interesting in an environment where sometimes good news is bad news, good news is good news. How does it factor in the data dump that we got today into your overall thinking on the U.S. economy?
I mean, I think it's still pretty much the same for me. I think like the soft landing story is very much still there, that, you know, there's still good news coming out of the job market for the most part. And that jobless claims data is going to be really tough to interpret in the next couple of readings between the hurricanes and strikes going on. So, and there's also like coming out of like a period where auto manufacturers have a lot of layoffs. So that can just be, it's going to be a little choppy with that going forward. So we also got those numbers today. But I think in general, the labor market is still pretty solid. People are spending money. And yeah, the manufacturing part of the economy is really the only weak spot, but that's been the case for a while.
Next data point we should be focused on, our audience should be focused on?
Oh, goodness. I guess we've got more housing stuff coming up next, you know, some data on residential construction tomorrow and then different measures of home sales next week. So that's going to be really interesting now that mortgage rates are starting to rise again. We'll see if that's reflected in this data or maybe it takes until the next month.
But is it like our next inflation print or something? Like
as far as like the drama around those? No. You guys will be okay. You'll sleep easy.
Okay, that is good to know. Molly Smith, thank you as always. And Molly is actually going to stick around. She's going to be here on Bloomberg Radio for the next couple of hours on Business Week.
Hey, I mentioned to Molly in our intro about the U.S. economy being top of mind for voters. In fact, it's the #1 concern of U.S. voters, and it brings us to one of our most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal today. Yeah. It's on some major milestones, Carol, for the U.S. middle class that are becoming frustratingly unattainable for many Americans, helping to create economic pessimism that hangs over the election now, just 19 days away.
19 days. Well, this story is reported by Sean Donnan and Claire Ballantyne. Sean is Bloomberg News senior economics writer, and he joins us now from our Washington, D.C. bureau. Hey, Sean, economy, although we kind of just batted that around with Molly about it being top of mind for voters, is there something, though, different this time around with voters when it comes to their economic situation that makes it a little bit more different or more pressing?
Yeah, look, I think when we think about past elections, we've had this kind of cycle of different sorts of concerns about the economy. If you remember back to 2016 and the rise of Donald Trump, it was all about globalization and people who lost out from globalization and them rebelling at the ballot box. We saw that in 2020 with the pandemic and the impact on the economy there. And this time around, we've been talking a lot about inflation, and we kind of decided to take a step back and think a little bit more about, okay, we're talking about prices a lot, but a lot of the things that we're actually looking at look like they're the kind of the pillars of the American dream, if you will. And that is housing, that's a college education, that's being able to buy a new car, it's being able to afford childcare for your kids. Those are the kind of things that kind of bring you into the middle class once you can afford those and they're sustainable. And we ran some numbers, looked at it as a share of income, and what you see is that there's been a real, what we think of as a repricing of the American dream. And if you put that in the political context of this year, I think it tells you that it's not just a concern about inflation, it's not just a concern about grocery prices, it's about a lot of people feeling like that American dream is just harder to attain than it used to be. And if you look at the numbers, they're kind of right.
So let's go through some of those numbers, because I love the way that you and Claire explain this as the, quote, repricing of the American dream. And I want to start with housing, with shelter, because oftentimes for many Americans, that's the biggest purchase they make in their lives. The cost of housing in 2024 up almost double what it was back in August of 2016, Sean.
Absolutely, but and we've been thinking a lot about interest rates lately and them maybe coming down, kind of helping that case. We're also talking about increasing supply, more construction happening there. But if you actually just look at that kind of entry point to buying a house, coming up with a down payment, on the eve of the 2016 election, it cost a median family in America about 65% of their income would go towards a 20% down payment on a median-priced house. That's your typical family buying your typical house. And this time around, we're now up around 83% of a year's median income to buy a median-priced house. That monthly payment, when it comes time to pay for that, it was somewhere around 14% of income in 2016. It's now up around 25, 26% of income. So it's just that share of income that it takes to even buy a house. And that's regardless of interest rates in a lot of cases. That's all about the price. That's the entry point to buying a house. It's just that much more difficult for American families as a share of their income.
All right, so let's layer on what is often a major purchase, safe to say, for a household, and that is buying a new car. You guys crunched some numbers on that. What did you find out?
Yeah, so we went to Cox Automotive. They do a great housing affordability, vehicle affordability index that looks at a light vehicle, if you will, the sort of typical family sedan. That now takes 36 weeks to buy the price of a new car. That's almost 2 weeks more than it was in 2016. Put that in the context of a family, you have to work an extra 2 weeks to buy that new car.
Okay, childcare, an issue for both campaigns. Kamala Harris talking a lot about it. Also, J.D. Vance spending a lot of time talking about childcare as well. How much has childcare gone up in the last 8 years?
So childcare means a lot of different things. It can be anything from a childcare center for a young toddler to after-school babysitter, right? And there's lots of different options there. But we looked at what it would cost to put an infant in a childcare center for a full day while mom and dad are at work. Well, for a median-priced family in 2016, that would have been about 25% of their weekly income would have gone to pay for childcare. This year, it's a third. Again, big increase in share of income.
You start adding these numbers up, Carol, it quickly equals 100 and over 100%
Yes.
of take-home pay.
How do you get by on any of this? You know, I was thinking about, I know for many of our grandparents or parents, right, the American dream was very clear, right? You buy a house, you send your kids to college and all that good stuff. what do we know about in terms of Americans and what they do think? Do they still think about achieving the American dream? Like, as you did this story, do many of them say, hey, my goal is to own a house. I want to make sure I can send my kids to college. What did you find out?
So, look, I think we've done polling. The Pew Charitable Trust has done polling, and one of the common themes that you see is that yes, of course, Americans want to reach the American dream, but they just consistently in the polls find that they feel it's much more unattainable, and that's particularly true for younger Americans, those who are kind of coming into that position where they're looking to buy their first house, where they're having their first child, and so on. And then it's also, you think longer term, we looked also at the price of a college education. Look, in the 1990s, when I went to college, and I now have a son in college as well. When I went to college, an median American family could expect to pay about 65% of their income on tuition for a private four-year college. For a public four-year college, it would be somewhere around 25-30%. What we've seen now is that the cost of that public four-year college is up around 36% or more, and it's 75% of income for a private four-year college. Again, it's just a bigger share of income. It's just eating up more of your median income. Now, there's things that
I feel like Carol knows
That's why I'm working forever.
Carol's just like, nodding her head. She knows Sean.
The kid talks about a master's. I'm like, what? You don't need a master's.
No, and that gets into kind of investment in future generations, right, and so on. And it also goes back to when we think about our parents and grandparents, and you think about what made the American middle class. Look, a lot of people have talked about manufacturing, for example, is one of the things that helped build the American middle class. Well, it was also the GI Bill that made a college education affordable. It was also just huge construction of residential housing that made residential housing affordable, and so on. So think about policy, think about going forward, and maybe we need to get back to some of that.
Yeah, I think my dad did the GI Bill coming out of World War II, and I think his brothers did too. I have a question for you, because I think about when it comes to homes, we have had mortgage rates 15, 16, 17%. People remind us that the low rates that we've seen of the last decade or more was the abnormal part. It is an election year. Who is to blame? Republicans, Democrats? I mean, how did we get here that it feels so uncomfortable? Because we've been in situations where rates were higher. So I'm just trying to understand where the disconnect is. What has happened that has made it so difficult for the middle class and more?
Right. So those rates were higher, but they were much higher on much cheaper houses, right? Yeah. So your monthly payment as a share of income was still significantly lower than it is now. Look, the big thing that's kind of casting a shadow over the U.S. housing industry is the global financial crisis of 08 and 09, which was largely focused on the property sector. And if you go back to 2010 and the aftermath of that, what you really see is property prices going up and up and up and up since then, accelerating in the last few years. But really that growth started in 2010, and the reason is all about the laws of supply and demand. We just haven't been meeting the supply needs in a lot of parts of the country to match the demand. And we've seen huge migration around the country, people moving south. I was just down in North Carolina. Huge amount of construction going on there, but people are also complaining about housing prices going up.
Yeah, I have a bunch of family who have moved to South Carolina, and they've just seen their property just explode because of the migration down south, and the building isn't necessarily keeping up. Sean Donnan, killer piece. Thank you so much. Sean Donnan, senior economics writer at Bloomberg News. That piece written with Claire Ballantyne. You can catch it on the Bloomberg terminal, among our most read.
I think I saw an appearance from Stuart Paul at Bloomberg Economics in the piece as well.
It's the data. They really crunch the numbers. Hey, when we come back, everybody, big focal point for investors coming up after the closing bell. The details when we come back right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks do remain higher. The S&P, however, well off session highs. Could see a record close. We got the Dow pushing higher. A record right now at 43,203 with the Dow up 125, up by about 0.3%. S&P higher, little changed, up less than 0.1% right now, up 3 points. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 32, up 0.2%, and a pullback for the Russell 2000 after yesterday's surge. That index down now by 0.4%. 10-year 4.09%, the 2-year 3.98%. Gold up $17 the ounce to $26.91, up by about 0.7%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5%, $70.77 a barrel on WTI. It is the big coming attraction. Netflix reports third quarter results after markets close today, with investors expecting growth in ad revenue and other initiatives like that crackdown on password sharing to contribute to double-digit gains in sales and profit. And yes, Bloomberg Television and Radio going to be all over Netflix as that number drops. Again, recapping, S&P up 2 points right now, a little changed. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it, Charlie. Thank you so much. Charlie's definitely been teeing us all up for this as well. We're talking about Netflix. They've had quite a rally. It has added more than $230 billion in value. But at this point, Wall Street, Tim, is indicating that maybe peak Netflix may have arrived.
Shares in the streaming company soared almost 340% from that May 2022 low. You remember that. The record set earlier this month. Revenue growth has been strong because of a password sharing crackdown. Another thing that I know all of you are very familiar with.
And
the reintroduction of lower-priced ad-supported subscriptions. As the company gears up to report third quarter earnings after the bell today, Carol, some are concerned that those drivers may be running out of steam.
All right, tracking it all for us is Bloomberg Intelligence technology and media analyst Geetha Ranganathan. Her research is a must-read. She joins us right now from BI headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. She's going to be busy after the close as well. All right, so Geetha, what kind of report are you expecting from Netflix today?
Yeah, so Carol, thanks for having me. So it's pretty much, the same story for Netflix. Subscriber growth is the critical element for this story. I mean, this is a subscriber-driven story, but you're absolutely right. Some of those subscriber gains are going to cool off. We're looking for about 4.5 million new subscriber adds. But I think investors are really now preparing for, 2025. That's when Netflix completely stops disclosing subscriber metrics altogether. And so the conversation really is now shifting away from subscribers to some of the other metrics, revenue growth, for instance, which is expected to be double digits, actually mid-teens for this year. But really, we're looking for commentary into what it's going to look like in 2025 and whether the ad business, which is really their newest growth initiative, has taken off in a big way and what we can expect to see going forward.
The only thing for years that mattered to investors of this company, Geetha, was subscriber numbers. If we don't get those in 2025, what's the number to focus on?
The number to focus on, Tim, will be the average revenue per member. What they call ARM. Now, this number, of course, it's the highest in the United States. It's about $17 per month per subscriber. It's much lower, in some of the other countries across the world. And of course, that's just a function of pricing. Now, what we're looking to do is, because we're not going to get the subscriber numbers anymore, so we're going to have to focus on ARM. It's been kind of slightly depressed because they haven't raised prices. Remember, they had to reinvigorate subscriber growth, so they tabled a lot of the price increases. And then with the advertising tier, what we're finding is that did depress some of the average revenue per member metrics. So ARM has been under tremendous pressure. And so what we're looking for now going in 2025 is how are they going to now reinvigorate the ARM metric. And the big thing that everybody is expecting is when is that price hike going to come? It's been almost 3 years since Netflix raised prices on the standard 15.5 standard plan in the US, so it's long overdue.
All right, well, I'm watching disclaimer on Netflix, so they better not raise any prices right now. It's interesting, when you said the new focal point, ARM, average revenue per member, it almost feels like it's like a margin metric, right? Like how profitable each subscriber really is.
It absolutely is. And margin is something, Carol, that they are really over-delivering on. So this year alone, 500 basis points of operating margin increase. And this, of course, is a function of the leverage that they now have in the model, right? You have almost a 300 million global subscriber base. You have revenue that is growing nicely, double, at 15% this year. And you have costs, which they have really contained. At one point, they were burning something like, $3.5 billion in cash. Now they're throwing out tons and tons of free cash flow, almost, $6 billion this year. And so absolutely, the whole focus of the model now is shifted on profitability. We're looking again at those 26% margins this year. And as we kind of look out longer term, this story is really going to be a margin story. We're going to get to like that 30%, 35% margin ultimately. And I think this is important because when we were talking about the shift from traditional TV to streaming, I mean, the big question was, can the streaming model ever be that profitable? Can the unit economics be as good and as healthy as traditional TV? And Netflix has proven that, yes, it definitely can be.
Hey, Geetha, how come Netflix is able to do this, but Disney can't with Disney Plus? Comcast, NBC, Universal can't do this with Peacock. We don't see this from Paramount Plus. We don't see this from, name whatever streaming service competitor is out there. Don't know the details about Apple TV Plus necessarily, but why is Netflix able to do this from a margin perspective when so many competitors are just losing money?
So they definitely do have a first mover advantage, Tim, and that's a big, big advantage for them. So, when so many of their competitors hadn't even entered the game, Netflix had already built up a sizable base of 150, 200 million members. Remember, Disney is really a latecomer here. They only introduced their service in 2019. Netflix already had a 15-year kind of head start. And so a lot of it is just scale and the fact that they've gone through, building all the plumbing in the business. And right now it's them just, getting more revenue per member versus, the cost per member. Whereas for all of those other services, their cost per member is still higher and customer acquisition costs are higher than the revenue that they're generating.
What about churn, though, for Netflix? It's such an easy service to quit, Geetha. It's not like the old days when you'd call the cable company, you tell them you want to quit, and they send you the retention specialist to give you some sort of deal to keep you on. Netflix, you just got to press a button and you're done. So when your show's over, you can leave the service, stop paying, and then resubscribe when a new show comes on you want to watch.
Yeah, churn actually, surprisingly, Tim, has been very, very low for Netflix, and it's actually gotten lower. And this is really just a function of, the depth and the breadth of the content library that they have. So they have really become synonymous with television. So if you just kind of look at the whole television viewing landscape today, just Netflix and YouTube make up half of all of streaming television. So that just goes to tell us it's just become must-have TV in so many ways. And that kind of gives them that power. It gives them pricing power, and it definitely gives them engagement and, low churn.
All right, speaking of engagement, I'm a little bit of an idiot because I forgot disclaimers on Apple TV, which just says to me that I don't kind of care where things are. Right?
That's so funny. You mentioned something, and I thought, what am I watching on Netflix right now? I'm not watching anything. I'm watching Apple TV. I'm watching Max.
Right.
Hulu.
So it's like, but it just says something to you. And I've turned things on and off. I mean, do we see an increase, like Tim was asking about churn? Are people doing that more just to kind of manage the cost of all of this?
We're not seeing that much of churn on Netflix, surprisingly. We are, of course, seeing higher churn in a lot of the other services. So yes, we do see that around big season drops, like when you have, something like a Game of Thrones or a House of Dragon or something like that. Any big show, Slow Horses now is the big deal on Apple TV. Those shows come. There is some, obviously subscribers sign up, and then we do see some churn following, the whole season drop. We haven't seen too much of that on Netflix. It is lower than the other services. Of course, it's still there. It is definitely lower, though, than most other services.
All right, we're going to leave it with that. Geetha, thank you so much. And we'll be checking out her research, certainly after Netflix reports, after the closing bell. Geetha Ranganathan of our Bloomberg intelligence team.
Israel said an operation in Gaza may have killed Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar as part of a renewed assault against the military group after more than a year of war in the Palestinian territory. The Israeli army saying Thursday it's, quote, checking the possibility that Sinwar was one of 3 people killed at a location it didn't specify. Netanyahu later spoke confirming that Sinwar has been killed.
All right, so let's get more with Bobby Ghosh, who has been keeping us up to date on this situation. Obviously, feels like new headlines, new news every day. Bobby, I spoke with you this morning. We were kind of watching the developments out of the Middle East. You said that if this was indeed what happened, this is a significant incident.
Yeah, it is a very, very significant incident. It comes very quickly after the successful Israeli assassination of his predecessor. So this guy's only been in charge of the entire Hamas political and military structure for since the end of July, since early August. But more importantly, he is the acknowledged mastermind of the October 7th terrorist attacks from last year. So for Israel, this would have been one of their top targets right from the 8th of October. So to have finally got him is a big moment for Netanyahu and for the Israelis.
My first reaction when hearing this news today was the question, does this mean the war is over? And we heard from Benjamin Netanyahu earlier today, who said it does not mean the war is over, Bobby.
No, now this could have been an exit ramp for Netanyahu. He could have, as we like to say in this country, taken the win and said, okay, I have decimated Hamas successfully over the past year at huge cost to the civilians of Gaza, but I have greatly degraded Hamas. I have taken off lopped off the head of Hamas twice over, once in that operation in Tehran and now with the assassination or the killing of Shinwar in Gaza. This now gives me the license to back off and say, all right, here's what we need to do next. But that's not Bibi Netanyahu. That's never been his style, and he doesn't seem open to changing it.
Our Kaylee Lyons earlier on TV asked, I thought, a very smart question, and that the idea was like, so who does Bibi now negotiate with?
Well, he was not seriously negotiating with Shinwar because Shinwar has never been open to that kind of negotiation. The Wall Street Journal a couple of months ago reported from sort of sources within the Palestinian negotiating team that was doing the negotiating, that they had heard from Shinwar saying, this is not the time to negotiate. We have the Israelis exactly where we want them, which is a truly amazing thing to think about for anyone to say when 40,000, 50,000, very likely more of his fellow Palestinians lie dead and his homeland, or at least a big chunk of his homeland in Gaza, has been flattened. It's amazing for a person like that to say, we have the enemy where we want them. But that was an insight into his mind. This was not a man who was going to negotiate with the Israelis.
25 seconds. I know that's a short amount of time. What are you kind of thinking about next, or what we should focus on here?
Well, let's see who the succession battle now turns up.
Yeah.
The last time the head of Hamas was killed, it went to the more radical, more militant figure.
Yeah.
This time that figure has gone. Might it go to a more political figure, somebody who might be open to negotiation? That's the question every Palestinian will be asking.
All right, Bobby, thank you, as always. Bobby Ghosh, Bloomberg News senior editor right here on Bloomberg Business Week. Hey, coming up, everybody, we're going to get into China's offensive when it comes to electric vehicles. A little bit of a different topic. That's coming up next on Business Week.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got stocks pushing higher, Dow at a record, S&P up as well, NASDAQ advancing 2 right now with the S&P up 5. That is a gain of 0.1%. Traders are trimming their bets on Fed rate cuts this year after this morning's economic data. Retail sales, jobless claims among those reports. The Dow up 165, up 0.4%. S&P putting it all in context, up 0.1%. NASDAQ up by 0.2%. The Russell 2000 index after yesterday's surge now retreating by 0.4%. 10-year 4.09% with a 2-year at 3.97%. Gold up $16 the ounce, up 0.6%. And West Texas Intermediate crude 70.58 a barrel, up by 0.3%. Taiwan semiconductor shares surging almost 11%. TSM raising its target for 2024 revenue growth after quarterly sales beat estimates, helping ease concerns about global chip demand and the sustainability of an AI hardware boom. Speaking of which, NVIDIA shares, they too are advancing today. Right now we do have NVIDIA shares up by 2.1%. So again, recapping, stocks higher, S&P little changed, up just under 0.1%, up by about 3 points. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Got it, Charlie. Thank you so much. Well, the new issue of Bloomberg Business Week is out on newsstands, which, by the way, if you never want to miss a Bloomberg Business Week story, you can become a subscriber today. By doing so, you'll tap into some deep reporting and analysis from reporters around the globe. Check out how to get unlimited access to Bloomberg Business Week. You just head to bloomberg.com/subscribe now. And on the cover, if you check out the new magazine, there it is for those who are watching, is a story by Bloomberg News auto reporter Gabby Coppola.
It's all about Chinese EV offensive, and that offensive is BYD. The story is today's Bloomberg Big Take, meaning our editorial team has deemed it a must-read. Gabby, good to have you with us this afternoon. Congratulations on the cover story. BYD, Build Your Dreams, is what it stands for. Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway has invested in it. Tell us a little bit about it, how they figured it out, because it's the brainchild of a battery scientist, and it goes back decades.
Yeah, that's right. BYD was founded in 1995 by a Chinese battery scientist named Wan Chuanfu. And he was basically a government researcher who saw that, the Chinese economy was opening up, and he decided to move to Shenzhen in the south of China, which is today kind of one of the, like a Silicon Valley of China. And he started out making batteries for mobile phones, but his dream was to electrify the auto industry. He always thought that you could make, battery-powered vehicles. And it took a really long time, from 1995 up until about 2020, for him to make that a reality. But the story is really about how he did that. And, BYD, because they are kind of the poster child for China's EV offensive around the world, I mean, they're not the only one by any means. There's lots of Chinese EV companies that are now trying to export around the world. We see a lot in Europe, but also in Southeast Asia. But BYD is kind of the strongest and the biggest, and, they're the biggest EV seller in China. And I think because we're in this moment of trade war and talking about tariffs and tension with China, there's a tendency by people in the West to kind of think that, oh, this is all because of Chinese subsidies. And I'm not at all saying that there aren't Chinese subsidies involved. I mean, the Chinese economy is not a free market economy. There's a lot of protectionism, and the scale of subsidies that they use is much higher than what other, free market democratic countries do. But if it were just subsidies, there would be 20 BYDs, and there's really just one. And that is due to the innovation and the sort of long-term vision of Wan Chuanfu and the other key people in the company.
Well, Gabby, get to it, because it does feel like the nut that they figured out how to crack, the holy grail, if you will, is to build an affordable EV for the masses, which we keep getting promises from the likes of Elon Musk and others, and yet it hasn't happened. BYD, though, figured it out. How is that? Is it just getting the cost of batteries down? What was it?
It's not just one thing. I think it's a confluence of things. But, one thing I learned in researching this story, Carol, is that, we look at the U.S. now and we say, oh, EVs aren't taking off. Look at this. Sales are down. China went through that too for like 10 years. Like China also was engineering incentives, but the thing is, BYD never stopped. I mean, they had a vision to do this, and they kept doing it when it was not popular, when they weren't selling. One thing that's really key is they also sell hybrids, so they're not like Tesla, where if EV demand drops, that's all they got. You know, if you got range anxiety, BYD's got a plug-in hybrid for you. But I think the key to what they've achieved is a lot of it has to do with vertical integration. You know, UBS did a report that their vehicles are 25% cheaper to make than basically the rest of the auto industry, and a lot of that is because they make so many things themselves in-house. This is not just a battery. This is not just a car company. They make semiconductor chips. They make solar panels. They make components for consumer electronics for companies like Apple. I mean, they're manufacturing titan, really, in China. But the other part of it is they had a battery breakthrough. Like I said, Wan Chuanfu is a battery scientist, and I think China gives a lot of subsidies for research and investment, you know, R&D and investment. That's a big part of their economy. And so, I mean, I did visit their headquarters in Shenzhen, and I felt like I was at an academic campus or like a national lab, because there was just the museum of all the things they've invented and researched. There's a lot there.
What's there? Give us an idea of what's there apart from vehicles that we've seen pictures of, because we know we're not driving these things here in the U.S. We'll get to that in just a minute.
Right. Well, and keep in mind, like, they're not letting an American journalist in to see behind, you know, the wall and see all their secrets. But I mean, one thing that Wan Chuanfu is very proud of is they always do this nail test where you go in the museum lobby area and there's this glass wall, and there's a lithium-ion battery with nickel. And then there's the BYD battery, which uses LFP, or lithium iron phosphate. That's kind of a key part of their success, is they decided early on to work with this battery chemistry, LFP, which is more stable and less fire prone than the nickel-based batteries we've seen the Koreans and everybody in the West using. So when you go into this museum, they have this like robot arm that comes down and sticks a nail right through the battery. And on the nickel side, you see the thing explode. And on the BYD LFP battery, nothing happens. So that's like probably one of Wan Chuanfu's greatest achievements, is he was saying, look, I made this battery that, you know, can actually be used for long-range vehicles, but it can, and look, they brand it as the safe thing. No battery is 100%, you know, zero fire risk. And I think if you were to Google, you'd find that's true for BYD too. But, you know, that is a key part of it. But, you know, suspension systems, you know, research on materials, polymers, so many things. I mean, engineering, you know, all these things. But another thing I should mention in my story, you know, a scoop that we uncovered, myself and our you know, star Apple reporter Mark Gurman, is that actually BYD and Apple worked together for a battery system for the Apple car when that project was still going. And our reporting showed that that work that Apple and BYD did together did influence and, you know, impact somewhat of BYD's own blade development, because at one point both companies had access to this very similar technology. Apple decided to shelve it because who wants to get into the car business these days, I guess, and BYD ran with it, you know. And to be clear, you know, BYD developed the blade battery by themselves. There's no Apple IP in that blade battery, but the two companies worked together. You had some of the best and brightest minds in this field working together, and BYD is the one that commercialized it, and now they're, you know, the biggest car maker in China, thanks in part to that battery breakthrough.
Hey, so Carol, you getting one?
Well, listen, you know, my husband and I have like been looking at EVs for a while, and they're just crazy expensive, and it's just hard to get. And I kind of want to do the right thing for the environment.
Well, you're not going to get a BYD.
I'm not going to get a BYD. Listen, we only have about 45 seconds left here, Gabby, and I highly recommend everybody check out the magazine, because there's so much detail in this, and it's a company that we talk about so much. 30, 40 seconds, though, takeaway before we have to say goodbye.
If the West, if U.S. and European companies want to compete with China, they have to be honest about what they're up against. And it's not just subsidies. It's a very competitive company. You know, we're down a few points, quite a few points in the fourth quarter, but the game's not over. There's still a chance. But, you know, companies need to get honest with themselves about the kind of cultural change and technological change that needs to happen for them to compete with BYD.
I wonder how many automakers are somehow, you know, surreptitious. To do that, you can subscribe to gain unlimited access to deep reporting analysis from our reporters that are at Bloomberg News bureaus around the globe.
I mean, Gabby Coppola, she just said she went to China to do this cover story
It's like
on
pretty
BYD.
amazing, right?
Yeah, they do big business, they do small business, they do everything in between.
They're on the ground. You hear and find out so much. For more information, head to bloomberg.com/subscribe now. One of the things that Business Week talks a lot about, small business, Tim.
Yeah, our latest read on small business found that optimism of the group was little changed in September. This as firms dialed back capital spending plans, illustrating historically high uncertainty ahead of that U.S. presidential election, with which Carol counted 19 days away.
Tick, 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 tick. Our next guest has a great read on small business. For that, we head to Chicago. And Aparna Kujakar, Chief Revenue Officer for Business Markets and SaaS Software as a Service over at Verizon. Aparna, good to have you here with us. First of all, you did do a survey of small and mid-sized businesses, SMBs. Who and where and what did you want to find out?
Yeah, absolutely. So small businesses, as you were calling out earlier, are big businesses in Verizon, in the U.S., and Verizon wants to make sure that we're spending time getting a pulse on what they are looking for and how they're feeling, so we can be serving them and we can make sure that they're thriving in the local communities they work. So what we do is every year, this is the 5th time, we bring over 600 small, medium businesses, all the way from sole proprietors to about 500, every vertical, every industry, and just learn from them what they're looking for. So we just completed one a week ago.
So net, optimism,
net,
pessimism.
Yes. Okay. So there's good news and there's the kind of the opportunity. So the opportunity really is there is anxiety, definitely. You called it out earlier too, and the anxiety is really about the U.S. economy, the local economy, and inflation. Definitely quite some anxiety, especially with the elections coming around the corner. 19 days, they said. It just is a little exacerbated. But it's not any worse than last year. What we are seeing, though, is where there is even more anxiety is the impact all of this is having on them. The fact that many of them are concerned that they may not have the livelihoods or that they may not have the wherewithal, the financial wherewithal to go support their small and medium businesses. The good news, though, is there is optimism. Over a whopping 50% of them are thinking they are going to be in a much better place in this quarter, and definitely 59% of them definitely feel like they're going to be in an even better place in a year from there. So that's good news.
Why is that? Why do you think that is?
I think the story there is, even though a lot of these businesses have been pushed into a little bit of the concerns around cost, increasing inflation and such, they have been investing the right way. And where they've been investing is really in innovating and doing things right and using a lot of the technology, AI being a big one for them. For example, we were a little surprised, but over 4 out of 10 small, medium businesses that we surveyed now have a storefront on social media. And that number was practically non-existent a few years ago. It was just a cool innovation. It's in vogue now, everyone's adopting. And because of that, because of how they're leveraging technology, they're in a much better place, not just to serve their customers, but also bring in the right kinds of operational efficiencies and really focus on the stuff that they do best, which is do the production of whatever it is that they are delivering to the customers.
Hey, speaking of leveraging technology, Aparna, give us an idea of AI and to what extent these small businesses are actually successfully leveraging AI right now.
Yeah, that's a great story, honestly, because last year we saw about 14% of folks aware of AI, starting to dabble in AI. This year, that number was 39%. So that's a huge story. And what they're doing with AI, that it's not just, hey, we are using AI to go do marketing. It's we do marketing with it. We are using it for our financial accounting. We're also using it for social media in big ways, but also for everything we're doing with our inventory management and supply chain. So you name it, they're starting to use AI in ways where they're doing things better and differently, augmenting their staffs. Talent, as you know, acquisition for them is always top of mind, but it's helping. AI is helping them bring in the right level of that augmentation, or in many cases, replacement as well. So we like that. what we are seeing, and many of them are saying, I think the number was somewhere close to 30%, are saying, look, we are in a better place now. We can deal with a lot of the influx that's coming through all the pressures, socioeconomic pressures, because of AI. And that's a great story.
All right, going to leave it there. Hey, Aparna, thank you so much for finding some time for us on this Thursday. Aparna Kujakar, Chief Revenue Officer for Business Markets and SaaS over at Verizon. Isn't SaaS what I kind of try to give you occasionally?
No comment. I stay away from that. I'm going to stay away from that. Hey, don't stay away from us, though, over the next 2 hours, because we got a great program coming up. We got the CEO of Embraer stopping by in just a couple of minutes. Also, the CFO of Levi's joining us a little later in the program. Carol,
I'm going to head out.
You're taking off.
I'm jealous to miss those interviews, but Molly Smith's going to ride the next couple of hours with you, so do not miss it. The close is coming up next on Bloomberg TV.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
Live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. We're on YouTube. We're on Bloomberg Originals. We are on Bloomberg Radio in SiriusXM Channel 121. It is a Bloomberg Business Week. That is Molly Smith in for Carol Masser this afternoon. She's a Bloomberg News economics editor here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York. Taking a look at the S&P 500, up by close to 0.2% right now. The NASDAQ higher by 0.3%. The Dow up by 0.4%. We're going to have much more on the markets in just a few minutes. And we got a great program coming up for all of you over the next couple of hours. A real view of the C-suite over the next 2 hours on Bloomberg Business Week. We're going to be joined by the CEO of Embraer in just a few minutes. We got a good chunk of time with him talking all about what's going on at his business, how he's using this as an advantage, the challenges at Boeing as an advantage right now, and what his view of the economy looks like from Embraer. Also, coming up a little later in our program, we're going to be speaking to the CFO of Levi Strauss & Company. Denim having a moment. How long does that last? And also, what are the plans for the Dockers brand? We also got the CEO of Glad joining us, Sarah Kate Ellis, talking a little later with her here on Bloomberg Business Week, a trio of voices from the C-suite. All that and more over the next 2 hours here on Bloomberg Business Week. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie.
All right, I thank you very much, Tim. We got 59 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Potentially could see another record for both the Dow and the S&P. Will it stick? Got to keep it locked into Bloomberg Radio for that 4 p.m. Wall Street close. S&P right now higher by about 8 points, up by about 0.1%. We've got the Dow up 175, up 0.4%. Record on the Dow. NASDAQ up 57, a gain of 0.3%. Your 10-year 4.09%. Your 2-year 3.98%. Gold up $15 the ounce, up by 0.6%, 26.89. A retreat for spot silver, down 0.1%. Little change there. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil higher now by about 0.3%. 70.59 for a barrel of WTI. Lots of economic data this morning, including a solid retail sales report that underscores strength in the U.S. economy. So where does it leave the Federal Reserve? Kara Murphy is Chief Investment Officer at Kestra Investment Management.
It's a bit of a head scratcher because when we look at the consumer confidence numbers, they continue to be in recessionary territory. But when we look at what consumers are doing with their actual dollars, they're out there spending like the economy is doing really, really well. So I think the Fed should feel pretty comfortable about that. And I don't think that the house is on fire and the Fed needs to come in with a bunch of rate cuts. I think they'll continue cutting rates, but they can take their time.
Kara Murphy of Kestra Investment Management. By the way, you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. Download it wherever you get your podcasts. Among retailers, Macy's down 0.1%, Walmart down 0.5%, Target down 1.7%, Amazon, though, advancing by 0.5%. The big event, our coming attraction, Netflix, after the close of trading, down 1.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. I know you're going to be glued to this next interview because it's about airplanes, Charlie, and I know.
All in. Anytime we got Embraer in the studio, that's great news for everybody.
All right. We also got Molly Smith in the studio.
Hey,
welcome, Molly.
I'm back.
You're back. You joined us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour to give us a read on the U.S. economy.
And I couldn't stay away.
Couldn't stay away.
I
Molly
flew
Smith.
back in.
Oh, look at that.
In time for our next guest.
Awesome. U.S. economics editor here in our
That's
studio
me.
for the
Yeah.
next couple of hours. We also have in the studio the CEO of the third largest plane maker of commercial airplanes after Boeing and Airbus. Embraer has 18,000 employees around the world. They've delivered more than 8,000 airplanes over the last 50 years. Here's some perspective. A plane made by Embraer takes off every 10 seconds, and each year its planes carry about 145 million passengers. Francisco Gomez Neto is president and CEO of Embraer. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity. Very excited to be here.
Yeah, we're excited to have you. We got a good chunk of time with you, so we're going to try to get to a lot. You've got a great view on the global economy. You sell all over the world. You sell to governments. You sell to businesses. You sell to airline customers, of course. How is the economy right now?
We have a positive view in general for the economy and more focus on the aviation. And we see that, the business will grow in the next years. So for the different types of aircraft we make.
Where's that growth going to come from? And like which divisions you think are really like the strongest opportunities?
Well, business jet is growing since the pandemic. We believe it will continue growing in a different path. I mean, commercial jets, more and more people are flying. And also military aircraft, because of the investments we have seen in the defense of the different countries.
But of those segments, where do you see the biggest growth? I mean, commercial aviation is your biggest sector right now in terms of revenue. Where do you see the biggest growth?
It is. I mean, we have two models. We have one E175 E1s, the regional jet. We have more than 800 flying in the U.S. And now the new family E2, that we have two models, E190, E195, that are very efficient aircraft and perfect to fit, to complement the big narrow bodies.
Let's talk about narrow bodies because we have a lot of our colleagues who want to know more about this. So it's been well documented that we have Boeing in the crisis that they've been in with the strikes. Airbus has a version of a 730 MAX style plane, the A320 in its variants, and that's sold out through the end of the decade. So begs the question, are you planning a narrow body jet of that size to take on these guys?
Well, we have a very young portfolio of products. Our E2 family was launched in 2018. It's a very new aircraft. So now our focus is really to sell more and more E2s and fill our production slots in the next years.
The thing is, though, is that version of the E195, the E2, accommodates about 146 passengers at the most.
Correct.
The 737 MAX can accommodate more than 200. The A320 close to 200. So you're not really a competitor when it comes to those larger narrow bodies from Airbus and Boeing.
That's why we believe the A2 is a perfect fit for example, U.S. airlines as well, to fill the gap between the regional jets and the big narrow bodies.
Can you tell us example, like what kind of flights those are, like to give people a perspective of like what kind of route that would serve the best?
I mean, routes from 40 minutes up to 4 or 5 hours. Our E2s can fly over the U.S. coast to coast.
But has your view on this changed in recent months, given Boeing's struggles? I mean, Boeing over the last few months has had an incredibly tumultuous period of time with a new CEO, strikes. Isn't this the opportunity to go after some of their share?
Well, we have aircraft available. We have a great product, and we have the aircraft available. So we believe we are a good opportunities for the airlines to add more capacity quickly, right?
Let's say you did want to take them on in the narrow body market. How long would it take you to, from the ground up, develop a competitor to the 737 or the A320 or what China's doing with the COMAC?
Yeah, we don't have any plans yet to go bigger. But to develop a new aircraft, I mean, take as base our E2, it takes 7 to 10 years to develop a new aircraft.
So what's the competition then for the E2 space right now, or is that like a market that you're really comfortable in? You feel like that's a share that you're happy with?
Yeah, our direct competition is the Airbus A220.
And you feel like you're in a good spot compared to Airbus in that, and like this is like where you guys want to be, or there's even more share to be gained?
No, we believe that the market is big enough for both, and we have a great product.
But do you have a window in the bathroom like the A220 does? Have you seen that? Have you been on one of those?
We believe we have many other advantages.
Okay.
Tell us about them.
Not just the window in the bathroom, right? On the A220? That is unique. I did fly one of those and get to check that out.
You should look at the view?
Yeah, it's kind of weird to have a window in the bathroom.
I feel like that'd be a little unsettling.
It's fine. Nobody's looking in. Let's just say that.
We have in our business jet a window in the bathroom.
Okay, there we go. Haven't been on the business jets. I want to talk a little bit about supply chain challenges, because they've certainly constrained production for Boeing and for Airbus and for you as well. What are the biggest bottlenecks when it comes to the supply chain at the moment for you?
Well, in general, supply chain is improving from year after year, but yeah, you are right. We have a few bottlenecks like engines, valves, interiors, just to give some examples.
Is it better now than 6 months ago, than a year ago?
I think the problem is that we are asking them more and more parts. We are growing production, and this brings more difficulties to them. I think they are delivering more, but even not as we need and on time we need.
How about supply of labor? You feel like you're like sufficient on that front, or are there still, areas for improvement, bottlenecks with respect to labor?
I think labor is mature labor is one of the issues they have, but they are working on to resolve that issue.
And what kind of workers are we talking about? Workers who are related to the supply chain, or pilots? Like,
I think more blue-collar workers.
Okay. And where do you think those people are going to come from? Are those jobs, like, where are they going to appear?
Well, I think they are hiring more people because the production is ramping up, but you need to develop people, you need to train people. I think this is one of the challenges they have.
Yeah, a few years ago, Jamie Dimon talking about training this type of worker and referencing the school right across from LaGuardia Airport in one of his annual letters, talking about the need for that type of education happening here in the U.S. What about when it comes to engines from GE and Pratt? Airbus had to pare its annual jet delivery targets due to shortages of those engines. How are you managing your way through that?
Well, we use both. And this is one of the critical issues we have because, again, we are growing production, and our competitors are doing the same, right? But I think we're managing well with them. We are getting the engines, more or less the engine we need, but not in the time we need. They are delivering with a certain delay, and then we have been working very closely with them to improve the situation.
What are your strongest markets regionally right now, and how do you see that developing?
The regional market, you mean? Mm-hmm. I think it's coming back, especially with more pilots available.
In which region, sorry?
In the U.S.
Oh, in the U.S., okay.
Yes. So a good example is the new order we got from American Airlines in March this year for 90 aircraft. So it was a good sign that the market is picking up.
It's been well documented that there was this breakup between Embraer and Boeing after Boeing decided to scrap that joint venture back in 2020 because of the COVID pandemic. There was a settlement, many millions of dollars. Is there a sense of relief, though, that didn't go through in your shoes, given that Boeing has had so many issues of late?
Well, we are relieved that this issue is done, right? I mean, now we can focus on growing our business, on improving our efficiency. That's why we're happy that this is behind us.
Is it 100% behind you? Is there a scenario in the future where you might consider partnering with Boeing again, given that there's new leadership at the company?
Well, we Embraer, we are always open to evaluate a new partnership that can help us to open new markets for our products or even to develop a new product. Huh. But we don't have any concrete plans for that at this point.
But you're open to it?
Yeah, we are always open.
What kind of situation do you think you could envision in that would make sense for?
Well, I mean, as I said, to open new markets that can add value for both companies.
You know, we've talked a lot about labor shortage. Molly, this is something that you have
all over it
a lot.
Yeah.
Pilot shortage, though, affecting your business because it affects the airlines. Airlines have to pay more for talent. They have trouble finding these pilots right now. How do you think about that in your business?
I think it did affect us, and then just the years after the pandemic, especially in the regional market, because the pilots from the regional market went to the main lines. But the situation has improved, and I gave you an example of this new order of American Airlines that is a positive sign of that.
You know, there's some discussion about airplanes being developed and only having one pilot, and in some cases, no co-pilot. You know, you went from years ago having the engineer and the pilot and the co-pilot, and now there are only two pilots. There's only the pilot and the co-pilot. Do you see during our lifetimes, foresee a time when there might be only one pilot in the cockpit?
What I see now is the trend to simplify the work for the pilots and make the aircraft even more safer. That's what I see right now. I think single pilot is a long-term reality.
What about no pilot?
Can barely even get to driverless cars, let alone planes.
Exactly.
But maybe they're controlled somewhere else.
Well, I mean, the technology is being developed to get there, but it's not only technology, right? This is a big challenge for all the industry, for the passengers.
But I mean, how much time is the pilot spending actually flying the plane outside of takeoff and landing right now?
Well, I don't know exactly, but the fact that you have two pilots bring you more safety sensation for the passengers, right?
I think the challenge would be for passengers.
I was just going to say, I think like the comfort to get on a plane with no one sitting there. I don't see myself being a customer of that.
Say hello to the robots.
I don't think I could do it.
Okay.
But I mean, well, maybe here's a different way to think about automation. How are you thinking about that for your manufacturing operations, and what are the challenges associated with that?
Oh, in terms of automation, we do a lot in our company. But we combine, you know, we call lean manufacturing with automation, right? We want to remove the wastes from the process, at the same time, automatize the process. We are improving a lot our efficiency and productivity with that.
Can you give us some examples, like what's being automated right now that maybe wasn't like a year ago?
For example, the wings. We use the robots to help us with the final assembly of the wings, because we have thousands of screws that we can put in the wings, and the robots do that, you know, in the same way all the time.
Instead of like me with a screwdriver.
Exactly.
I imagine they're much faster.
Exactly.
Yes.
I keep going back to Boeing because there are only so many examples of large aerospace companies out there. And what we're seeing at Boeing right now is sort of a attempt to consolidate some of the businesses that it's spun off over the last few decades. Spirit Aerosystems, for example, it's in the process of being bought by Boeing and coming back to Boeing. Do you see potential for more consolidation when it comes to your supply chain, the aerospace supply chain? Would you consider making any acquisitions to vertically integrate?
Well, we are much smaller than Boeing, right, our company. But we have 4 different businesses: commercial, private, defense and security, and service and support. And we do very well with them. We have one engineering department that supports all the business. It's a very good synergy, transferring technology from one business to another. So for us, in case of Embraer, it works very well.
Just last one for you here. How would you describe your outlook for business jet demand next year? I know you said that that's one of the growth areas that you're looking for.
We are doing very well. We have a great portfolio of product. We are sold out until almost the end of 2026.
That's a pretty good pipeline.
It's a very good pipeline. We are even investing to increase the production of private jets at Embraer.
What's your favorite plane that you make?
The Praetor 600.
Why?
Well, it can fly. It can fly from São Paulo to Miami, New York, London, Dubai, non-stop. Very comfortable, anti-turbulence device. It's beautiful.
This is the type of plane that is a business jet, right?
Yes.
Yes. This is not a plane that I'm going to get on if I.
One day, Tim.
Go to
with a window in the bathroom.
Okay, that's the window in the bathroom.
That's what we're looking for.
There it is. Francisco Gomez Neto, President and CEO of Embraer, joining us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Taking a look at markets as we get less than an hour away from the close. The S&P 500 off of highs, but still up more than 0.1%. The NASDAQ up 0.3%. The Dow up 0.4%. Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week, Jared Dillian of the Daily Dirt Nap stops by.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. NASDAQ 100 index up 0.3%. But we are looking at a retreat today for the Russell 2000 index. That was ripping higher yesterday, but right now it is down 0.3%. That compares to a gain of 0.1% for the S&P. That index up 5 now to 58.47. Could see a record close on the S&P. The Dow pushing higher, up another 0.4% with the Dow at 43,240. 10-year 4.08%, the 2-year 3.97%. Gold up $18 the ounce, 26.91, up 0.7%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 5/10, 70.78 a barrel. Netflix reports third quarter results after markets closed today, with investors expecting growth in advertising revenue and other initiatives like a crackdown on password sharing to contribute to double-digit gains in sales and profit. Quincy Crosby is Chief Global Strategist at LPL Financial.
We will look at subscriptions and we'll see where they are coming from. And if they are coming from the U.S., if they've added from the U.S., it tells us that the consumer is okay, that the consumer is spending money on what Netflix has to offer. And then we're also focused on international, where they're getting the subscriptions internationally.
Quincy Crosby of LPL Financial, the streaming paid memberships estimate 281.92 million. Netflix shares ahead of earnings down 1.7%. So again, recapping, stocks higher, S&P right now just under 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Private equity, tariffs, and joint bank accounts with your spouse. These are a few of the things Jared Dillian does not like. Don't get me wrong, though. There's plenty he does like. He likes markets. He likes writing about markets. He likes writing short stories. He likes reading. I think you like bacon and eggs, too?
Oh, yeah, I tweeted about that the other day.
That's on the list.
Bacon and eggs for dinner.
Okay. That voice you hear is Jared Dillian. He's the editor-publisher of the market newsletter, The Daily Dirt Nap. Former Bloomberg opinion columnist. He's also the author of several books. No Worries, How to Live a Stress-Free Financial Life. His newest book, Night Moves, a collection of 16 short stories. Jared joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studios. We got a lot to get to with you. Where do you see the markets and the economy right now?
Well, I think commodities have bottomed. I think we had a capitulation panic bottom in August. Commodities were up about 6 to 8% in September, and they're kind of retracing now. I think the Fed committed an error in cutting 50 basis points.
Oh, we're coming back to that.
Sorry. I don't know if you already talked about it.
Oh, no. I meant I'm coming back to ask you about that.
Yeah.
Keep going.
I mean, the data has been all strong since then. And I think what's happening is the Fed confused a little bit of labor market weakness with overall economic weakness. So what happened was during the pandemic, we dumped $3 trillion into the economy, and we created this labor shortage. You couldn't get waited on in a restaurant. We had this huge labor shortage. We have worked off those excesses over the last 4 years, and now we are getting back to like a normal jobs market. The unemployment rate is 4.1%, which is 0.2% higher than it was in 2000, which was the hottest economy I've ever been in. The unemployment rate was 3.9. So they shouldn't have cut 50 basis points.
Well, let's take it back. I mean, look, I think a lot of this also benefit of hindsight. Let's go back, though, to like what we did know at that September meeting. There had been, what was it, 2-3 consecutive pretty weak jobs reports at that time. The unemployment rate had, triggered the famous Somme recession rule, had risen up to 4.3%, down from from 3.9 in a matter of just a couple months. I think there was a bit of panic at the time. I mean, I personally was surprised by 50. I'm not going to come out here and say that I thought that was going to happen, but there were certainly plenty of people in the camp who thought that was the right move at the time.
Yeah, I think, I was going through those same internal calculations. And, I said in my newsletter, I said at the time that, if you open your eyes and ears and you look around, like the economy doesn't really seem weak. Like I can't find a parking spot in the airport. Like the airports are jammed, the restaurants are jammed. Like it doesn't really seem like a weak economy. I mean, if you want to know what a weak economy is like, my wife is here. I went out to dinner with her in March of 2009 at Spark Steakhouse, and we were the only people in the restaurant, right? Like that's what a weak economy looks like. So if you look at these sort of intangible things, this anecdotal evidence, it didn't really, I wasn't really seeing weakness at all.
And now, of course, the jobs numbers have been revised higher. The unemployment rate has come down.
Yep.
And people are also wondering, was 50 a mistake? Was it a panic? Are we even going to get a pause in November? I mean, I don't think so, but what's your outlook for rates going forward?
Well, I think a good argument that could be made was that monetary policy was a little bit restrictive. Real rates were about 2.5%, 2.6%. And we should get real rates down to about 1%, which means you get Fed funds down to about 4%. I think you can make that argument that we were a little bit restrictive. But to say that we were headed into a recession, I mean, even Claudia Sam said, she's like, I don't know, maybe this isn't like the...
I believe here on Bloomberg Radio,
yeah.
she said. Yeah.
Hey, Jared, we can't let you go without talking about the presidential election, because this is probably the last time we're going to talk to you between now and then. You recently wrote about tariffs in your newsletter, how you're not a fan of them. You call them a disaster in the short, medium, and long term. Trump loves tariffs. Talked about that with Bloomberg's John Micklethwaite earlier this week. You're also not a fan of Kamala Harris. You tweeted a few days ago, if you are a liberal in the financial industry, you're likely voting yourself out of a job. Help us make sense of where you stand.
All right, so with regard to the Kamala Harris comments, in 2020, she proposed a financial transactions tax. And I think people underestimate the harm that would be caused from a financial transactions tax. So what she was proposing was 20 basis points on stocks, 10 basis points on bonds, and 2 basis points in the notional value of derivatives. If you do that, trading volume will decline by 80%.
And that's when she was running for president?
That's when she was running in 2020, yeah.
And she's pulled back on some of these policies to try, and now that she is the candidate.
And there's no chance of it happening this year, like even if she got elected, but in 2026, if the House and Senate were Democratic, it is possible. The tariffs, you cannot shield U.S. businesses from competition because it makes them, if they are not forced to compete on a global level, it makes them undisciplined and flabby. And what you are actually doing is making foreign businesses stronger because they have to compete based on price.
Given those two things that you just explained, which candidate is better in your view for the economy?
I think look, I have said that this is the most financially illiterate election in my lifetime. I think on balance, Trump is slightly better on the grounds that he is not going to raise taxes significantly, but it is a horse race.
I mean, I think, our results from our Bloomberg survey would tell you the same thing. And it's so interesting. We just had this survey of about 30 economists, and to rank, how inflation, growth, the deficit would play out over the next 4 years under either candidate. And given it was so shocking because their policies obviously couldn't be more different, yet the outlook for inflation and growth are basically the same under either one of them. Does that surprise you?
I think they are both inflation catalysts.
Yes, which is also why in the survey, people don't really see rates coming down a whole lot.
Yes, they are both, and Stan Druckenmiller has said the same thing.
Correct.
So, yeah.
Okay, we got 45 seconds on private equity with you because that's all the time we have left. You started a website called shortprivateequity.com. Looks like the Drudge Report when I go there, just headlines about private equity. Give us your take on private equity right now, why you're short.
Well, I mean, look, I have been short private equity since December of 23, and I've lost money on it. It's been a very painful trade. I think it's a bubble. I think the publicly traded corporation was a huge financial innovation back to the Dutch East India Company. Like, it makes it easy to raise capital. I think we are actually going backwards by rolling up all these businesses and keeping them private. That's the 20-second explanation of it. But
all right, well, follow Jared on X. His newsletter is the Daily Dirt Nap. He's got a new book out. We didn't even get to talk to it, but we're going to have you back on. Night Moves. It's a collection of 16 short stories. We got a podcast with him about his other book, one of his most recent, No Worries, How to Live a Stress-Free Financial Life. Jared, always good to see you. Thanks so much for joining us. In other news, Hamas's leader, Yahya Sinwar, has been killed by Israel in Gaza. Israel's Netanyahu, though, said Sinwar's death doesn't mean the war is over. For more, we turn to Jonathan Panikoff, director of the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative at the Atlantic Council, joining us from Washington, D.C. Jonathan, I think you had Vice President Kamala Harris coming out and saying that this is an opportunity to finally end the war in Gaza. To what extent do you see this as being an off-ramp for Israel here in its conflict?
Look, thanks so much for having me. Look, it certainly could be an off-ramp. It's really going to be up, once again, to Netanyahu. For a number of months now, the Israelis have complained, somewhat rightly, that Sinwar was the impediment to an agreement. He kept changing the terms on the number of Palestinian prisoners that need to be released, on the ratios. He's now out of the way, and we know that a number of Hamas, other leaders are really actually preferring to have a ceasefire. So I think the question is this is going to be a decision that Netanyahu says, look, this is a victory. I'm going to take it. We're going to get to a deal in Gaza, even as conflicts may continue in Lebanon. And even as we expect, Israel is still going to respond to Iran and to strike Iran in the coming days or weeks.
Well, that's exactly right, Jonathan. I mean, it's such a fluid situation right now. The war is being fought on multiple fronts right now in the Middle East. So how do you see the conflict playing out from here?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question because it is so fluid. The problem with Sinwar's death is now, unlike a couple of months ago, it's hard to imagine that the Israelis are going to completely stop operations in Lebanon, right? So for a year now, Hezbollah had said that it's linking its attacks to northern Israel directly to Israel's attacks in Gaza. Well, if those end in Gaza because you have some sort of ceasefire deal and hostage release, that doesn't mean, though, that things in Lebanon are also going to end. I just can't imagine that the Israelis, having now gone in on the ground, having conducted air campaigns, are going to say, we're going to just stop trying to go after Hezbollah ballistic missiles and cruise missiles that are hidden very often among populations and in civilian homes. And so I think that's going to continue. At the same time, Israel still thinks it has to respond to Iran's ballistic missile strike from a couple of weeks ago. I expect that to still happen. And it'll be a question of whether it means that Iran goes up the escalatory ladder as well.
What does it mean for Hamas in Gaza specifically? Who leads it?
I think that's, the million-dollar question right now. The reality is, when you had Hania killed by Israel over the summer in Tehran, Yahya Sinwar was the de facto leader anyways, and now he just became the de jure leader. There was what's called a Shura Council. Hamas leaders from various segments got together and made him the official leader. Now I think it's going to be much more open. And so, look, you have folks in Gaza like his brother, Mohammed Sinwar, who's the mastermind behind the tunnels, who certainly might try to compete for it. But I think you're going to get a lot of Hamas leadership that says, look, we've been at this for a year now. If we want a resolution, we have to look towards somebody outside, whether that's Khalil Haya, who's been the chief negotiator since Hania's death, whether it's somebody like Abu Marzouk, who's one of the founders of Hamas. There are other leaders, but nobody with Sinwar's wasta, frankly.
Jonathan, appreciate you taking the time joining us this afternoon. Jonathan Panikoff, director at the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative at the Atlantic Council, joining us from Washington, D.C. Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week, we drive to the close. This is Bloomberg.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We got the S&P 500 index flat right now on the day, giving up earlier gains as I speak, swinging between gains and losses. Dow could see a record close there. We got NASDAQ higher, but let's head over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks well off their session highs, with the Dow still up 161 points, but the S&Ps are a little changed, and NASDAQ is only up by 12. The U.S. 10-year yield at 4.09%. Gold is higher by 18. Oil trading in the green, and Bitcoin, that's lower by 1%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were tech and the financials. Utilities were under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Travelers and American Express, while Coca-Cola fell 1% and led to the downside. After earnings, Blackstone rose as much as 8% to a record. Elevance Health plunged 12%. And among the financials, Wells Fargo rose for a 10th straight day, its longest winning streak ever. Wrapping things up, some of the names reporting after the bell tonight include Netflix and Intuitive Surgical. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney, and to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg type squawk, SQUA on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's
the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, well, we're off of session highs, but Molly, we are, wow, look at that. About 17 and a half minutes away from the close.
I am on the edge of my seat.
You should be.
Are you?
Always.
Always.
Yeah, that's what makes this fun. You never know what's going to happen. We got Aaron Kennan with us. He's co-founder and CEO over at Clear Harbor Asset Management. They've got about $1.5 billion in assets under management. Aaron, always good to check in with you. Quite a bit has changed since we last checked in with you a little over a month ago. I'm wondering how you're looking at the rate path forward and kind of what happens over these next few weeks as we get to the election, because I think that's on a lot of investors' minds.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. So, clearly the Fed moved 50, and there was a perception just a month or two ago that this was going to be a more aggressive rate cutting plan. And given the strength of growth, we just saw Atlanta GDP now today at 3.4%. Seemingly strong employment market and nice productivity data of late. It appears as though the Fed is probably more poised to move in 25 basis point increments. And of course, as you think about, what does that mean for the market? I think you have the front end of the Treasury market, the yield curve already sort of pricing in a good deal of the cuts, both for this year and for next year. So we have to be a little careful about thinking that just because the Fed's going to cut rates perhaps 2 more times this year and perhaps 3-4 more times next year, that we're going to have a large move in the front end of the curve. I also think that we're most likely going to, the market's going to become a bit more volatile probably in and around the election and perhaps after the election. If the polls are indicative of how election night's going to play out, we may not know the results of the election for a week or two, and that may provide some indigestion for markets after November 5th.
I'm already dreading the days after the election, just thinking back to the 2020 one. I don't think we knew until that Saturday the results, so definitely brace yourself for what could be a drawn-out contest there. But I wanted to tie that back to what you were just saying about the Fed. Aaron, it wasn't that long ago that people were saying, like, wow, cutting in November, this meeting is just, it's in the same week of the election, just a day or two later, how that could be seen as political in some way. Didn't take long for that conversation to dissipate, though. I mean, how do you view that move right now? Could there be any talk that this could be misconstrued in any political way if the Fed does move at the November meeting?
Well, they're damned if they do, and they're damned if they don't.
Ain't that the truth?
You see that with Supreme Court decisions. You see that with the Fed policies. Sometimes the right praises the Supreme Court, and then, well, just recently, yesterday, the Supreme Court came out and supported an initiative that was much more in line with a view from the Democratic side. And of course, there was radio silence on praising the Supreme Court to have an election. That wasn't too helpful. So I just think that that's the reality of where we are in the moment. And I think Powell's done a reasonable job both articulating and behaving in a way that seems to be, devoid of political influence, and that's a great thing.
We had this really interesting story out today about how the Powell, obviously led by the Fed led by Powell. My bad. I don't cover this for a living. I wouldn't know what that is.
You're being facetious. You do cover
Very
this
facetious.
for a living.
A day. Anyway, Powell has really got the Fed tethered to the 6-week data cycle, and that there is no otherwise medium-term forecast. Can you talk about that from an investor perspective, and how, it seems like you really just can't have this, a viewpoint that really lasts for too long, because it's just so dependent day to day, week to week on whatever the numbers are going to show and the subsequent revisions.
I mean, at a very high level, I guess the way I think about that, I don't think about it as a 6-week cycle. I just think about it maybe, hopefully, the way the Fed could be thinking about it, which is inflation was at 9.1% in mid-2022. And now it has a 3 handle, and in some cases, depending on what you look at, it has a 2 handle in terms of inflation. And normalizing rates is not accepting a view that the economy is deteriorating. It's accepting a view that price increases have normalized. And I think that message from the Fed, if that remains in place, will continue to augur in 25 basis point cuts, probably 2 more times this year, even if we continue to see strong employment data, like we saw today, strong retail sales data. Consumer confidence is a little weaker. We're seeing default rates rise in regard to credit cards as well as auto loans. So there's some weakness there. Of course, the commercial real estate market is still on its heels, and the Fed is aware of that. Also, the Fed's Beige Book, which is really a survey of what's happening in these different Fed districts around the country, those surveys have been suggesting that economic activity is either flatlined or actually deteriorating in the majority of those districts. So there's a real disconnect right now between some of the data, which isn't leading, like employment, it's not a leading indicator, and the Beige Book. And we'll have to see all this plays out, but I still suspect the Fed is more poised to cut than hold at least one more time.
Well, that's definitely the difficult part that I have in talking to real people about the economy, and how they say the data is painting one picture of this economy that's so great, and that employment is so strong, that spending is strong, that growth is strong. And you talk to the average American about their lived experience, and it couldn't be more different. And I think that's where you're starting to, what you're talking about here with the Beige Book, the anecdotal evidence is very different. So how are you squaring that dichotomy right now? It's got to be challenging to see what's really the true indicator.
Yeah, well, we're looking at the macro indicators. We're looking at sentiment indicators, but of course now we're just running into earnings season. So we're actually listening to what corporate America has to say and companies around the world. I say companies around the world. For example, last night you have a German laboratory products and goods maker, sort of in the biosciences, life sciences, segment of the market, sort of indicating, okay, it seems like we have nicely moved off the bottom of a trend that had occurred in a post-COVID world. And we're starting to see real demand, and we're starting to raise our outlooks. That has huge repercussions for a lot of companies in the United States that we look at and that the market looks at. The banks have, to a great extent, reported. Certainly wasn't a disaster, particularly at the big money center banks, and even the banks have a lot of investment banking revenue, like Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, where we're seeing significant underwriting revenue. Investment banking revenue growth was quite strong at both of those institutions, including Wells, including Citi, including Bank of America. And so certainly it feels like the glass is half full at the moment, but there are still incipient reasons to be quite cautious as we move into year end and beyond.
Is the biggest issue, we have 10 seconds, biggest issue between now and the end of the year, the election?
I think that's an issue that could, increase volatility, Tim. And certainly when you increase volatility, people like to reduce their exposures. Institutions like to do that. And so that's something that we're keeping our eyes on.
All right. Aaron Kennan, always love it when you join us, co-founder and CEO over at Clear Harbor Asset Management, joining us from Stamford, Connecticut. Clear Harbor Asset Management, they've got about $1.5 billion, a little over $1.5 billion in assets under management. We're getting close to the closing bell. We're still seeing very small gains on the S&P 500, but it's green.
Just a little.
Just a little bit. That's next on Business Week.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That's Molly Smith. She is U.S. economics editor for Bloomberg News. Did I get that right?
Yeah, I think we've given it like 3 variants of the title, but
Already
they're all the same
today?
thing.
I
think what you just said, U.S. economics editor. Before it was economics editor or just U.S. economy editor.
Love it.
Take your pick.
What do you think? We know what you do. You talk
I think
about the
I go
Fed.
U.S. economy.
Okay.
I feel like it's inclusive.
Design your own title.
Yeah.
That's the afternoon
Also,
here.
economics to me kind of gives us more the impression of our economists who are in-house because we call them Bloomberg
like
economics.
Anna Wong, a Stuart Paul.
Yeah, our
and the like.
in-house favorites, exactly.
Yeah. Hey, if you never want to miss a Bloomberg Business Week story, become a subscriber today. You'll unlock deep reporting and analysis from reporters around the world, including unlimited access to Business Week. Check out our offers right now on Bloomberg.com/subscribe now. Also, the new issue of Bloomberg Business Week, the cover story. We spoke to Gabrielle Coppola a little earlier in our program, all about BYD and what it's doing.
Build your dreams, baby.
Did you know it was?
But it used to be bring your dollars. Was that it?
I
think
just
that
know
was
build
in
your
the.
dreams,
I was looking.
you know?
Well, you
It's a
got to
good
read the
story.
cover story.
Oh, I did
to
read the
see
cover story, yeah.
That there was this little like bespoke mention of what BYD allegedly used to stand for that I believe the company denied.
Incredible history. Incredible history. The company, started by this battery engineer.
Crazy.
Thinking about this decades ago before we were
Why
talking
did
about
I not go
EVs.
into battery engineering?
It's not too late, Molly.
Yeah.
It's not too
U.S.
late.
U.S. economics editor.
U.S. economics editor.
Gosh, whatever my title is. Yeah.
Hey, we got a couple minutes before the close, and I wanted to touch on Netflix. They're set to report a gain in subscribers. Investors are expecting growth in ad revenue, other initiatives like a crackdown on password sharing to contribute to double-digit gains in sales and profit. We're expecting those numbers soon.
Very soon.
We're going to bring them to you as soon as we get them. How are you thinking about this? You thinking about Love is Blind?
Oh my gosh, yes. I just finished season 6, so
Okay.
full disclosure, I am fully a year behind.
Well, don't worry. I would imagine if there's been 6 seasons, there might be another season
Oh
coming.
no, well the 7th is the one that's current right now,
Oh, it
so
is?
I
Oh,
am
okay.
literally a year behind.
Okay,
Yes.
so don't worry. Maybe when you're done with season 7, there could be a season. My wife loves that show too.
It is wild.
Yeah.
The only thing that I have heard from people about season 7 is that the cast is set in DC and that none of them have Washington-related job titles. Like there are
That's
no
so
consultants,
that's
there are no aides
so
to senators.
unrealistic.
Exactly. They're like,
Have these people
what-
ever been to DC?
They're like, what do these people do? Are they really from here?
Yeah, which lawmaker do you work for?
Exactly. It was like, wait, you're like a tech bro in DC? Like that doesn't check out.
Okay, so we are still, because it's 2024 not 2025, we're still going to be getting customer numbers, subscriber numbers, and that is what moves the company's stock. We heard from Geetha Ranganathan a little earlier in our program. She talked about how when those numbers go away in 2025, the ARM, the average revenue per member, is the number to watch. We're not there yet, though, Molly. Streaming paid net change estimate is going to be adding 4.47 million. That's according to the Bloomberg consensus. A revenue estimate coming in at $9.78 billion. And then as things look in the fourth quarter, they're expecting $10.05 billion, the Bloomberg consensus, and an operating margin estimate of 21.2%.
And at least looking regionally, it seems like APAC is really going to be the big mover here between that and Europe, Middle East area, and Africa, EMEA as we call it. So those are going to be the 2 big regions to look out for. Otherwise, they break out U.S. and Canada as one segment and LATAM as another. So look out for those APAC and EMEA results for sure. That seems to be what our Bloomberg consensus is calling for, at least.
And here in the U.S. and Canada, 669,000 is what they expect to be added. Streaming paid memberships estimate of $281.92 million. We're going to bring those numbers to you as soon as we get them from Netflix in just a few minutes. In the meantime, taking a look at the world equity indices, we see the S&P 500 is now in the red, losing a little bit of steam on this Thursday afternoon. We can go ahead and call that flat, though. The Dow up 0.4%, the NASDAQ higher by just fractionally.
Yeah, no, I mean, pretty good day, I think. I mean, no reason to check the 401k, get too worried. So we're going to,
Jared Dillian says check that once a year.
Oh, yeah,
That's what he says.
It's like the scale, you know?
Yeah.
Don't go there too often.
Don't go there too often.
Yeah.
Coming up next, the closing bell. It starts right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic here with Scarlet Food, taking you to the Closing Bell, a global simulcast. It starts right now. Tim Stenovic joining us in the radio booth. Molly Smith by his side. Carol Masser, for some reason or another, has the day off. But we still welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms because we four are here to keep it going.
Are you ready?
No.
You know what I'm asking about?
I have no idea.
Netflix.
Earnings. Oh. Yeah, I've heard.
All right.
Okay.
Here's the
Molly,
numbers.
welcome.
We need to, welcome, Molly. Carol was here earlier.
Yeah.
I know. I keep seeing her, but she doesn't show up for this show.
She was here.
Happening. Yeah.
Look,
When she doesn't make it onto our show, Romaine considers her not here.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think she was here since like 4 in the morning,
I
just
see how
in
it
Carol's
works.
defense.
I see how it works.
We're very close-centric right now.
Very briefly, guys, streaming paid net change estimate for the subscriber numbers for Netflix. We're expecting 4.47 million. Don't get too used to getting these numbers, though, because come next year, we're not going to get those anymore.
You know, there's a whisper number out there, too.
What's the whisper?
6.5 million. Ooh, it's a big gap.
Well, there you go. That's a big gap. And it gets to this idea, too, as to sort of what's going to be really the most important driver. And when we talk about the idea, okay, they want us to focus on profit. They want us to focus on top-line revenue, too. But sort of what's the in-between there that we're going to be able to use to parse where that's going if they're not giving us those subscriber numbers?
Average revenue per member.
They're not giving us that either. They're suspending that after next quarter.
But the revenue per member?
Yeah, yeah. We just had Tim Nolan from Macquarie. He said that's gone, man.
Oh, I thought Geetha told us earlier. That's
Tim,
what we have to look for starting next year. I know
Tim,
they're
you're living in the
suspending.
past, man.
I know they're
you got to move to the
suspending
future here. Let's get through the numbers real quick here before those earnings cross the wire here. You have green across some of the major indices here, though modest gains on the day. A Dow Jones Industrial Average looks like it's going to settle higher by about 0.4%. We're just going to call the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ unchanged, and the Russell 2000 lower here on the day. Netflix earnings crossing the wire. You want streaming ads? You got them. 5.1 million new subscribers added in the most recent quarter on a net basis. The street had been looking for 4.5 million. Revenue for the full year, fiscal 2025, the company is expecting $43 to $44 billion. The street, guys, was looking for 43.4.
Okay, let's take a look at margins as well. Netflix sees full-year operating margin at 27%. Previously, it had seen 26%. The consensus estimate was for 25.9%. And I bring this up because Netflix wants everyone to focus on profitability and margins in particular. It's moving away, as we mentioned, from those subscriber growth numbers. It really wants you to look at margins, and it wants to achieve that through advertising. And the paid advertising here is what we're all paying attention to now.
The company saying that their content has been a little patchy because of the impact of the Hollywood strikes. So still feeling the effects of those, given that, the production timeline for this stuff is relatively extended. And what they have now, they've been working on for quite a while. So Molly's still seeing the effect of those strikes when it comes to the content that's coming out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, if there was another, a different positive to take from this, just thinking back to when I used to cover credit and we're all about looking at free cash flow, that looked pretty positive. That's up 16% year over year, came in at roughly 2.2 billion. Estimate was for 1.7. So that's a nice beat on the free cash flow. And I'm sure all the bond guys out there are definitely liking that. I mean, Netflix, not the biggest borrower out there, but I mean, still a pretty solid name if you're looking to trade that one.
Looking through the shareholder letter, they do talk a little bit about that ad membership, saying ad memberships up 35% quarter on quarter, and the ad tech platform, something that Tim Nolan at Macquarie was talking about a little bit earlier on the program, that is on track to actually launch in Canada in Q4, so now expanding to new markets. And we were just talking with Keith Gangle over at Gradient, really talking about the potential impact that live events could have. And this gets to your comment, Tim, this idea about content here. Of course, that big Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight that nobody asked for, but we're still going to get. And, of course, those 2 NFL games on Christmas Day.
Yeah, forget playing with all the toys you get from Santa Claus. There are 2 NFL games happening on Christmas Day on Netflix. Other stuff that they talk about being breakout hit shows, not going to surprise you if you've been paying at all any attention to the zeitgeist. Monsters, the Lyle and Eric Menendez story from Ryan Murphy, The Perfect Couple with Nicole Kidman.
Yeah.
Nobody wants this.
Now,
did you say nobody wants this?
Wait, what happened with Monsters? Now, did they not do it? I'm confused because every time I've seen some of these Netflix specials on these like murder investigations, it's always like, apparently we all got it wrong.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I
Yeah,
haven't
Scarlett,
seen
you
it.
watch a lot of TV.
Yeah, I
You
haven't,
tell
I haven't
me.
finished it yet, so I can't tell you much.
There's two of them, though. There's two of them.
I hear they're brothers, right?
No, not just
Competing stories, yeah.
Monsters, the Lyle and Eric Menendez story, and then there's the Menendez brothers documentary also. Yeah.
I have watched Nobody Wants This. It's great. I also watched A Perfect Couple. So yeah, Romaine's right. I do watch a lot of Netflix. One thing I want to point out,
Perfect
though.
Couple, was that the Liam, what's the guy's name? Liev Schreiber?
Liev Schreiber and Nicole
Oh, I actually
Kidman.
saw that. See, I
Yeah.
saw something, Scarlett. I'm
You know,
proud of
there was
myself.
some embedded
Look at me.
advertising in that because they were talking about Doritos
Yeah.
and Cool Ranch chips, and
Yeah.
I feel like that is something that Netflix
Yeah.
is going to lean more towards in the future.
But don't tell me the end, because I actually didn't see the end, so I have no idea.
can't
I have no
believe you
idea who
didn't
killed
finish
who, but there you go.
I mean, as far as what we're looking forward to in the fourth quarter, I mean, Netflix is highlighting here, we're going to have the returning hit. Squid Game Season 2 is coming back. I personally, I don't know if you guys were into that one the first time around. I mean, that was a massive show when that first debuted. Outer Banks Season 4, Love is Blind Season 7. Tim and I were just talking about that one where the cast is set in D.C. and none of these people seem to have D.C.-related jobs. But I think that Love is Blind, and obviously in the other markets they've explored too
is
with
it like
the
Congress
UK.
people hooking up or what?
I mean, it's crazy. I literally just finished Season 6, so I'm genuinely a year behind, but I'm very eager to start watching
I'm
it.
6 years behind, so
Yeah,
don't
so
feel
am I.
not late. You know, but getting back to the numbers though too, it does get, in all seriousness, it gets to this idea of what you want to hear from Reed Hastings on that call, which is kind of a scripted call, but still, like, what's the vision that he's going to articulate? Because we talk about this idea of not having visibility through those traditional metrics.
Look,
is he going to offer up something else, Tim?
Look, if you're an investor and you're a customer, you want two different things. If you're an investor, you want to hear about a price raise in the United States. If you're a
Yes.
customer, you don't want to hear about that. You also want to hear, if you're an investor, about what they're doing in terms of advertising and what that advertising product looks like since launching it just a couple of years ago. They do say in the letter, we have more work to do improving our offering for advertisers. It'll be a priority over the next few years. They're going to do an in-house first-party ad tech platform. They're going to roll it out in Canada, broader ads to countries in 2025. Remember who they're competing with here when it comes to advertising. I mean, you're competing with the huge players, the Googles of the world, the Meta platforms of the world, the TikToks of the world, Instagram, everybody out there.
I just want to point out, too, just the share reaction here, too. This is probably one of the more tepid share reactions we've
Pretty
seen
muted.
in Netflix. Now, coming into today, the market was basically saying we were going to get about an 8% up or down move, of course, in the cash session tomorrow. But to see the post-market move of just a fraction of a percent is kind of alarming.
Yeah, and to Tim's point, I think the stock will really move in after-hours trade once they do get any kind of clarity on what the paid subscribers and the advertising revenue looks like for that tier. One thing worth noting here is that revenue is slated to slow down sequentially the next couple of quarters. For the third quarter, revenue rose about 15%. For the fourth quarter, it's seen staying at around that level. And then first quarter of next year, revenue is seen slowing to 13%. Second quarter seen slowing down to 12%.
But the thing about that is, so I went back and looked through those numbers, like really go back over the last few years. They've been in this position before, where you've seen that slowdown in that revenue growth number, and somehow they've always found a way to get that back up, whether it's with new content or whatever,
or price increases,
or price increases. But that's, you know, they have pricing power.
But they do have pricing power, and I think that's going to be, at least in the U.S. and Canada, the lever that they're going to have to pull. Because, you know, given that the penetration has increased here with the crackdown on password sharing, that's kind of short-lived, according to analysts. The only way for them to actually grow when it comes to revenue is to raise their prices.
But just real quickly, though, why not the international markets? Because when you look through this release here and you look at the performance in international markets, it's negative signs in front of everything in terms of growth. I mean, I thought that was supposed to be the big expansion plan a couple of years ago.
It was when they flipped that switch at CES like 10 years ago, and they said, you know, Netflix is now available worldwide. That was the huge opportunity. You know, every market is different. We'll have to wait and see what they say on the call about where they see the most prospect for growth.
Yeah, and I mean, also just a lot of questions right now swirling about how, like, the valuation of the stock and how expensive it is. I mean, again, we're talking about a pretty muted market reaction right now, but if that materially changes after this, I mean, this is a stock that's up almost 340% from 2 years ago. So pretty crazy rise.
Absolutely. People are looking for reasons to buy the stock, and they need more clarity. They need more clarity on the number of subscribers added to the advertising tier.
Romaine, what are you watching on Netflix right now?
Zero, nothing. Squadouche.
He's going to watch the end of The Perfect Couple.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably in like,
we just started Slow Horses
like a year and a half.
on
That's Apple.
Heard it's great.
Yeah.
So far, so
Never
good.
heard of that either.
I think that's the challenge, though. You know, Carol mentioned the thing that she was watching on Netflix on our program. Turns out it wasn't even on Netflix because, you know, customers don't necessarily know where they're going. Hey, we got to go.
Do you hear the same thing in my ear?
Yeah, our producer's saying
when the
wrap
producer
it, wrap
says
it,
we
wrap
got to
it.
go, or just checking.
All right. Okay, I'm going to let that one go. That's for Finley in our ears. That is going to do it for our cross-platform coverage.
I thought that was just
on radio, TV, YouTube, and at Bloomberg Originals. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That is Molly Smith. She's in for Carol Masser this afternoon.
And which title am I going with?
Your Bloomberg Economics, Bloomberg News Economics editor.
Sure, we can use that for the final hour.
Give you a fourth title. Up 3% in the after hours. The call has not started. We are still waiting to hear from the company's executives on that call. We'll bring those headlines to you as we get them. In the meantime, some other headlines from Netflix in the most recent quarter include third quarter streaming paid net change coming in above estimates at 5.1 million. Estimates were for 4.52 million. Sees fiscal year 2025 revenue 43 billion to 44 billion, kind of smack in line with estimates of $43.4 billion. 2025 operating margin. The company's coming out and saying they see that at 28%. Estimates for 27.9%, is slightly above estimates. And then once again, paid net change and subscribers. Enjoy it while you can, people, because you're not going to see those numbers come 2025. For more, let's bring in Dan Morgan. He's Senior Portfolio Manager at Synovus Trust Company. They've got about $19 billion in assets under management. Dan, I know you are looking closely at your Bloomberg terminal in terms of the news from Netflix just in the last 9 minutes. What sticks out to you?
Hi, Tim. Hi, Molly. Yeah, it looks like overall from earnings per share and revenue number, it looks pretty strong. I heard Scarlett mentioned earlier about the expectations coming into this quarter being so high and the stock trading way up. I believe it's up over 45% year to date. You know, Tim, I had a whisper number on new subs for the third quarter anywhere from 6 to 7 million. I know they beat the consensus.
That's like the whisper number that Scarlett was talking about.
Yeah, so they came in with 5.07. You mentioned the stock is trading down a little bit. I just think there wasn't a lot of room for error.
Well, now it started trading down. Now it's higher by 3.5%.
Okay, there we go.
But go ahead.
Anyway,
Sorry.
it looks like they came up a little bit short on that whisper number in terms of pay subs on the third quarter.
Hey, okay, I know Molly has a ton of questions. I know you do. Can I just go?
All about Love is Blind, but you can go first.
I just want to know, what are you going to do? What's an investor going to do when they stop with this sub number in 2025?
You know, you're right, Tim. It's going to be a tough sled because, you know, we really value Netflix based on these sub numbers. I hate to say this, but I think what's going to happen, and you already see this with Apple, you know, Apple will give us no longer, you know, different unit volumes on iPhones and iPads and so forth. They'll get, you know, we'll get estimates based on revenue by segment, but then a lot of analysts will back, you know, through average selling prices and come up with a unit projection. And I hate to say it, guys, but I don't think this is going to go away. I think what you're going to see is some estimates based on the revenue numbers in terms of what that sub number is, because, you know, in the past, we've just always traded the stock based on how many new members did you sign up for the quarter and how many will you sign up next quarter, right?
I mean, what's like the next natural key metric then for you, both to predict and then also to trade off of?
You know, Molly, it's kind of funny because, you know, we think about like how we trade Microsoft and Amazon and all these different stocks based on their ability to generate AI revenue, right? And I think it's going to be the same thing here with Netflix. Instead of AI, we're going to just be zeroing in on that advertising. You know, if we think of what are the catalysts going forward for this company, you guys mentioned earlier about a potential price increase. That's in the mix. They also have that paid sharing, which we've talked about before, and migrating people over that. But I think there's a lot of people who are hopeful that this ad tier model will be a big generator for them. We have to bear in mind about 45% of their signups, their new signups, are going towards the ad tier model. It's about $6.99 a month. You
Is
get
that
ads,
is that around the world?
which is about $15.99. I'm sorry.
Is that around the world?
That's
Or is that
pretty, yeah?
is that just in the U.S.? Like, what markets is that in, Dan?
That would be across the board, Tim, in terms of any new subs that they're signing up, in terms of across the board. Like I said, about 45%. And, you know, as of the end of this year, they're projecting, now let's say they've got 285 million total subscribers. They should have about 31 million advertising subscribers. So it is becoming a bigger piece of the pie for them. It's not quite huge, but at least it's over 10%.
Shares now higher by 5% in the after hours.
Just how do you think though about like I still find like this decision. I know that this isn't the new thing here, but the decision to not publish the subscriber numbers so interesting.
It's still,
like
every quarter, even though they announced it a few quarters ago, every quarter
Right.
I'm just like I harp on it.
I mean, it just sounds to me like you're almost like acknowledging like that the company is moving into like a new phase. Like maybe like you know that you were like maybe a growing company, now you're a more developed, mature company.
I think that is absolutely the correct take.
Yeah, I mean, but you obviously, like, from an investor perspective, like, I don't know, Dan, like, do you accept that? Or I mean, it just kind of, to me, sounds like I'm almost a little sad in a way. I'm like, I always looked forward to that number. It's kind of, like, new and exciting. And, I mean, how do you view it? Do you think this is just a natural maturation of the company?
I think so, Molly. Another thing to remember, too, is that the average revenue they get per subscriber in terms of advertising subscriber versus, let's say, a standard subscriber is less. So that could be another reason they felt they wanted to migrate to kind of a more revenue volume-based, matrix opposed to subs, because the subs didn't have as much value that they might if it was purely a standard. But, Tim and Molly, I would agree with you that I think at this point we have to look at Netflix much differently than we did 2 or 3 years ago. They have become a more mature company. You mentioned the cash flow numbers that they gave for the fiscal year being above expectations. I think it was 6 to 6.5 billion. They also beat for the quarter. So they're just kind of a different animal than they were, let's say, 2 or 3 years ago. It was kind of just add as much content as you can, try to get as many subs as you can, and don't worry about it. And now they've become more kind of a cash flow, story, more of a story of slower top line growth. I know Romain mentioned top line growth slowing down in subsequent years going forward. And I think the street's kind of accepted that. And, you look at the current multiple, you're looking at like 35 to 40 times earnings. This stock used to trade, close to over 100 times earnings. So the multiple has come down in line with the expectations in terms of growth.
Well, let's stick on that multiple for a second, because we had a great story on the terminal earlier about this today, about just how expensive Netflix trades right now relative to earnings. I mean, if you're like somebody who's looking to get in on this stock right now that's up like 350% in the last 2 years, like, I don't know, is there a good entry point, or did you miss it?
Yeah, so right now you're trading about 37 times 24 estimates, and you're about 30 times fiscal year 2025. So that's kind of where your multiples are right now based on earnings. You mentioned that the current multiple has moved up dramatically from where it was. Again, the stock is up 45, 50% for the year. And again, we're expecting growth to kind of slow down a little bit, right? And going into 25, at least top line growth. So, Molly and Tim, the stock is definitely a little stretched here in terms of, the recent run that it's had. And obviously the stock is, trading a bit of a premium to what the expectations are going forward in terms of earnings growth in the remainder of 24 and 25.
Our own Geetha Ragnathan earlier today, Dan, telling us that it's been a while since we've seen a price increase here in the U.S. I would imagine investors want to see prices go up. Customers might not want to. How much pricing power does Netflix have, just in the last 40 seconds we have with you? Because there is this balance between making sure to raise prices, not so much that people quit.
You're right, Tim. We mentioned the ad tier, $6.99, standard, $15.99. They dropped the basic. But what's kind of interesting, Tim and Molly, is if you look at where Netflix stands right now in terms of pricing versus their competitors, like, Disney Plus, Paramount, all these other major, streamers, they're right in that pack. And you might make a case, Tim, that people are willing to pay a premium for Netflix because of the content.
Love is Blind, season 7, Molly. I think that's
Oh my God, hit me
Dan's
up.
talking to you.
I know. I am a year behind, but I am so
Does that mean there's
ready
gonna be a
to get started.
Season 8.
Love is Blind UK. Have heard amazing things. I don't know. Are you going to be on Squid Game?
I'll watch the next Squid Game, yeah. Members will be able to choose from hit returning series Squid Game 2, Outer Banks Season 4, and Love is Blind Season 7.
That's right.
Dan Morgan over at Synovus Trust with the latest on Netflix. Coming up next, we talk Levi's.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, keeping an eye on Netflix after hours. The stock now advancing by 4%. Netflix did add more than 5 million customers in the third quarter. It also eclipsed Wall Street's expectations on every major financial metric, despite a new programming slate constrained by last year's strikes in Hollywood. Sales for the period grew 15% to $9.83 billion. Earnings increased to $5.40 a share. Again, after hours, we do have Netflix up by roughly 4%. Dan Morgan is Senior Portfolio Manager at Synovus Trust, and right here on Bloomberg Business Week, he was asked about the stock's valuation.
The stock is definitely a little stretched here in terms of, the recent run that it's had. And obviously the stock is, trading a bit of a premium to what the expectations are going forward in terms of earnings growth in the remainder of 24 and 25.
Dan Morgan of Synovus Trust. Again, after ours, Netflix up by roughly 4%. Turned out to be a down day for the S&P 500 index. Little change, but still lower. No record today, down 1.5841. The Dow up 161, up by 0.4%. NASDAQ also little changed, up by about 6 points. 10-year 4.09%. The 2-year 3.98%. Gold up $18 the ounce, up by about 0.7%. And crude advanced 0.5%, 70.75 a barrel. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. Well, about 2 weeks ago, back on November 2nd, Levi Strauss came out with earnings, and they lowered their revenue growth outlook for the full year. The results showed that Levi Strauss is making progress toward its goal of becoming more reliant on its own stores and on e-commerce, but weakness in other areas is also holding the company back. Shares fell as much as close to 12% that day. They ended up closing down 7.7% on the day after those numbers came out. We got back with us Harmeet Singh, Chief Financial Officer over at Levi Strauss & Company. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Good to see you. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Tim and Molly.
Hey, if you're watching us on YouTube or Bloomberg Originals, you can see that you are just head to toe in denim right now.
H2T.
You got I don't know which Levi's jeans you're wearing. And
these are our new looser fits, the 568.
Okay, he's got the 568s on. You got the denim shirt, which looks great.
Right. It's the Western way.
The Western way, okay.
Yeah, beyond. We signed up Beyonce.
Yeah.
Oh,
we're
going to talk about that.
We'll get to
talk about that, right?
Okay, and you need a jacket, so you got a denim jacket on as well.
Yeah.
But then what about the outerwear jacket when you go outside? It's cold here.
I know, but this jacket does protect me. The good news is we have a line of outerwear just hitting our stores.
Look at that.
For the winter
He's so
season.
ready.
My question, do you always dress like this every day?
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of working at Levi's. You can wear the brands. You can wear it to work. You can wear it to interviews like this. You can wear it to a formal event, and people give you the latitude.
Well, it's good right now because no question denim is having a moment. So you don't really look out of place when you're wearing a lot of denim. But I'm wondering how long that lasts. Because there have been moments like this when it comes to the history of the company, when it comes to fashion over the last few decades, where denim has gone in and out. How do you think about that as CFO?
Yeah, no. So we are the market leader, and as the market leader, we're market leader in men's, we're market leaders now in women's. As the market leader, our responsibility is to lead trends and drive people towards our products. We're focused on what we call denim lifestyle, which is more head to toe across both men's and women's.
You're repping it head to toe.
Yeah, and I'm repping it. You can see, the other folks. But denim is having a moment, as you call it. The last cycle started with the skinny, way back in the late 2007, 2008. That lasted for about 8-9 years. We were the first to introduce the looser fit just before COVID, and it took off post-COVID. And the other thing that we really focused on is because the world's become a lot more casual after COVID. You see it in a hybrid work culture, you see it in other social occasions, and so we are making a stronger pivot to the non-denim piece of our apparel. For men, we've got something called performance tech. It's like the ABC Lulu pant, and that's really gaining traction. And so as we think about, growing the business, it's about owning a larger share of the closet without, taking the eye off the ball on what we're really known for, which is denim. And so it's all about denim lifestyle.
I would think a lot of it right now, too, is about wide-legged denim. I mean, that is just we had a great story about this recently about women in particular who are buying, roughly $100 wide-legged jeans and then the $700 wardrobe to go along with it.
What?
Tim's eyes just bulged. So yeah, all of the rest of maybe the crop sweaters and jackets, because if you've got a waist that's coming up kind of high, then you want the shirt to kind of hit roughly around there. I'm learning this. I have a stylist. She's telling me all about it. So obviously, Harmeet, you could tell us more about this too.
It's actually, you hit the nail on the head. I was going to talk to you about it. But it's not only about bottoms. And as the fits for the bottoms change, so do the tops. And so as we think about denim lifestyle, we are also focused on growing our tops business, which was up nicely in quarter three. It's up 8%. I think 8%. But overall, what you saw in quarter three largely was that Levi's as a brand grew 5%. And that's the strongest growth we have had in Levi's over 2 years. Sequentially, is getting better, and that's why, as we talked about quarter four, while we took our overall guidance for the year down, our belief is sequentially quarter four is slightly better than quarter three.
Well, if denim is having this moment, then why don't you think investors are buying into this? Levi Strauss shares up about 12% so far this year, underperforming the S&P 500. Why aren't investors buying into this?
Yeah, I think what we've done this year is we've narrowed focus into Levi's and Beyond Yoga. We announced the exit of Dockers. Dockers was underperforming. We had a smaller footwear business really based out of Europe. We are exiting that. And we were present in Target through our Denizen brand. We introduced a Levi's Red Tab in Target that, had a good run. So, we thought it's better to focus on Levi's and Red Tab. And so as you think about it, I think the fact that we are transforming in the year while we're trying to perform and performing really well on Levi's is, I think, why people are just saying, okay, let the transformation, get complete and we'll buy in. But overall, Levi's as a stock over the last 12 months has had a decent run. We're long on the stock. We're long on, trends of the business. Our longer-term goal is to take the $6 billion business and make it more like a $10 billion business, improving our operating margins by a couple of percentage points. The other thing that is happening in the business is this transformation into more of a DTC-first business. It doesn't mean DTC only. It does mean, we lead with DTC, which is our stores, our e-commerce, and wholesale complements our direct-to-consumer business. And that transformation is taking shape. Today, DTC is about half our business. When I joined, it was about a fifth of our business.
We're going to get more on direct-to-consumer in just a minute, but you mentioned Dockers, so I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the options for Dockers. You did announce that you're looking to sell the business. When I heard that, I think to myself, this is like a perfect fit for Authentic Brands Group. Jamie Stalter is like, Jamie Stalter's group. He's got Airwalk, Aeropostale, Billabong, DC, Greg Norman, Eddie Bauer, Champion, Fry. I mean, I'm only down to F at that point in the alphabet. He's got everything over there, down to Volcom. Does that make sense?
I won't comment about prospective buyers. I would say that the reason we announced the exit of Dockers, we created Dockers, okay? So it's a homegrown brand that had a wonderful run for a long period of time. We launched Dockers just to, take advantage of the casual Friday that was set in the mid to late 80s.
Casual Friday.
What has happened is it's in a lower growth category, and we're a firm believer that what this does is unlocks Dockers with somebody who can take it to the next level, while we concentrated on taking Levi's to the next level. I've been part of spin-offs, and I've seen that happen. To your question about prospective buyers, we announced it so that we would probably hear from prospective buyers. It's early days. Our intent is to sell it, and intend to sell it to buyers that can not only take the brand to the next level, protect as many employees of Dockers as they can, and we'll see where this goes. Phones are ringing, which is the good news. These transactions take time. When we have something to talk about as to who's the prospective acquirer, we'll definitely, talk about that.
Yeah, just call us.
Yeah,
Let us know.
Yeah, just pass their phone calls maybe on to us when those phones are ringing. What kind of timeline do you think is reasonable to look at something like that to really complete that kind of a spin-off?
It's a strong brand, and in our view is something like this, can take 6 to 9 months. What we're really interested is ensure that it's the right buyer who does the right thing for the brand. And so, we're going to do it in a fast way, but we'll do it the right way.
Right. Well, I think this is the time where we pivot to Beyonce.
Go.
Sure.
Tell us more about this partnership. I think a lot of people want to know about it, and what exactly like her role is with the brand here. Like, is Beyonce like straight up designing Levi's clothes now? Like, can I get a Beyonce designed pair of Levi's jeans?
No, it's not about a product collaboration. It's about a partnership with someone. You know, she's an icon. She's been in the center of culture. Her values and our values resonate. She's been a supporter of the brand for years, for decades. And when she named a song after
Cowboy Carter.
Cowboy Carter, and the song Levi's, that was organic. She, in 19, I remember she was at Coachella and was wearing our shorts. Again, a very organic, thing that she did, and product sales went up on the shorts. So we kind of sat back and said, it's been a great partnership. Could we take it to the next level? And having somebody like her support our brand, support the iconic apparel that we have, the 501s, for example, the T-shirts. Actually, I think we think it's a win-win for both Beyonce as well as us. Plus, we're leaning heavily into driving our women's business. About a third of our business. We see no reason why it shouldn't be half our business.
Right.
And I think she has many fans around the world, and I think the combination of the two brands would make a difference.
Just about 50 seconds, and then we're going to come back for more with you. Have you already noticed a higher sales figure or more loyalty on the back of this campaign?
Yeah, it's early days with the campaign. This is it's a 12-month partnership. We just launched the first chapter. We'll have 3 other chapters. But what I can say is, difficult to link, brand advertising with direct sales. But what I could say right now is, as we close Q3, which we just reported, women's sales were up, close to 11%. Iconic 501 was up double-digit, and so that's what we believe continues over time.
Harmeet, stick with us. We're going to come back with Harmeet Singh, Chief Financial Officer at Levi Strauss & Company. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. You're listening to and watching Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow higher. S&P declined today. NASDAQ advanced as well. 10-year yield 4.09%. The 2-year today 3.97%. S&P lower, little change, down 1.5841. The Dow up 161, up by about 0.4%. NASDAQ up 16, a gain of 0.1%. Spot gold up $17 the ounce, 26.91, up by about 0.7%, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.5%, 70.76 for a barrel of WTI. One of the big concerns for U.S. markets, with under 3 weeks to go before the November presidential election, is uncertainty surrounding no quick outcome. Aaron Kennan is the CEO at Clear Harbor Asset Management, and he was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
I also think that we're most likely going to, the market's going to become a bit more volatile probably in and around the election and perhaps after the election. If the polls are indicative of how election night's going to play out, we may not know the results of the election for a week or two, and that may provide some indigestion for markets after November 5th.
Aaron Kennan of Clear Harbor Asset Management, interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week. Netflix shares up by almost 4% after hours. Netflix did add more than 5 million customers in the third quarter. It also eclipsed Wall Street's expectations on every major financial metric, despite a new programming slate constrained by last year's strikes in Hollywood. Recapping, S&P did move lower today, giving up earlier gains, little change, down by 1 point. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. I want to get right back to Harmeet Singh, Chief Financial Officer at Levi Strauss & Company. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We were chatting a little bit, and I was telling you, you've been at the company, since 2013?
Yeah, that's right.
You guys went public about 5 years ago, again, on the New York Stock Exchange.
Right.
I was at that IPO because I was working on the floor of the exchange back then. And you guys were able to do something that I think in the, more than 100-year history of the New York Stock Exchange has not ever been done before, which is allow jeans on the floor, on the trading floor there. There's a lot of rules at the New York Stock Exchange. One of them is no jeans allowed. I came in that day, everybody was decked out in jeans.
And wasn't everybody looking great?
Oh, yeah.
Levi's jeans, I assume.
Levi's jeans, yeah.
Yeah, it was Levi's jeans, and, that was, part of the deal we did with NYSE, as we were debating NYSE or NASDAQ. We said, hey, if you can change the flow on the day of the listing and make it a denim flow, we are in, and they were able to do that, and it was a wonderful, wonderful morning, and, I think beginning of a new chapter for the company.
Understanding how things work between the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ, I think that they probably didn't even have to check with anyone. They probably just said yes at that moment. Harmeet, I promised we'd get back to the idea of going direct to consumer and building that relationship one-on-one with the consumer. Nike tried to do this over the last few years, and they really alienated the Foot Lockers of the world, who were such a big part of their business. And now there's a new CEO at Nike. They're trying to turn that ship around, repair that relationship with those retailers. How do you do this but not alienate the brick and mortar stores who for so long have sold your products?
Yeah, we love our wholesale customers. The way our strategy, the second pillar of our strategy is DTC first, but it's not DTC only. The wholesale
DTC, direct to consumer.
Direct to consumer. Wholesale is a big complement to how we're going to grow the business. The reason DTC is important is allows us to provide more of a head-to-toe assortment. We can drive the consumer experience, and is actually a proof point for wholesale retailers to see how the product is taking shape. So our new product introductions, and we have a wonderful product pipeline, hits the DTC flow first. The wholesale customers see how it's performing, and then they buy into it. We need wholesale customers largely because, to be the market leader, we have to reach out to consumers, far and beyond. And the only way to do that is having a combination of a successful DTC business and a successful wholesale business.
So I imagine ideally, you would love to see the DTC base be new customers, adding like net new customers to the business, but is there a risk that this cannibalizes the wholesale customer and that they shift over?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I've been asked that a couple of times, and we've not seen any evidence of cannibalization. The other piece is, in the US, our DTC offer is what we call Tier 1 and Tier 2. So it's the best and the better. The offer for wholesale customers more Tier 3. We are talking to a few wholesale customers to introduce our Tier 2 offer, because in the top 50, 60 doors, there is a consumer that wants the higher tier product. So we're not seeing cannibalization. We also don't see cannibalization between the different two channels within DTC, which is e-commerce and our stores. And in fact, consumers now, as you know, like a seamless shopping experience. So our view is that both channels can grow. DTC grows probably faster because we control the channel, we're able to drive the experience, and have a head-to-toe assortment.
We're talking a lot about the U.S. election. It's top of mind here for us. My question is not about the politics of this, but about how you're potentially preparing for another Trump administration, given the tariffs that you experienced during the first Trump administration when Trump put European steel and aluminum exports, tariffs on those, and then you guys were hit with tariffs on jeans. So there's that part of it, and then a potential more tariffs between the U.S. and China. How do you plan for that?
Yeah, we've been around for 170 years, and we've seen different administrations. The business and the brand has grown through different administrations. And so from our perspective, we believe that, and when we guided Q4, when we talked about a sequential progression, our belief is the brand continues to grow. To your question about tariffs, a couple of years ago, we were importing from China into the U.S. about 15-16% of the product. Over the years, we've scaled that down, so the imports into the U.S. from China is about a percentage point.
Where are you going instead?
And because we have a supply chain, we're able to cross-source it across different geographies. So, we've been able to cross-source it from other countries in Asia. Think Vietnam, think Bangladesh, think Pakistan. And that's really what's really helped us. The cross-sourcing strategy, beside the fact that we're not concentrated significantly in any one country, makes a difference. And so our view is that, any administration, we'll be able to continue to grow.
What about retaliatory tariffs from the European Union or other countries on your own products?
Yeah, I think, we have a strong business in Europe. If you have to cross-source, we can. I think the end of the day is really, how does it impact the consumer? Tariffs could mean higher prices for the consumer. And that is something that we will, tackle as the time comes along. Our products provide good value. Okay, and if they're in fashion and they're, we bring in innovation, the consumer is going to gravitate and open the checkbook to buy our product. So, as we think through it, we have contingency plans in place in case, different scenarios play out, and we'll be able to tackle through them.
Is it tempting to think about a 15% corporate tax rate and what you might do with all of that money that's not paid in taxes?
I have a wonderful tax group that plan different tax opportunities all the time. But, our view is, as good corporate citizens, we have to pay the taxes, we'll pay the taxes. And
that is the noble thing to say.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, it's very important for us to provide great value to our consumers and build the loyal fans, and that's what we focus on.
I gotta say, not many of our guests can pull off head-to-toe denim. And it's not just that, it's also the shirt as well. Harmeet, you're one of those folks who can do that. Harmeet Singh, CFO at Levi Strauss, joining us here in the Bloomberg.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks,
Brokers
Molly.
Studio.
Good to talk to you.
Harmeet's going to be featured in the forthcoming issue of Bloomberg's CFO Briefing newsletter. You can sign up for it now at bloomberg.com/account/newsletters/CFO Briefing.
CFO-briefing.
Oh,
don't miss that.
else that URL is not going to work.
They will not.
Check out that newsletter, though. You also just Bloomberg, or just Google Bloomberg newsletters. That's
Oh,
where
yeah,
you
I'm
get
sure
to
it'll
it as
come
well.
up. We got a whole bunch of them out there.
Coming up next, the CEO of Glad. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That is Molly Smith in for Carol Massar this afternoon. Molly
Here I
Smith,
am.
Bloomberg News economics editor.
I think we've hit the
2 hours
trifecta
in.
of titles for me today.
There-
All about
there
the
she
same
is.
thing. It's good to be here, Tim. And we're not, yes, I wanted to come in for our final guest of the day. Wow, we're getting really close to the end here. It's been such a nice afternoon
It's
with
been
you.
good to have you with us, and
Thank
we
you.
got a great guest right now.
We do, yes. So while LGBTQ acceptance is at an all-time high, so is bullying and discrimination. We're bringing back Sarah Kate Ellis. She's the CEO and president of GLAD, and that stands for, help me out here, Tim. Oh my gosh, I should have had this ready. Sarah Kate's going to bring it in
Gay
for
and
us.
Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation, but everybody refers to it these days as GLAD, so
That's
you're not
right.
alone.
That's why I was so reliant on GLAD, but I should have had that ready. My bad. So Sarah Kate Ellis is joining us now. She's here to talk to us on Spirit Day, the world's most visible anti-bullying day of action in support of LGBTQ youth. Thanks for joining us here, Sarah Kate. You joined us back in June to talk about the complexities around celebrating Pride Day. Hopefully Spirit Day, a more positive day. Tell us about that and the celebration around it today.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me. And we are just GLAD these days. We no longer go based on the acronym. So anyway, we do this. This is our 14th year. And this is about uplifting LGBTQ youth because we actually know they have it the hardest in this world. They're figuring out who they are. They might not be in accepting environments. They might not be in homes where it's okay to be their true and authentic self. They're a little trapped, and we wear purple to let them know that we're standing with them and that we're standing against hate and bullying. And so this is the most visible day for LGBTQ youth to let them know that we're standing with them. And I have throughout the years, this is my 11th year doing Spirit Day. I've had kids come up to me across the country who are now adults actually, and said that when they were teens and they were living in their hometowns and they couldn't be themselves, they saw Spirit Day and it gave them hope. And it gave them a view into the future. And so that's why we do this.
Sarah Kate, so much has shifted in recent years, in the years that you've been doing this, and also, in the close to 40 years that GLAAD has been around. There's just been huge moments of transformation. One of the things I wanted to talk to you about today was the T part of the LGBTQ movement, because right now, with less than 3 weeks to go ahead of the election, you see a lot of talk about what legislation is happening, how different people feel about anti-trans bills throughout the United States. It's such a huge topic of conversation. I'm just wondering, from your perspective, what the media is getting wrong in your view, what the presidential candidates are getting wrong, what you believe the electorate needs to understand about the trans movement in the U.S.
Well, thank you for asking that, because on this day of anti-bullying, the biggest bully in town is a presidential candidate who's running, Trump, and has been for the trans community, and is actually running ads in battleground states right now that is trying to use trans people as a political wedge issue. And I just want to say a couple of things about that. One is trans people are people, they're human. And I think there's such a small piece of the population too to give that so much emphasis when there are so many issues that are so important to Americans today. Actually, the latest poll asked about 22 issues that were important to Americans. The last issue was 22, and that was how people thought about trans issues. People aren't interested in talking about them. They're not kitchen table issues, and they want people to live in autonomy. That's his American value, to live the life that you love in your own terms, on your own ways. So I think that it is being used to create fear and to stoke hate, but it's not a value, American value, fear and hate. And so it's not polling well. We also did a poll at GLAAD that found out that about 50% of voters felt that politicians who villainized and victimized trans people lost them. They weren't interested in them anymore because they thought, if you treat the most marginalized people that way, how will you treat other people? And so I think it is a really big issue right now because it is being used to create fear in our society.
But it doesn't seem like it's working, to your point.
It's not working. It hasn't worked in the past several elections, actually, because there have been a number of politicians. So one thing that is really important for people to understand in context here is that 70% of Americans say they don't know someone who's trans. So that means that those people